Ang safety and health sa trabaho ay ating karapatan.
Ang safety and health sa trabaho ay ating responsibilidad.
Ang pagiging safe and healthy sa trabaho ay ating priority.
Ang safety at health sa trabaho ay para sa ating mga mahal sa buhay.
Para sa pamilya,
Dapat
Ang Republic Act No. 11058. Ano ba ang Republic Act No. 11058? Ang RA 11058 ay isang batas na nagpapatibay sa pagsunod sa mga pamantayan sa kaligtasan at pangkalusugan sa trabaho at pagbibigay ng mga parusa para sa mga paglabag dito. Republic Act 11058. Nilagdaan ito ng batas ni Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte noong ika-17 ng Agosto taong 2018, punong may akda ay si Senador Joey Villanueva. Ang batas ay naipublish sa Manila Bulletin noong ika-22 ng Agosto taong 2018. Ang batas ay nagbigay sa Department of Labor and Employment ng 90 araw upang paunlarin ang IRR nito. Pagsapit ng ika-6 ng Disyembre taong 2018, nilagdaan ni Kalihim Bello ang IRR 2 araw ang layo mula sa anibersaryo ng DOL. Ang IRR, sa anyo ng Department Order No. 198 Series of 2018, ay naipublish sa Philippine Star noong ika-9 ng Enero taong 2019. Naging epektibo ang IRR noong ika-25 ng Enero taong 2019, 15 araw pagkatapos may lathala mula sa nasabing pahayagan alinsunod sa mga kinakailangang legal. Sino-sino ang saklaw ng batas na ito? Ang saklaw ng batas na ito ay lahat ng mga pribadong establishmento kung saan isinasagawa ang trabaho. Kabilang ang mga establishmento na matatagpuan sa loob ng mga espesyal na economic zones at iba pang mga ahensya sa pagsulong sa pamumuhunan ng Philippine Economic Zone PEZA, Clark Development Corporation, CDC. Mga kagamitan na nakikibahagi sa transportasyon ng hangin, dagat, at lupa. Sa ngalan ng tauhan ng OSH CREU 8.
Isang kaaya-ayang araw sa lahat. Sa video na ito tatalakayin natin ang Section 14 ng Republic Act 11058 at ang Implementing Rules and Regulations nito na Department Order No. 198 Series of 2018. Ang Section 14 ay ang requirement ng safety officer or officer sa lugar ng trabaho. Sa pagpapatupad ng programa ng OSH, ang mga safety officer sa bawat establishmento o lugar ng trabaho ay dapat na itinalaga na may mga sumusunod na tungkulin at responsibilidad. A. Pangasiwaan ang pangkalahatang pamamahala ng OSH program at koordinasyon sa komite ng OSH. B. Madalas na subaybayan at siyasatin ang anumang aspeto sa kalusugan o kaligtasan ng operasyon na isinasagawa sa pakikilahok ng mga supervisor at manggagawa. C. Tulungan ng mga inspektor ng gobyerno sa pagsasagawa ng inspeksyon sa kaligtasan at pangkalusugan sa anumang oras tuwing ginagawa ang trabaho o habang isinasagawa ang isang pagsisiyasat sa aksidente sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay ng kinakailangang impormasyon at mga ulat ng OSH na hinihiling ng mga pamantayan ng OSH at D. Maglabas ng order ng pagtigil sa trabaho o work stoppage order kung kinakailangan batay sa mga kinakailangan at pamamaraan na ibinigay ng mga pamantayan ng OSH standard. Tulad na lang kung may mga imminent danger sa lugar ng trabaho. Ang bilang at kwalifikasyon ng mga safety officer ay dapat nakatimbang sa kabuoang bilang ng mga manggagawa at kagamitan, laki ng lugar ng trabaho, pag-uuri ng lugar ng trabaho at iba pang pamantayan na hinihiling ng OSH standard. Ang safety officer ay kinakailangang sumailalim sa ni-require na oryentasyong pagsasanay o kurso sa DOL-BOSH, mga advanced na kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH at iba pang pagsasanay na may kinalaman sa OSH o kinakailangan sa mabisang pagganap ng mga tungkulin at responsibilidad. Ang mga safety officer na nakikibahagi sa mga micro at maliit na establishmento, mababa sa katamtamang peligro, ay dapat na makisali sa mga programang pangkaligtasan kabilang ang iba pang mga gawaing itinalaga sa kanya ng kanyang employer. Sa kaso ng isang kontratista o subkontraktor, hindi bababa sa isang safety officer ang dapat na ipakalat sa bawat tiyak na lugar ng pagpapatakbo, upang pangasiwaan ang pamamahala ng programa ng OSH ng sarili nitong lugar ng pinagtatrabahuhan. Minimum na pag-uuri at bilang ng safety officer para sa lahat ng mga sakop na lugar ng trabaho ay ang mga sumusunod. Ang pakikipag-ugnayan ng serbisyo ng isang sertipikadong konsultant ng OSH or ang SO4 ay pinapayagan para sa isang panahon na hindi hihigit sa isang taon. Para sa pagtatatag na ang itinalagang safety officer ay dapat nasanayin o nasa proseso ng pagkumpleto ng mga ni-require kurso sa pagsasanay at nauugnay na karanasan. Ang mga opisyal ng kaligtasan ng lahat ng lugar ng trabaho ay dapat magkaroon ng kinakailangang pagsasanay na kinakailangan at pagsasanay alinsunod sa kategorya nito, tulad ng nakapaloob dito. Ang kaukulang kwalipikasyon ng mga opisyal ng kaligtasan or safety officer ay ang mga sumusunod. Para sa Safety Officer 1, ang mandatory na pagsasanay sa OSH ay 8 oras na kurso na orientation ng OSH at 2 oras ng pagsasanay ng trainer o TOT. Walang kinakailangang minimum na karanasan sa OSH. Para sa Safety Officer 2 or SO2, ang mga kinakailangan ay mandatory 40 oras na pangunahing kurso sa pagsasanay sa OSH na nalalapat sa industriya. Para sa Safety Officer 3 or SO3, ang mga kinakailangan ay ang A. Ipinag-uutos na 40 oras na pangunahing kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH na nalalapat sa industriya o ang COSH or COSH. B. Karagdagang 48 oras ng advanced o dalubhasang kurso sa pagsasanay na kaligtasan sa trabaho OS na nauugnay sa industriya at C. Iba pang mga kinakailangan tulad ng ni-require ng OSH standard. Para sa Safety Officer 4 or SO4, A. Mandatory 40 oras na kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH na nalalapat sa industriya gaya ng COSH or COSH. B. Karagdagang 8 oras ng a-advance, dalubhasang kurso sa pagsasanay sa kaligtasan sa trabaho na nauugnay sa industriya. C. Isang pinagsama-samang 320 oras ng kaugnay na pagsasanay sa OSH o experience. Maaaring dagdagan ng karagdagang pagsasanay sa mga karanasan sa taon kung saan 8 oras ng pagsasanay ay maaaring katumbas ng 1 taon ng karanasan and vice versa. D. Iba pang mga kinakailangan tulad ng ni-require ng OSH standard. Yan po ang part 1 na discussion natin tungkol sa Section 14 para sa Safety Officer Requirement. Sa susunod na video po natin, pag-usapan naman po natin ang number of safety officers na required sa mga establishmento. Hanggang sa susunod po at ito ang inyong OSH CREU8 team. #ligtas ang maingat. #una ang kaligtasan. Salamat po at magandang araw sa lahat. Hi, magandang araw sa lahat at sa mga COSH advocates. Sa video na ito, ipagpapatuloy natin ang ating talakayan ng huling bahagi ng Section 14 ng Republic Act 11058 at ang IRR nito na ang DOL-DO 198 Series of 2018. Tulad ng nabanggit sa aming nakaraang video, sa Section 14 na ang lahat ng designated safety officer ay kinakailangang magkaroon ng mandatory na pagsasanay o relevant training at maging ang karanasan sa trabaho sa OSH. Sa video na ito, tatalakayin natin ang bilang na kinakailangan ng safety officer sa bawat lugar ng trabaho o establishmento. Ang bilang at kwalipikasyon ng mga safety officer ay magiging katimbang sa kabuoang bilang ng mga manggagawa at kagamitan, laki ng lugar ng trabaho, pag-uuri or risk classification ng lugar ng trabaho, at iba pang pamantayan na hinihiling ng OSH standard. Tulad ng nabanggit naming sa Part 1 ng Section 14 na video, ang safety officer ay kinakailangang sumailalim sa DOL Required Mandatory Training or Course sa OSH, mga advanced courses sa OSH, at o iba pang training o pag-aaral na nauugnay sa OSH kung kinakailangan para sa mabisang pagganap ng mga tungkulin at responsibilidad nito. Ang mga safety officer na nakikibahagi sa mga micro at medium na establishmento na classified as low to medium risk ay dapat na makisali sa mga programang pangkaligtasan kabilang ang iba pang mga gawaing itinalaga sa kanya ng kanyang employer. Para sa contractor o subcontractor, hindi bababa sa isang safety officer ang dapat na ipa-assign sa bawat lugar ng trabaho or worksite, upang pangasiwaan ang pamamahala ng programa ng OSH ng sarili nitong lugar ng trabaho. Kaya narito ang minimum na required at bilang ng safety officer para sa lahat ng mga sakop na lugar ng trabaho. Pag-usapan natin ang requirement para sa low-risk workplace. Para sa low-risk workplace na may 1 hanggang 50 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay isang safety officer 1. Para sa mga may 51 hanggang 199 na manggagawa, isang safety officer 2. Para sa mga mayroong 200 hanggang 250 manggagawa, ang required ay 2 safety officer 2 o maaari ding isang safety officer 3 lamang. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 750 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 safety officer 2 at isang safety officer 3. At para sa mga may 751 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 safety officer 3. At para sa bawat dagdag na 500 na manggagawa or fraction nito, dapat magkaroon ng karagdagang isang safety officer 3. Ang pakikipag-ugnayan ng mga serbisyo ng isang sertipikadong OSH consultant o safety officer 4 ay pinapayagan para sa isang panahon na hindi hihigit sa 1 taon para sa mga establishmento na ang itinalagang safety officer wala pang training at karanasan kung saan ay kailangang sanayin o nasa proseso ng pagkumpleto ng ni-require na training at nauugnay na karanasan. Talakayin naman natin ang requirement para sa mga establishmento na classified as medium risk. Para sa mga may 1 hanggang 9 na manggagawa, ang requirement ay isang safety officer 1. Para sa lugar ng trabaho na may 10 hanggang 99 na manggagawa, ay isang safety officer 2. Ang may 100 hanggang 250 manggagawa, ang required ay isang safety officer 2 at isang safety officer 3. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 safety officer 3. At magkakaroon ng karagdagang isang safety officer 3 o isang safety officer 4 para sa bawat karagdagang na 500 manggagawa o fraction nito. Para naman sa lugar ng trabaho na inuri o classified bilang high risk, ang mga sumusunod ay ang kinakailangang bilang ng mga safety officer. Para sa lugar ng trabaho na may 1 hanggang 9 na manggagawa, ang required ay isang safety officer 2. Para sa mga may 10 hanggang 50 manggagawa, ang required ay isang safety officer 3. Para naman sa mga may 51 hanggang 199, ang required ay isang safety officer 2 at isang safety officer 3. Para sa mga may 200 hanggang 250, ang required ay 2 safety officer 3. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang required ay isang safety officer 2 at 2 safety officer 3. At magkakaroon ng karagdagang isang safety officer 3 o safety officer 4 para sa bawat karagdagang na 250 manggagawa o fraction nito. Ang pagkakaroon ng safety officer sa mga establishmento ay makakatulong para makaiwas sa mga aksidente sa trabaho. Yan po ang required na bilang ng safety officer sa bawat establishmento alinsunod sa Republic Act 11058. Hanggang sa susunod natin talakayan, #ligtas ang maingat. Maraming salamat po, at ito ang inyong public servant mula sa OSHCREU 8.
Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado.
5S. Mahirap hanapin ang bagay na kailangan kapag magulo ang gamit. Maaari din itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Mag 5S tayo sa ating mga lugar sa trabaho. Seri, sort o suriin ay ang paglalagay ng mga gamit sa tamang lalagyan at pag-aalis ng mga gamit na hindi kailangan sa trabaho. Seaton, systematize o sinupi naman ay ang pagsasalansan ng mga gamit upang madaling maabot ang mga ito at hindi makaabala sa trabaho. Season, sweep o simutin ay ang pagpapanatili ng kalinisan ng mga gamit at ng lugar sa trabaho. Seiketsu, standardize o siguruhin ang paraan para matiyak na tuloy-tuloy ang pagpapatupad ng good housekeeping sa pamamagitan ng pagsama nito sa OSH policy at program ng kumpanya. Dapat may shitsuke, self-discipline o sariling kusa ang lahat pagdating sa pagpapanatiling malinis at maayos ang kapaligiran sa trabaho. Tandaan ang 5S upang aksidente ay maiwasan. Sort o suriin, systematize o sinupin, sweep o simutin, standardize o siguruhin, self-discipline o sariling kusa. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa lindol. Ang lindol ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Isagawa ang drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali pag pwede nang lumikas. Pumunta sa evacuation zone at sumunod sa mga nangangasiwa. Tandaan para sa kaligtasan sa lindol, drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali. Pumunta sa evacuation area. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng kuryente. Mahalaga ang kuryente sa araw-araw, kaya kailangang maging ligtas sa paggamit nito. Siguruhing maayos ang mga plug at kordon ng mga makina at appliances. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Kung kailangan gumamit ng extension cord, siguruhing hindi nababasa, hindi overloaded, at higit sa lahat, hindi sagabal sa mga dadaanan. Siguruhing pasado sa standards ang mga extension cords. Paglalagay ng tamang outlet imbis na extension cord. Tandaan, maayos na plug at cord. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Tamang paggamit ng extension cords. Pasado sa standards. Tamang outlet. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng makinarya. Ang makinarya ay nagpapadali ng trabaho, ngunit maaari rin itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Upang maging ligtas ang manggagawang nagpapatakbo ng makinarya, inspeksyonin ang makina bago ito gamitin. Ang mga gumagalaw na parte ng makina ay dapat may tamang machine guards upang hindi ma-expose ang mga kamay, paa o anumang parte ng katawan ng gumagamit ng makina. Dapat regular ang preventive maintenance ng mga makina. Sundin ang lockout tagout o LOTO system para makaiwas sa aksidente. Inspeksyonin bago gamitin. Machine guards. Regular na preventive maintenance. Lockout tagout o LOTO. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Ergonomics. Ang matagal na pag-upo habang nagtatrabaho at maling posisyon ay nagdudulot ng pananakit ng katawan, pananakit ng mga kamay, at eye strain. Kapag nagtatrabaho sa computer, siguraduhing tama ang height ng upuan at mesa para sa manggagawa, para tama din ang posisyon habang nagtatrabaho. Ang opisina ay dapat may tamang liwanag at ventilation. Ugaliing tumayo kada 1 oras ng pagkakaupo. maglakad-lakad o gumawa ng mga simpleng exercises. Tandaan, para sa kalusugan, tamang gamit at posisyon, tamang liwanag at maaliwalas na paligid, paglalakad at ehersisyo mula sa pagkakaupo. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng mga kemikal. Ang kemikal tulad ng solvents, gas, acid mist, alikabok, at fumes ay mapanganib sa kalusugan. Tandaan, basahin ang label at safety data sheet sa paggamit, pagsasatabi, at pagtapon nito. Gumamit ng PPE tulad ng gloves, goggles, at respiratory protective equipment. Proper hand washing, ugaliing maghugas ng kamay pagkatapos. Alamin ang first aid procedure para sa mga emergency at agad tumawag ng tulong. Tandaan, para sa kuna ay maiwasan. Basahin ang label at safety data sheet. Tamang PPE. Alamin ang first aid procedure. Proper hand washing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa sunog. Ang sunog ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Tandaan, para sa kaligtasan sa sunog, alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa trabaho sa matataas na lugar. Ang paggawa sa matataas na lugar ay mapanganib at maaaring sanhi ng pagkahulog. Tandaan ang mga paraan para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold. Sundin ang naaayong fall prevention standards sa scaffold, guardrails at hagdan na may handrails. Magsuot ng personal fall arrest system upang maiwasan ang pagkahulog. Tandaan, para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold, naaayong fall prevention standards, at pagsuot ng personal fall arrest system. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Simpleng ehersisyo sa palaupong pamumuhay o sedentary lifestyle. Sabi nga nila, sitting is the new smoking at ang pag-upo ng matagal ay nakakasama sa kalusugan. Sundin ang mga sumusunod. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. ugaliing gawin itong mga ehersisyo kada 1 oras ng pagkakaupo. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Personal Protective Equipment. Ano ba ang tamang kasuotan kapag nagtatrabaho sa isang construction site? PPE ang tamang kasuotan bilang karagdagang proteksyon kapag gumagawa. Ang hard hat ay proteksyon sa ulo sa nalalaglag na bagay. Safety goggles ay para proteksyonan ang mata. Earplugs ay panlaban sa matinding ingay. At face mask laban sa alikabok at usok. Proteksyon laban sa init at posibleng pagkagasgas ng mga braso ang long sleeves. Ang gloves ay gamit upang maiwasan ang pagkasugat ng mga kamay. Protektahan ang mga paa sa pamamagitan ng safety shoes. Kailangan din ng reflectorized vest upang madaling makita ang isang manggagawa lalo na kung sa gabi magtatrabaho. Kapag magtatrabaho sa mataas na lugar, huwag kalimutan magsuot ng full body harness. Libre dapat itong binibigay ng employer. May naaayong PPE sa bawat gawain. Siguraduhin lahat ng PPE ay pasado sa standards testing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Respiratory Protective Equipment. Ang acid mist, solvent vapors, gases, usok, alikabok, at heavy metal fumes ay panganib sa kalusugan ng manggagawa. Gumamit ng respiratory protective equipment. Ang filtration respirator ay para sa alikabok at oil mist. Dapat ito ay madalas pinapalitan. Ang chemical cartridge device naman ay sumasala sa hangin na kontaminado. May tamang cartridge sa bawat paggawa. Ang air supply equipment naman ay may tangke na pinanggagalingan ng hangin. Madalas itong gamit sa lugar na kulob at walang oxygen. Tandaan ang paraan para sa kuna ay maiwasan. Libre ito dapat na ibinibigay ng employer sa manggagawa. Alamin ang tamang respiratory protective equipment para sa inyong gawain. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC.
Morning po.
Oh, picture muna, mga bata, picture muna, picture. Happy birthday, Vince.
Asan si Mommy?
Picture muna tayo, masaya tayo. Happy birthday, Vince.
Wala pa si DJ?
Wala pa nga eh. Anong oras na oh? Nag-promise siya sa akin, dito siya magdi-dinner eh.
Pag ikaw ay nagkasakit o naaksidente, paano na ang pamilya mo? Taon-taon, 2,780,000 ang namamatay dahil sa sakit at aksidente sa trabaho. Huwag maging parte ng bilang na ito.
Lahat tayo pwedeng umiwas
Sa sakit at aksidente.
Lahat tayo
Pwedeng maging
Pwede kang maging COSH champion sa pamamagitan ng pag-share ng impormasyon sa social media, pag-attend ng training, at pagbabahagi ng kaalaman sa mga katrabaho, pagbibigay ng tamang PPE sa mga manggagawa na pasado sa testing, at pagre-report ng mga di ligtas na sitwasyon sa lugar ng trabaho bago pa man may maaksidente o magkasakit.
Kung magtutulong-tulong tayo, may iwasan natin ang sakit at aksidente.
Maganda kung lahat tayo magiging COSH champion. Isama natin sila.
It has always been an important goal of the government to improve workplace conditions in the Philippines. In 1982, the Department of Labor and Employment prepared a concept paper creating an institution on occupational safety and health from which foreign aid could be tapped. 1984, the Japanese government responded positively to the call. 1986, an agreement was signed for a 300 million peso grant aid, a project-type technical cooperation under the bilateral grant of the Japanese Official Development Assistance Program through the Japan International Cooperation Agency, March 12, 1987. The groundbreaking ceremony was held on a 2-hectare lot in North Avenue, Quezon City, with then-President Corazon C. Aquino as guest of honor. November 4, 1987, Executive Order 307 was signed, creating the Occupational Safety and Health Center as a special department under the Employees Compensation Commission. And on the Labor Day or May 1 of 1988, OSHC officially started being part of the government's efforts to better the working conditions of the Filipino workers.
Ikinakampanya ng Occupational Safety and Health Center ang kaligtasan at kalusugan ng mga manggagawa dito sa Pilipinas. Ito ay sinasagawa namin sa pamamagitan ng pananaliksik, pagsasanay, pagpapakalat ng mga impormasyon at mga technical na serbisyo tulad ng work environment measurement, PPE testing at biological monitoring. Napakabigat ng tungkuling ito kaya kami ay nagpapasalamat sa aming mga partners sa gobyerno at pribadong sektor na tumutulong sa amin palaganapin ang advokasya ng OSH upang mapanatili nating ligtas at malusog ang ating mga manggagawa sa lahat ng industriya.
Based on its mandate, vision, and mission, the OSHC champions the cause of work safety and health in the Philippines. Programs to promote health and safety of workers are carried out through the following. The Office of the Executive Director, who oversees planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the OSHC operation. Under DOLE Administrative Order Number 56, Series of 2011, and DOLE Administrative Order Number 407, Series of 2017, the accreditation of Occupational Safety and Health, or OSH consultants and training organizations, as well as OSH practitioners and testing organizations for construction-heavy equipment, respectively, have been transferred to the Occupational Safety and Health Center. The accreditation team is headed by the Deputy Executive Director, Engineer Jose Maria S. Batino. The Environment Control Division, or ECD, works toward eliminating work environment hazards and risks and controlling their ill effects on workers. It conducts researches to determine the presence of harmful environmental contaminants that affects workers' safety and health. The Safety Control Division conducts continuing studies, researches, safety audits, and technical inspections in work sites, with emphasis on hazardous machines, processes, and operations. It undertakes performance testing of personal protective equipment to ensure that manufactured PPEs conform with the set standards. The Training and Public Information Division, or TPID, plans, organizes, and conducts OSH training for a broad range of clientele. The TPID also maintains a library with an exclusive collection of books, journals, researches, and materials on occupational safety and health, which aid researchers and students pursuing studies related to OSH. TPID develops various training modules and conducts information dissemination activities. The Health Control Division conducts scientific researches on occupational health and formulates medical surveillance programs to assist enterprises in the early detection of occupational diseases. The division is among the few laboratories in the country that provides biological monitoring services to assess exposure of workers to chemical hazards such as heavy metals and organic solvents. And the Finance and Administrative Division, or FAD, provides fiscal management, human resource development, procurement of supplies, and general building maintenance in support of the total operations of the center. OSHC also prides itself in its valuable contribution to policies that promote workers' welfare. In fact, DOLE has issued department orders, labor advisories. Also, the OSHC was part of the technical working group that provided technical inputs for the crafting of Republic Act 11058, an act strengthening the occupational safety and health standards and providing penalties for violations thereof, which was signed by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte on August 17, 2018, that proves to be beneficial to its causes. Serving as the centerpiece programs of OSHC on increasing awareness and strengthening commitment to safer and healthier workplaces nationwide are these two major events which are held every 2 years. Kagawad Kaligtasan at Kalusugan, or GKK, is a national award given by the Department of Labor and Employment to companies and individuals with outstanding achievements on work safety and health. The National Occupational Safety and Health, or NOSH Congress, a venue for exchange of experiences and news trends on OSH. And Vision 1 Million, which aims to promote the culture of occupational safety and health as a way of life for all Filipinos. OSHC remains true to the integrity of its credo, outstanding professionalism, service with dedication, honesty and integrity, and competent workforce. Ligtas ang maingat is not just a hashtag for OSHC. It's a way of life for the people, for the workers, and for the nation.
Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguro...
Morning po.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Morning, sir. So, paki-open na po ang mga camera natin. So, good morning po and welcome sa third day na po natin.
Morning.
Training.
Good morning.
Morning, sir. Morning, guys.
Good morning po, sir.
Pwedeng pa-request po na paki-rename po yung ating mga name tag ng complete name nyo po. Para yun po ang magiging basihan namin ng paggawa ng certificate. Then mamaya po mag-request din po ako dun sa mga po sa registration, dun nakalagay na picture, ID picture. Magre-request po ako mamaya dun sa may mga malalabo ang picture. Para magpadala po sila ng bago. Para mas maganda po yung mailagay natin sa certificate. Okay po, sa ngayon mag-check na po muna ako ng attendance. Pag-start na po tayo. Nandito na po ba si Ma'am Annie? Ma'am Annie Gonzales. Wala pa sila, ma'am. Okay. Sir Nico Gonzales. Yun na rin po ba? Ma'am Annie Gonzalez, nandito na po.
Present po.
So, ma'am, katulad ng kahapon, sabihin po natin ang ating full name.
Sorry. Annie Luis Gonzalez po. Sorry sir, kakalagin ko lang. Ano ba ako ng
Sige po, ma'am. Ibalikan ko na lang po.
topic kahapon?
Balikan ko po kayo, ma'am. Sige po.
Okay, sige. Thank you.
Sir Nico po, ma'am. Okay, sige po. Proceed po tayo kay Sir Rico Gabion.
Yes po, present po. I'm Rico Gabion po.
Sir, sharing po tayo dun sa kahapon.
Sorry po.
Sharing po tayo, sir, dun sa kahapon na topic.
Based dun po sa topic kahapon, yung mga natutunan ko po ay tungkol po sa control measures ng mga rain hazards, yung paano yung mga safety devices, yung mga operational aids, safety inspection, tapos yung mga crane safety precautions din po, yung mga maintenance ng equipment, pati yung po yung all protection, tas yung ladder safety, yung mga do's and don'ts. Then pati din po yung mga basic steps ng how to wear the safety harness. Then yun, pati din po yung the types of scaffold. Then yung inspection and tagging ng scaffold din po. Yan lang po.
Sir, thank you po. Next po si Sir John Ivan. Sir John Ivan. Nandito na po ba?
Yes sir, present po. Good morning po. As I recall po, yesterday yung mga natutunan po is hazard and risk, and yung heavy equipments, and especially yung safe erection po ng scaffoldings. Yan po, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next po si Sir Mark Jason.
Good morning, sir. Ang natutunan ko kahapon, sir, is all about yung mga different types of PV equipment, sir, and kung paano ito proper na gamitin at mga posibleng mangyari kung ito ay pabayaan na paggamit. At marami din ako natutunan tungkol sa sir, scaffolding, proper na pag-install at proper na pag-dismantle. Yan po, sir.
Okay, thank you po. Next po si Sir Angelo Landingin.
Good morning, sir. My name is Angelo Landingin. Ang na-appreciate ko po kahapon is pag-identify po ng type ng scaffold po. Then, yung tamang procedure po ng pagsuot ng mga safety harness and proper, proper procedure. Yun lamang po, sir.
Okay, thank you po.
Thank you.
Next po Sir John Albert.
Hello sir, good morning po. Ang tunaw po kahapon sir, yung erection po sa dismantling, din sa safe po tsaka yung unsafe. Kapag kahapon po yung unsafe tsaka yung safe na pagtrabaho. Din sa rin po sir, housekeeping po. Yun lang po sir.
Okay, sir, thank you po. Next po si Sir Elias.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Lahat po yung diniscuss kahapon na first din lahat. Saka may dagdag na kaalaman sa akin. Yun lahat. Ito po, sir.
Thank you po. Next po si Ma'am Emelita. Ma'am Emmy. Good morning po, ma'am. Ma'am, naka-mute po.
Okay, good morning everyone. All the topics yesterday were very informative sa akin, especially the safety precautions on the use of heavy equipment kasi meron kaming mga cranes. And but what's really appreciative sa akin ay yung mga workshops natin kasi we are made to analyze, observe, and recommend for whatever observations that we have, for whatever solutions that possibly we can make in the future. I enjoy the workshops kasi ang mga members nagiging close din with each other. Thank you.
Po, thank you po. Next po si Sir Ron.
Hello, good morning, everyone. And so with yesterday's activity and topic, the topic that highlighted me is yung pang 6 and 7 module with regards to heavy equipment and the crane. Maintenance. That we should consider yung mga skilled operators and will train to minimize the unexpected accidents that will happen dun sa project natin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you po. Next po si Sir Frederick.
Morning po. I'm Mr. Frederick Maludoy. I learned a lot of things, additional information yesterday about the risk, how to prevent yung safety o yung mga accident po natin during the implementation period ng mga projects po. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next po si Sir Ralph.
Yes, sir. Good morning po. Yung na-appreciate ko po yesterday is since day one, yung parang basic siya pero importance ng PPE even kahit saang area ka mag-work. Tsaka yung clean environment kasi, sir, kahit dun sa mga workshops na ginawa yesterday, isa yun sa mga common findings na nabi-bring up. So, ayun, sir. Thank you po.
Thank you po, sir. Next po si Sir Christian.
Good morning, sir. Bali yung natutunan ko kahapon, yung kanong kahalagaan ng warning device, tsaka yung maintenance ng ating heavy equipment, yung type of color ng scaffolding, tsaka yung tamang pagsuot ng ating safety harness sa construction. Yun lang, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you po. Next po si Sir Ryan.
Yes po, good morning po. I'm Ryan Pastores from Clay Builders. And sa kahapon po is very important, especially sa amin na merong mga scaffolding. And ngayon ko lang din nalaman na kahapon din na meron palang training pa and certification para sa scaffolding. And also sa heavy equipment, maintenance, and proper PPE din. And po. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you po. Next po si Sir Anthony. Sir Anthony, nandito na po ba kayo, sir? Sir Anthony po ng Clay Builders.
Sorry sir, nakamute sir. Good morning po sa lahat. I'm Anthony John M. Cañada. Halos nasabi na po ng lahat. Emphasize ko lang yung importante ng signal person or spotter sa heavy equipment saka sa crane para maiwasan ang loss of life. Yun lang po. Salamat.
Okay, salamat din po. Next po si Sir Jed Faustino.
Kahapon po, natutunan po namin kung paano mag-assess ng scaffolding based sa color red, yellow, and green. And nalaman rin namin na hindi kahit okay yung scaffolding kung wala kang safety harness, prone pa rin siya sa accidents. Tapos also yung sa kahalagahan ng safety precautions sa heavy equipments and cranes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Ang next po natin si Sir Earl Benedict. Dito na po ba si Sir Earl Benedict? Mukhang late yata si Sir. Active kahapon sa group chat natin. Okay, balikan po natin siya. Next po si Sir Erjan. Erjan Villegas.
Hello po. Good morning. I'm Erjan Ramos Villegas po. And yesterday po, I learned about the safety equipments, mobiles, crane, full and ladder protection, temporary structures po, the right way to assemble things and dismantle it. Yun lang po.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next po si Sir Jose Egbert.
Good morning, sir.
Morning po.
Natutunan ko po kahapon sa heavy equipment at saka yung sa ladder po, sir, kung paano po siya gagamitin and paano po siya procedure, and then sa crane safety about sa din sa operator, and then sa scaffold din po, sir. Yun lang din po lang, sir.
Okay, thank you po. Next po si Sir Alan.
Hello po, sir. Good morning. My name is Alan Agosto po, sir. Yung natutunan ko po, sir, kahapon, sir, yung about ladder, tsaka safety harness, tsaka yung scaffolding, tsaka yung color red, tsaka yellow, at tsaka blue, yun lang po, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Next po si Ma'am Mikey.
Good morning. I'm Mikey Samson. Natutunan ko po yung best practices with the use of heavy equipment and specifically yung ladders, scaffolding, as well as the proper handling to avoid fall hazards and untoward accidents.
Thank you po. Next po si
Hello, sir. Sorry, sir. Na-disconnect po ako sa wifi namin. Si Earl Castillo po.
Sige po. Sige po, sir.
Ako na po, sir. Yes. What I've learned yesterday, sir, is the importance of proper usage of heavy equipments and yung proper assemble of scaffolding, sir, kasi very essential to mitigate accidents, sir, sa construction sites.
Next po si Sir Martin. Sir Martin.
Morning po, guys. So, kahapon po mas na-understand ko yung importance ng mga safety in using mobile heavy equipment, at saka yung gaano ka-importante yung mga fall protection device at ladders in working with heights. So, na madalas nakakalimutan ng mga low-end contractors. So, importante yung mga yan. So, nakita ko rin yung, or na-understand ko rin kahapon yung proper usage ng mga scaffolding. Tsaka yung nabanggit kanina mga taggings na ino-overlook natin sa site. Pag nakita nating red, minsan may gumagamit pa. So, mga ganun. Ayun lang po. Thank you.
Okay, thank you po. Next po si Sir Brian.
Good morning po, sir. Brian Subalisid po. Natutunan po natin kahapon is yung iba't ibang heavy equipments natin and their blind spots. Tamang pagsuot po ng harness, then yung proper erection and dismantling po ng scaffolds natin. Yun lang po.
Okay, thank you po. Next po, Sir Aldrin. Sir Aldrin Tayong.
Aldrin Tayong, ay mga natutunan ko kahapon, yung regarding sa unang-una dun sa heavy equipments na ginagamit sa site, no? Yung mga blind spot, yung mga hazard niya, and then pangalawa yung harness na gamit, no, na more on PPE kailangan talaga sa site, no, lalo na sa mga matataas, may mga tamang paggamit ng harness, ganun. And then pangatlo yung paggamit ng tamang paggamit ng mga scaffolding sa site, no? Yun lang.
Okay po, thank you. Next po si Sir Patrick.
Good morning, everyone. As an electrical engineer, marami po akong natutunan kahapon about sa structural design ng crane and then yung mga scaffoldings. Wala po kasi akong knowledge about sa mga yun. Yung importance din po ng tagging ng scaffolding and yung proper safety measures kagaya ng harness, yung standard distance ng mga ladder and the like. Yun lang po.
Okay, thank you po. Next po si Sir Ogie.
Good morning po, sir. Natutunan ko po kahapon, sir, yung equipment, regarding with crane, hazard places po during operation ng equipment, mga blind spot. Tapos sa proper installation po ng scaffolding, especially yung mga safety PPE po ng mga workers. Yun lang po.
Okay, thank you po. Next po si Sir Dennis.
Good morning po, sir. Dennis Biado po. Ang natutunan ko po hapon is yung mga heavy equipment safety po, yung heavy equipment hazard po, tapos yung type of cranes po, yung hazard crane operation po, tapos proper PPE po. Tsaka po yung types of fall protection po, yung ladder angle, and yung tagging scaffolding po.
Okay, thank you po. Next po si Ma'am Jusilo.
Good morning po, sir. Sa mga na-discuss po kahapon, yung bago po sa akin, yung parang na-highlight po sa akin ay yung types of scaffolding and its proper use and applications. Tapos, kahapon ko pa lang po nalaman na kailangan pala ng training and competency requirement para sa mga scaffold erectors po. Tapos, yung scaffolding po, isa sa mga pinaka-importanteng aspect sa construction safety. Yun lang po.
Thank you po. Next po si Ma'am Raisa. Ma'am Raisa.
Good morning, sir. Good morning to everyone po. Ako po is natutunan ko tulad ng sinabi nila is heavy equipment po, different types of crane, then different types of scaffolding po, and paano po siya i-ayusin in process procedure po. And paano ka-importante ang spotter sa mga heavy equipment, lalo na po sa mga blind spot. Thank you po.
Thank you po. Next po si Sir Elvin.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning po.
Yung natutunan ko kahapon, sir, yung tamang paglagay ng ladder sa angle niya with 3 feet. And type of scaffold, sir, sa mga pangalan ng mga pin niya, sa mga clamp, and then sa tamang pagsuot ng body harness and how to wear the body harness. And sir, yung lanyard niya na sa gilid ng building, yung kung ilang metro ang kuan para ma-safety yung tao. Pati yung dito, sir, sa ladder angle, yun yung hindi ngayon ko palang nalaman na kuan may tamang paglagay pala nito. Yun lang po, sir. Salamat.
Salamat din po. Next po si Sir Aaron J. Dito na po si Sir Aaron J.
Parang nagbiyahe pa yata yan, sir.
Okay, sir. Balikan po natin.
Next
po si Sir Jonard Villanueva.
Hi, good morning, sir. Ang isa lang nag-trigger sa aking kahapon is yung importance ng spotter. Kailangan talaga may katuwang ka palagi in terms of mga ganyang heavy equipment. Dapat lagi kang may partner. Yun lang naman. Thank you.
Next po si Sir Chris. Sir Chris Allen.
Hello. From yesterday's topic, ang natutunan ko is yung mga basic safety sa paggamit ng scaffold tsaka sa mga harness. Tsaka sa na rin, sa mga heavy equipment. Yun lang.
Okay, thank you po. Next po si Sir Roldan. Roldan Sapit.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning po.
From yesterday's topic, we are able to identify the types of equipment and the hazard associated. And the speaker also discussed the preventive and control measures of every equipment. Thank you.
Thank you po. Next po si Ma'am Wendy.
Hello, good morning po. What I learned yesterday is the control measures and hazards when dealing with heavy equipment and the proper yung pagsuot po ng safety harness and the types of scaffolding. Thank you.
Thank you po. Next po si Sir Adam. Sir Adam. Sir, may problema ba sa audio niyo?
Po. Sir?
Hello?
Hello.
Ayan, okay na po.
Good morning. Yung natutunan ko po kahapon is yung power lifting principles na nag-govern sa mobility ng crane at saka safety. Yung center of gravity, leverage, stability, and structural integrity. Pati yung mga safety devices na tinadagdag na pwedeng idagdag sa heavy equipment. Katulad nung nagbi-blink na light pag mobile na yung heavy equipment. Yun lang po.
Okay, thank you po. Next po si Sir Armel.
Good morning, sir. Ang natutunan ko po kahapon na yung pag-erect and dismantling ng scaffolds at saka kung gaano ka-importante yung spotter pag sa mga heavy equipments. Yun lang po.
Okay, thank you po. Next po si Sir Israel.
Good morning po. Natutunan ko po kahapon is how to determine the hazard and of the heavy equipment and how to minimize it. At saka yung yung proper requirements for fall protection at saka yung proper pag yung scaffold erection, yun lang po sir.
Okay, thank you po. So balikan po natin si Ma'am Annie. Ma'am Annie. Morning po.
Sorry sir, nakamute pala.
Apo.
Hi po, Annie Luis Gonzalez po. Ang learnings ko po yesterday ay regarding dun sa mga heavy equipment safety, regarding sa fall protection system, kung gaano rin ka-importante yung spotter sa mga heavy equipment, ladder safety, temporary structures, yung pag-assemble tsaka pag-dismantle ng scaffolding. Yun po, sir.
Okay, thank you po. Next po si Sir Nico.
Excuse me. Good morning. I'm Nico Gonzalez. Natutunan ko kahapon yung safety regarding heavy equipment, tsaka yung safety regarding harness. Dapat na-check pa rin natin yung safety PPE na safety harness natin. Possible may damage, and also yung proper assemble up dismantling ng scaffolding. Yun. Wala. Thank you.
Ang last po natin si Sir Falconeri Miranda. Nakakonekta po si Sir, siguro medyo busy lang. So, sige po, dun sa mga wala pa, kay Sir Aaron, hintayin na lang po siguro natin siya na mag-connect. Ready na po ba tayo? Sa third day?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Wild and kicking.
Kung ready na po, sir. Nandito na rin po kicking speaker.
Kaya po, sir.
Good morning po, Sir Ian.
Good morning, Sir Louie.
Good morning po. Ready na po sila, sir, sa third day natin.
Bayar na ba, Sir Louie? Hindi pa. Hold on, guys. Okay, good morning, safety officers. Maayong buntag.
Morning po.
Morning, sir.
Okay.
Morning, sir. Morning
po. Yun po. We are in our
Good
day
morning.
for our instruction, occupational safety and health, and we are now 42 in this group. And I'm happy, guys, that some of you here belong to the management side, no? Yung may-ari, yung mga project managers natin, I'm sure andito sila sa ating COSH training. So allow me to share my slide. Ano? Okay, good morning once again. Welcome to our for our occupational construction, occupational safety and health, guys. This is a requirement in order for you to become a certified safety officer 2 in construction industry. Guys, review lang po tayo ha. If you're a graduate of a COSH training, yung certificate niyo po sa COSH, you cannot use this if you're going to practice in general industry. But before we're going to start, guys, allow me to have our opening prayer for this day 3. Okay, let's pray that your God's presence, and the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Oh, Father God, once again, Lord, thank you for this another day given to us. Father, for this day, forgive us our sins that we have committed. We're asking for your guidance, mercy, protection, and grace as we're going to have our day 3 for this COSH training. Lord, enlighten our mind. Help us to understand all concepts for this COSH trainings. Bless family at home, protect them. All of this, we ask through your name, Jesus Christ. Amen. Magandang umaga again. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
To introduce myself, okay? Nakita niyo ba yung slides ko?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I am Christian Ian Tixon, and you can call me Ian Tixon or Safety Ian. I'm also a DOLE accredited COSH practitioner, a safety officer 4 by rank, a registered nurse, and also a pollution control officer. And I worked before in different construction projects dito po sa Pilipinas. My last project po is doon po sa Davao City, yung the longest tunnel project, and then mostly is yung mga power plants and high-rise building. Nag-start po ako sa safety as a safety officer way back 2013 until now. No? So even though I'm a registered nurse since 2007, hindi po ako masyado nag-focus as a clinic nurse or clinical nurse, but I'm more focused on occupational safety and health. Okay? So these are my projects before in construction industry. No, nag-start ako as a company nurse and then I trained as a safety officer. Hanggang nagustuhan ko po siya and then doon, tuloy-tuloy na po ako doon sa ganung career. And right now, nag-resign ako sa mga construction projects. Nag-focus na ako sa pagiging COSH trainer. Yun po. So, power plant projects sa Sarangani, sa Quezon Province, okay? And then yung mga high-rise din sa Makati, sa Manila, sa Davao City. Yun po, ang different construction projects na connected po ako. You can call me or chat me or you can email me anytime if you have any question about an OSH-related concepts, no? Example po, may mga findings po si Dole sa inyo or may mga kailangan i-audit and then kailangan nyo po na advices, you are free to contact me anytime po dito po sa aking contact details. Okay, what do you expect safety officers for this day 3 of your COSH training? No? This is a 40 hours training to become a construction safety officer 2. For this day 3 safety officer, we're going to discuss industrial hygiene or environmental safety. And also, we're going to discuss medical surveillance. Ang tawag po nun is occupational health topic. So itong si environmental safety tsaka si medical surveillance, medyo pare-pareho pong konsepto nila. We're going to tackle more about a safety hazard, no? Mga occupational, no, not safety hazard, but health hazard or occupational health concepts sa inyong mga construction sites. And also, we're going to include the COVID-19 prevention and control in workplaces, the basic of the personal protective equipment, the munition safety, and also last po is yung safety inspection as one of our important role as a safety officers. And if we have time, we will do our workshop. No, we will identify some potential hazard in the videos or in the picture, and then going to identify ano yung mga potential hazard that can cause harm to our workers. Okay, and then recommend for control measure. House rules po, mga safety officers. For the entire duration of our lecture po ngayon, if you are not needed na mag-discuss or magsalita, please put your mic in a silent mode or mute mode po tayo. Pero if there's a chance na tatawagin po namin kayo, paki-unmute po na yung mic para hindi, and then talk to us. Pero yung hindi po kasali sa discussion, please mute po tayo kasi naka-istorbo po sa buong klase. Okay, so be part, ano lang po, sensitive. Kailangan po merong mic na color red and then may slash. Okay? Another thing is kung may natutulog sa inyo, huwag nyo lang istorbohin, respetuhin po natin siya. Baka puyat po kagabi, merong buhos. Okay? And then kailangan mag-attend ng COSH ngayon. But don't worry, kung makita po ni Sir Louie na may natutulog sa atin, tatawagin natin mamayang alauna ating ipa-intermission number. Okay? Sige po. And then, turn on your camera at all times. As safety officer, we're also monitored by the Occupational Safety and Health Center, by DOLE po. So, aside sa nag-attendance tayo kanina, from time to time, DOLE will check our class right today. And then yung palagi nag-off ang camera, considered po sila na absent if you're not discuss to us ano pong reason bakit po naka-off yung camera ninyo. Okay? Your camera also will serve as your attendance for today. Okay? Listen and show respect to the speaker or if someone is talking in front of you. Okay? So makinig po tayo lahat. Kung may mga important transaction po kayo dyan, focus po tayo sa training ngayon. Estudyante muna tayo ngayon. Iwanan mo na mga excess baggage. Okay? Because after this 5 days training, you are to be called as a safety officer. Alam nyo guys, dito kasi sa training natin, only 30% yung makuha natin in reality in safety world. Ang 70% is nasa site. And how can you apply this 70% naman kung meron tayo namimiss sa ating mga discussion? Okay? So, mag-focus tayo. And then, alam nyo ba, mas masyadong challenging ang online class kaysa sa face-to-face. Therefore, dapat mag-extra effort tayo to listen or to attend religiously this online training. Cooperate guys to all our activities. If we have a group discussion or workshop, please mag-cooperate tayo sa ating mga groups po natin. And if I will call your attention, and then kailangan nyo po magsagot, please answer the question po. Observe punctuality guys. We will see to it that we will end before 5 o'clock talaga or possible kung mga delays, susobra tayo sa 5. But we should be time conscious. If I will tell you that we will have a break by 10 minutes or we will start siguro by 12:30 para maaga rin tayo matapos, please abide naman sa ating mga rules. Guys, nasa iba't ibang location po tayo ngayon, but in case of emergency, lalo-lalo na po no, na may mga lindol na nangyayari ngayon, please locate now your nearest evacuation route, fire exit, kung saan tayo mag-evacuate in case of emergency sa mga location po ninyo. In case of fire also, please visit to it that alam niyo pong pinakamalapit na fire extinguisher. Katulad ni Sir Alan, no? Sa likod ni Sir Alan, mayroong fire extinguisher. Yun. Sir Alan Augusto, fire extinguisher ba sa likod niyo po? Opo.
Sir. Meron po, sir.
Siya, no? In case of fire, automatic Sir Alan, kukunin niyo yung fire and then distinguish the fire immediately. And then if you are in elevated area, please do duck, cover, and hold. Okay, safety officers, are you ready for our day 3 COSH training?
Yes,
sir.
Ready.
Sir.
Yes,
Ready na po, ready na.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ano po dito yung mga full-time safety officer po? Na pagkatapos ito, safety officer ka na talaga full-time, not without slash. Just raise your virtual hand. Lahat ba, majority ba dito for compliance purposes? Kailangan lang po ng PCAB requirement? Ayun. Si Ma'am Riza, no? Ma'am Riza is a safety officer. Okay. So, kailangan ma'am, no, focus tayo masyado dito ngayon sa ating training. Okay. So, our first discussion this morning is industrial hygiene or environmental safety. Mga safety officer, no, if you have any question po, okay, or mga tanong po, or if you want something na may mga discussion po tayo, okay, kindly hold on guys, may ano na po ako. Dito lang. Okay. If you have any queries po guys, or if you have something you want to share dito po sa ating discussion ngayon, just raise your virtual hand or call our attention, and then you are open to talk po or to discuss. Hindi po lahat ng bagay na alam ko po. May mga bagay rin po na mas expert kayo at kailangan marinig ng buong klase natin ngayon. Okay? And then do not shy to discuss it sa ating group. This is an open interaction po. Hindi po ito yung parang strict classroom type na ang trainer lang po nagsasalita, but you are free to discuss any insights, good practices po, or mga legislations na gusto nyo i-share sa ating grupo. Okay? So, moving forward, safety officers, our first topic for today is industrial hygiene or environmental safety. Okay. Learning outcomes or objective of this topic. You, safety officer, should define industrial hygiene and health hazard. Discuss health hazard in construction sites. You're going to discuss also the evaluation of health hazard in your construction workplace and discuss the control measure of health hazard. By the way, safety officers, for this topic, we are going to focus more on health aspect in your construction industry. You're not only to be called as a safety officer, you should to be called as a construction safety and health officer. In reality kasi ngayon nangyayari, ang ating mga safety officer, they are more focused on the safety hazard because the impact of it, if there is no control measure, is immediate. And they're just ignoring or not giving attention to the health hazard. Because if you are exposed with this health hazard without any control measure, the impact or the result will be gradual or matagal pa lumalabas. That's why hindi po natin binibigyan ng pansin. But guys, aside sa kaligtasan, we need also to focus ang kalusugan po ng ating mga tauhan. Even though lalabas ang epekto po niyan after 6 months pa, but still, if you observe that findings now, you need to answer it immediately. Okay? And that is in health hazard relation. Let's define these words as safety officer. Industrial hygiene is a discipline in anticipating, recognize, evaluate, and control health hazard in your work environment. Identify potential health hazard, evaluate its risk, and recommend for control measure in order for that workplace to be healthy at all times. Health hazards are danger to health resulting from exposure to either chemicals, physical, biological, environmental pollutants such as asbestos existing in your site, or to a lifestyle choice such as cigarette smoking or even chemical abuse. You are going to be exposed with this health hazard if no other control measure to be implemented, such as this engineering control, admin, or provision of PPE. We have different types of health hazard in our construction site. And please take note this. No? What are the different health hazard existing in your construction site? First, we have a chemical hazard. Yes, it is very evident that we are using always chemicals in our workplace. No? Example nito, gumagamit po kayo ng mga solvent, mga thinner, or other chemicals po sa inyong construction projects. No? Question, do you have a SDS safety data sheet as a reference, no, to be discussed that to your people in order for them not to be exposed or to be prepared in case they will have a contact of it? Okay. Physical hazard, no? Yung biological hazard po natin, ergonomics and psychosocial hazard, and we will discuss it one by one, safety officer. Chemical hazard, araw-araw po natin ginagamit and pwedeng expose ang ating mga tauhan po nito na hindi po natin namamalayan, such as exposure to different gases, mga fumes habang sila po nagwe-welding, okay? Mga solid minerals and dust, okay? Mga asbestos, silica, etc. or even mga liquid vapor and mist. Chemical hazards, it is a substance that has the potential to cause harm to life or health. Exposure to chemical hazard can cause acute or long-term health effect to our people. Acute means a short term, less than 6 months lalabas agad ang epekto, or even the effect will be chronic. After 6 months, dun pa lalabas ang kanyang epekto. We have classification of chemicals hazard based on nature of exposure, such as organic solvent, acid, heavy metals, gas, and dust, in a form of vapor, mist, fumes, gases, particulate, or fiber. If you are exposed with this hazard, okay, that hazard will enter our body due to, if we have a contact on it with our skin or hand, we have the skin absorption. If we have any protection in our mouth or our nose, possible that chemicals will be inhaled and will enter our body by our mouth or our nose and will go to our lungs. And masyadong delikado po, was affected po ang ating lungs kasi mabilis ang distribution po yan siya ng ating sistema sa loob ng katawan. Kasi lahat po ng dugo kailangan ng oxygen and therefore dadaan talaga sila sa lungs. That's why even no, like yung mga anesthesia, di ba? Ang anesthesia minsan, aside sa injectable, merong through inhalation and then the effect is very immediate. That's why masyadong delikado once ma-inhale po natin yung lungs. The effect will be very fast. Ingestion, no? Unlabeled container, may contain po na chemicals. What if ma-ingest po natin mga tauhan? Or nag-contact sa kanya, nainom po niya, or nakain ang isang certain chemical, and there will be a harm inside the body, and it will become toxic. Example po ng mga chemicals existing in our site are mga solvents. Very common ito, lalo na po sa yung mga plumber natin. When I had my safety inspection po sa construction sites namin, nung gumawa po kami ng hospital building, yung mga workers namin, yung mga plumber, masyadong namumutla na po sila. And they are only using a dust mask while handling these certain solvents. Yung amoy po niya masyadong harmful. Okay? Na-inhale po nila yon. And then, is that appropriate just to use this dust mask? Hindi ba po pwede gamitin respirator? Yun po. And then inhalation, the impact is very fast. Nature of exposure and occupational risk of this example is a solvent. Pwede po silang ma-expose due to inhalation of that certain chemical, ma-ingest or skin absorption. Who are people possible na ma-expose po sa iyong site? Yung mga cement workers po natin, the painters, the tilers, the plumber, or even yung mga masonry workers. Aside those solvents, we have also different acids inside in our construction site. That's why po mga safety officer, it is very important bago po tayo mag-purchase ng certain chemicals, please request an SDS, a certain document from the supplier. In order for us to know ano po yung description, ano po yung content, ano po yung property nitong certain chemical. Is that acid, basic, okay? Is that corrosive? Is that radioactive? Para meron tayong proactive approach to prepare before our people to handling that certain chemical. Okay, and then we will discuss this later on in the succeeding slides. Ano yung tatawag na SDS or safety data sheet. The chemicals of this acid could be exposed by our workers through skin or eye contact or even inhalation. Who are at risk workers? The heavy equipment mechanic, our plumbers, the steel workers, the painters, or even the applicator and installer of textile. How about dust and particulate? It is very common, guys, in a construction site, yung mga dust management po natin. No? Especially, we have a lot of heavy equipment. There's a lot of earth moving activity. Okay. May mag-chipping, may nag-grinding. Yun po. Yun po ang delikado kasi inhalation talaga ang kanyang titirahin. Exposure of that dust, inhalation is the most important route of dust in the workplace. Particles are deposited in the lungs by one of 4 different ways, either interception, impaction, sedimentation, or even through diffusion. Activities involved with this dust exposure, yung involved po sa demolition works, plastering, masonry, blasting, excavation, and even earth clearing. Okay. Example of dust particulates in construction workplace, guys. Exposure to asbestos. It is a generic name given to a collection of naturally occurring minerals that have been used extensively as fire-resistant building or logging materials. As a fireproof materials. But right now, guys, example sa amin, we are requiring all our people before they will have these outdoor activities to provide this fire blanket. But we are so specific with that with our policy that non-asbestos fire blanket should be used in all hard work activities in our construction sites. Exposure to silica. This is a component of rock commonly encountered in mining, quarrying, pottery, and construction industries. Silica is the hazardous by inhalation pa rin, or even exposure to wood dust. Another example of a exposure to chemical is presence of gases. Very common also in a construction site. The most common route of exposure of these gases are due from breathing of these gases or fumes. Who are at risk? The welders and the cutter workers, helper and fire watcher and of welding activities, heavy equipment operators, and welding supervisor. Guys, alam nyo ba yung nagwe-welding? Even though they are using yung welding mask nila, it is not only the illumination ang kanilang pinoprotektahan, but yung concentration po, no? Yung amount po ng fumes na kanyang ma-inhale, at least nalilesen kasi they're using that mask. And it is also advisable that there should be a vent as engineering control para yung mga fumes niya may exhaust, malalabas dun sa area, or much better, it should be done in an open space. Okay? Ulitin ko po, masyado po mabilis ang impact into health effect once you're exposed with gases through inhalation route. Okay, ulitin ko po, no? Examples of gases in construction sites, due from welding fumes, acetylene gases, oxygen gas, or even due to confined space activities, lack of gases inside or presence of poisonous gas or toxic gases inside that confined space area. Health effect of welding fumes and gases, guys, common sa ating mga construction sites. Acute exposure of welding fumes. Yung usok po ng welding and gases can result to eye, nose, and throat irritation, dizziness, and nausea. Okay, therefore, in every welding activities in a construction site, proper inspection should be done, and there should be proper recommendation to be implemented. Another example of health hazard is a physical hazard. Kaya now we discussed about a chemical hazard. Now, physical hazard. Due to exposure to noise, radiation, vibration, presence of pressure, inadequate or too much illumination, or exposure to heat. Noise, very common sa ating mga construction sites. Due to the utilization of mga heavy equipment, machineries, power tools. Okay? Yun po, pwede po mamahingi ang ating mga tao, especially if we'll provide proper PPE for them for hearing protection. Noise, normally described as a loud, sudden, harsh, and irritating sound, can cause noise-induced hearing loss, or even can cause tinnitus. How to prevent it? Safety officers, avoid overexertion to noisy surroundings. Provide proper PPE such as earplugs and ear muff. Example of this, guys, is we are going to measure the noise level of a certain equipment, such as if you are involved in backhoe operation, the noise level may exceed to 85 decibels. Guys, in COSH standard, if you are exposed with 90 decibels, you should use already a hearing protection. That is a Philippine standard. But in an international standard, such as OSHA, if you're exposed of exceeding 85 decibels, hearing protection should be used. Okay? Kung sa backhoe is 85, parang acceptable pa siya sa Philippine standard. But internationally, 85, kailangan may hearing protection na po siya. The bulldozer, possible, ang ingay niya po, aabot po sa 87 decibels. Chop saw, 92 decibels. Scraper, okay, or grader, 107 decibels ang kanyang aabutin. Front-end loader, 90 decibels. Hearing protection should be used. Jackhammer, 85. nail gun 97, router 90, welding equipment 92. Or even po yung nagpuputol po tayo ng mga tiles, masyado po maingay. Therefore, please provide proper earplugs or ear muff to our workers. Okay? Ito po yung permissible noise exposure. This chart is based on the COSH standard. Sabi po dito, 90 decibels, duration per day, 8 hours. Ang interpretation po dito, mga safety officer, if the noise will reach 90 decibels, you should not work there beyond 8 hours without any hearing protection. Another thing, if your noise is reaching 100 decibels, you should not work there 2 hours or beyond 2 hours without any hearing protection. That is according to the OSH standard. Pero once meron kayo, andyan po kayo sa mga international projects and then foreigner yung mga safety manager ninyo or you are adapting the OSHA standard, sa kanila kahit 85 decibels, kailangan na talaga ng hearing protection. Okay. Example of occupational exposure to excessive noise. Yung mga heavy equipment operator po natin. Equipment operator, grinder operator, iron workers or laying metal deck, carpenter and laborer, they're using power tools or even mga traffic controller in construction site. Silang exposed na masyadong maiingay na mga lugar. That's why as part of their annual medical exam, hearing test is necessary. Or if they are hiring a workers involved in these activities, as part of their pre-employment exam is their hearing test. And then upon their separation from work, another hearing test to be performed para they will check if that certain person may nakuhang sakit sa kanilang duration of activity. Okay. Vibration safety officer is also considered as a physical hazard under health hazard. Exposure to too much vibration in their duration of activity. Vibration is a mechanical phenomenon whereby oscillation occur about an equilibrium pilot. There are two types of vibration, guys. Either it is a whole body vibration or hand and arm vibration or localized impact lang po. Whole body vibration can occur from operating large mobile equipment. Yung kayo mismo operator ng mga compactor na may vibration mode or kayo operator ng mga heavy equipment. So ang impact po nun is whole body. And if you're only handling a certain power tools, okay, that's a hand and arm vibration, can result from using handheld power tools. Example, workers exposed to this vibration hazard, equipment and machine operators, installing new valves, pipes, fitting and manholes, you need to drill or do excavation. And also those concrete removal brought about by hammers or even yung mga jackhammers. Another example, guys, of a physical hazard is exposure to temperature or too much temperature in the surrounding. This is a change in the body temperature due to extreme work environmental condition that can lead to stress. That's why we need to inculcate or push the implementation of this welfare facility for our workers. Okay? Extreme temperature exposure may lead to heat stress, may be experienced by worker exposed to excessive heat arising from work. Workers at risk of heat stress include outdoor workers or workers in hot environments. Especially po yung pagpapastart pa lang po ng ating construction site na wala pang building, wala pang structure. They're working under the heat of the sun. Question, did you provide proper welfare facility to them? How about specific on that is provision of shed, provision of free drinking water for them, break time as part of our admin control. On this recommendation, we can combat this exposure to extreme temperature for our workers. Okay? Para hindi po sila uabot dun po sa heat stress, heat exhaustion, or even can lead to heat stroke, and that is very fatal. Examples of occupational exposure to heat stress. Prolonged work under direct sunlight in summer, yung mga pavement work, okay, roofing in summer, wearable impermeable protective clothing when doing heavy work, yung masyadong makapal yung sinusuot po nila, masyadong mainit, and then ang trabaho nila, dun, ilalim sa mainit ng sikat ng araw. They are also at risk for this problem. Working in an enclosed area with strong heat source and under poor ventilation. In closed area, confined space, walang proper ventilation, masyadong mainit environment, pwede makolapse ang tao, ma-heat stress, ma-heat stroke, may dehydrate, pwedeng mamatay. Therefore, aside from outdoor activities, we need also to check those activities involving in confined space area or in closed spaces with poor ventilation. Therefore, it is our role, safety officer, to do safety inspection before we will deploy our people inside to that environment. Okay? Signs of heat stress and signs of heat stroke. Mild lang po itong heat exhaustion. They will experience dizziness and fainting, excessive sweating. Bakit? Masyadong mainit po ang kanilang katawan, kailangan po ipalamig. At ang problema niyan, once there will be excessive sweating and there's no replacement of fluid, dehydration will occur. And that is a deadly problem. Rapid and weak pulses, no? Ang tawag namin sa papunta ng shock, yung hypotachy-tachy, hypotension, babagsak si blood pressure, i-increase po ang heart rate niya, increase po ang kanyang heart rate, breathing rate niya, and also the temperature will increase. Nausea and vomiting, yung nasusuka po kayo or susuka pa lang. Cold, pale, clammy skin, malamig, and muscle cramps. And then the person, if you have a heat exhaustion, is conscious pa po. Ang delikado, kung papunta na tayo sa severe, ang tawag doon is a heat stroke. Masakit ang ulo ng ating pasyente or ating worker. Wala na pong sweat na lalabas kasi dehydrated na po siya. Rapid and a very strong pulse because there's no fluid already inside the body, kailangan mag-compensate to distribute yung mga remaining fluid and blood sa body. That's why there is a strong pulse to compensate the loss of fluid inside the system. Nausea and vomiting, red and very hot dry skin, and may lose consciousness. Therefore, safety officer first aid lang po tayo. Kung mayroon tayong mga trabahante o workers, napunta na po sa heat stroke, okay? Ang position niya po is flat on the ground and then elevate the two legs. Okay? To compensate, okay, the supply of fluid and blood sa kanyang brain tsaka sa kanyang heart. Okay? So flat on the floor or surface and then elevate both legs or feet. Extreme temperature also is part of this is hypothermia. Yung environment po na masyadong malamig, mas bababa pa po siya sa yung room temperature. This occur when body heat is lost faster than it can be replaced. Okay? Yung mga example, yung outside Philippines sa trabaho, yung mga snow na po, or even sa Pilipinas na yung mga may freezer, ganun po, or environment na masyado malamig, it is also very dangerous for our people. Another thing, exposure to radiation. Exposure to radiation is part of our physical hazard under health hazard po. Radiation is an energy that is emitted by a source. There are two classes of radiation, the ionizing radiation and the non-ionizing radiation. Ionizing radiation, that it causes ionization in the material that absorbs it. There's a process inside if that radiation will be absorbed. Usually po, ang impact po ito ionizing radiation, yun po yung nakabaog na talaga, can cause cancer. Inside, outside, there's already burn will happen. The non-ionizing radiation due to heat. Radiation does not cause ionization in the material that absorbs it. Example, itong light natin, it is considered as a non-ionizing radiation. But too much also of this non-ionizing radiation will lead into burn. Okay? Pero ang cancer talaga, dun masyado focus sa ionizing radiation. Types, sources of this ionizing radiation rather. Alpha particles, the beta particles, the X-rays, the gamma rays, and the neutrons. Guys, huwag kayo maniwala ha na example is kailangan ng maximum of 5 X-ray in a month or in a year, and the excess of that is pwede na po tayo mabaog o magka-cancer. No po, according po sa itong mga radiologists po natin, there is a certain number po. Once you will exceed that one, yan po ang danger na po sa ating katawan. But if you have an X-ray of 5, 10 times and then in the duration of your hospitalization, hindi pa po yan siya delikado. Okay? So you need to ask your radiologist about that one or X-ray expert. Example of the non-ionizing radiation, presence or exposure to ultraviolet rays, visible lights sa mga rooms po natin, the infrared, the microwave, radio waves, or even the laser. Okay? So yan po, too much of that will lead to burn. But kung kaya, hindi po yan siya immediately mag-cause po ng cancer. Who are exposed to this radiation, okay, hazard? Construction workers exposed to emitted low radiation from building materials, sandstone, concrete, bricks, natural stone, gypsum, or granite. In my previous work po namin, we are doing a X-ray sa aming mga metals kasi we are doing a power plant. So meron kami mga X-ray, yung mga mechanical engineers namin, mga RT activities, and then they're doing that every night time, mga 1 a.m., yung wala na pong tao sa site namin. Kailangan, there's a certain radius na wala na pong tao dun sa palibot para hindi po sila ma-expose ng radiation because that is considered as ionizing radiation. The impact, if you're exposed with ionizing radiation, it will lead to nausea and vomiting. Okay, review lang po tayo guys ha. Nausea, yung nasusuka pa lang kayo, wala pang lumalabas. Vomiting, may lumalabas na talaga. Reduction in blood differences. Okay, reddening of skin, may burn na po nangyari. Loss of weight and hair. Blistering and ulceration of skin. Okay, may sugat po siya. Cataract, damage sa ating eyes. Cancer, or even genetic defects. Teratogenic, ang na-expose po yung buntis, ang kanyang baby, pwede pong maapektuhan if you're exposed with ionizing radiation. How about exposure to non-ionizing radiation? Okay, non-ionizing radiation can hit a substance. Exposure to extends direct amount of this radiation may result in damage to tissue due to heat. Studies also show that it can affect the nervous system, can be causing feeling nausea and disorientation. It also harmful by hitting the body tissue, and optical radiation can burn skin and damage your eyes. Another example of this physical hazard, guys, is due to this illumination. Either too much illumination or inadequate illumination in workplace. It is measures of a stream light falling on a surface and expressed in lux. Okay? So, example nito, ang trabaho nila is machinery or motor pool. Ilang lux ba ang suggested in order for that area to be suitable for as working environment? Example, occupational exposure to inadequate or poor illumination. Workers on construction site do not see obstructions on or near walking or working surfaces that may cause them to fall, slip, or trip. Accidental contact with electrical parts or energy source by electricians, or even accidental contact from rotating or moving machineries or machineries equipment operators. That's why safety officer, it's very important also, especially kung meron kayong mga night work activities, to implement night permit to work system, night PTW. Ano po kagandahan kung meron kayo night PTW o permit to work system? Before they will proceed to their night work, they will apply for approval of their PTW on night works. Example, may trabaho sila mamayang alas 6 ng gabi onwards hanggang alas 10. Kung wala pong siyang permit o wala pong alam ang ating safety department at operation at saka management, how can we provide a safe working environment to them during night time? I will give you example of this. Merong group of electricians, merong group of mga mason, tsaka other mga workers natin, kailangan magtrabaho ng overtime, alas 6 hanggang alas 10. Alas 3 pala ng hapon, they will apply for night PTW. You can make your own template for that. Doon po sa night PTW, they will include, okay, area kung saan sila magtatrabaho, duration of their work, sinong supervisor po nila, ilang tauhan trabahante po magtatrabaho po doon. Or they can also include specific names. And part of the document, there are some checklists to be implemented before they will proceed. And one of these checklists is provision of adequate lighting on that certain area. Kung naprubahan na po si night PTW, napirmahan ni safety officer, napirmahan ni operations in charge or ni site engineer, napirmahan po ni site manager or the PIC, alas 5 pala ng hapon, we will prepare that area. Example of preparation, will provide sufficient light for that certain area. I will deploy electrician on standby habang sila po nagtatrabaho. Para bago po sila magtrabaho, ready na yung area. Ang reality kasi ngayon, kung kailan pa magtrabaho, nakita nilang madilim, doon pa sila magpo-provide ng ilaw. An example, walang preparation. Ang mangyayari niyan, they will proceed to the activity kahit ang walang ilaw sa area. And that is very high risk hazard. Meron akong nakitang ganun. Ang ginawa po nila, since walang preparation, cellphone po, ilaw ng cellphone ang kanilang ginagamit habang sila nagtatrabaho. And how can you see those different hazards during night time? What if there is a potential fall? Meron po mga open edge unsecured. Okay? Meron po mga wirings na pwede silang makuryentehan. May mga protruding metals na pwede silang masagi, mahulog, matrip, maslip. Therefore, even that certain admin control, the implementation of PTW is very important already in order for us to have to be proactive, doing something before the accident activity to be done. And that ang yun ang kagandahan para we will see to it that nighttime activity should have sufficient light for our people. And that will not only focus on the health impact, but also in safety impact. Walang mahulog, walang makuryentehan, walang matusok. Kasi sufficient po ang ilaw na ating pinoprovide. Ang tayo kasi mga Pinoy, kung kailan kailangan, dun pa tayo gumagalaw. Kung andun na sila alas 8 ng gabi, walang ilaw, dun pa tayo naghahanap. Ang mangyayari niyan, madidelay po ang trabaho. And then, nakauwi na po si electrician, hindi tayo nakadeploy ng electrician. Ang kagandahan rin kasi ng PTW guys, no? Kasi alam natin, may mga, we have 20 workers na magtatrabaho during night time. I will also deploy safety officer. I am the safety manager of that area. Oy, merong 20 trabahante tayo mag-work kayong gabi. Ikaw safety officer, ikaw ma-deploy ngayon kasi to look for their safety. I will also deploy first aider. I will also deploy our driver and standby vehicle in case of emergency. So everything should be prepared and should be done in daily basis. We will only learn this one if accident will happen na. And then doon pa tayo magplano kasi may nangyari. What if we will change our culture to be more proactive, thinking something before a certain instance will happen? Okay? Another example, guys, of a health hazard is ergonomics. Okay? We discussed already, physical hazard, chemical hazard. Okay? Another thing is ergonomics. It is a process of designing or arranging workplace products and systems so they fit the people who use them, making their work comfortable for the certain worker. Kailangan po ang trabaho ang mag-adjust sa tao, hindi po ang tao ang mag-adjust para sa trabaho. Example of this, no, as you observe in this photo, sa upper left po ninyo. Itong isang mamang ito, nagkakat po siya ng bricks or concrete blocks. Everyday niya po yung ginagawa. For 6 months na po. Same position. Anong possible mangyari sa kanya if there will be no control measure to be implemented?
Back pain.
Back pain. Tama. Thank you, sir. Tama po. According to the statistics, one of the top 1 problem in relation to safety hazard is a fall. But in relation to health hazard, it is the musculoskeletal disorder due to ergonomics issue. Masyado tayong kumpiyansa. Okay lang ganitong posisyon. Minsanan lang. But what if everyday ginagawa? No? We all know that a certain male person should not carry beyond 50 kilograms alone. A certain female should not carry more than 25 kilograms alone. Overstretching, prolonged positioning, that is also an ergonomics issue. And we safety officer should make action on how to respond to that problem. Example of people exposed to this ergonomic hazard are those people carrying large loads of bricks. Mga labor, mga helper po natin. Example, if we don't have a crane, wala mag-lift na materyales, kailangan magdala ng CHB from ground floor, papunta na po sa 8th floor. Mano-mano. And then okay lang kung kaya ang capacity. And then since binibilisan natin ang progress, they are carrying na too much or ang daming CHPs isang person, and then every day from ground to elevated area. And that's already an ergonomics issue. working on poorly designed machines, tools, and workflow, using manual screwdriver over and over, work while jackhammering, workers lifting object, the steel bar and cement bag, and use those people also using fabricated tools. Okay? Kahit isang bagay na hindi dapat pangpukpok, gagamitin pangpukpok, masyadong innovative, but still that is an ergonomics issue for our workers. Okay, moving forward, is a biological hazard under health hazard. Biological agent includes exposure to bacteria, the virus, other microorganisms, and other associated toxins. Okay, so this will be also be discussed during our occupational health topic in a second slide and second presentation. Biological exposure due to bacteria. These are simple single-celled organisms. Virus, they are self-replicating molecules that invade host cells, take control of the cell to produce more virus. And protozoa are very large and diverse group of single-celled organism. Okay? So daanan ko lang ha, kasi mamaya sa ating second presentation, I will discuss it deeper. Itong about sa biological hazard natin. Okay. Sino yung mga taong exposed with biohazard? Before po, ang high risk lang po na ma-expose sa biohazard ay yung mga trabaho na involved po sa healthcare facility, mga laboratory. But right now, all workplaces na po, exposed na po sa biohazard due to pandemic issue. Exposure to SARS-CoV-2. Okay. Construction workers exposed to biohazard may occur during demolition, renovation, sewer work, work on air handling system, and other construction work from contact with contaminated disease or carrying materials. Example po nito guys, no? Kasi sinasabi dito, no, biohazard, that is an infection, exposure to microorganism that can cause harm to our body. Have you checked po yung mga construction sites po ninyo? Do you have a stray dog? Yung asong gala? Meron ba kayong ganun? Kasi sa amin, common yun eh. Yung foreman namin o isang leadman na doon na nakatira sa site, ang aso niya doon na po nakatira rin sa site. Meron bang ganun sa inyong mga site? Mga stray dogs? Okay lang sir, nakatali. Wala. Good. Kasi meron kaming site siya eh. Yung isang leadman, may aso siya, may aso, and then nakatali. Pero what if makawala? And that is a biohazard. What if may makagat na construction workers and that will lead to rabies? How about poor housekeeping? Presence of stagnant water, breeding area for mosquito, and ngayon tumaas ang kaso po ng dengue. Okay? Kasi once ang isang area may nagka-dengue, posible kakalat po ang dengue sa area na yun. Bakit po? Ang tao makagat po ng lamok and then yung virus ng dengue nakuha niya sa taong positive with dengue and then si lamok carrier na po ng dengue virus and then datapos sa isang worker and then i-inject na naman yan yung virus na yun sa tao and then kakalat po si dengue. And ang pinaka-root cause nun, presence of stagnant water in your construction site due to poor housekeeping. That is considered as a biological hazard. Okay. Another hazard in relation to health is a psychosocial hazard or social hazard. This is the fifth hazard in health, caused by stress and violence. What are the factors causing stress? Conflict with manager or co-workers. Misunderstanding. Okay? Nag-away po si foreman tsaka kanyang skilled workers. Engineer versus engineer. Operation versus QC. Safety versus operation. Yun, can cause stress. Very common, no? Bakit palaging magkalaban ang operation tsaka ang safety? No? Yun ang trending. Huwag tayo magkaway-away sa site. Kasi si safety daw, delay sa trabaho, palagi nagpapastop work, and then meron kaming progress na kailangan tapusin. Yung trabaho, yung noon, sir, way back 2014, ito napansin ko kasi, bakit kung si QC daw, nagiging stricto sa subcon siya ka sa other team, okay, si QC, ang kanilang payback noon is pinapakain sa masarap na pagkain ng mga restaurant. Pero kung si safety daw, naging stricto sa site, maraming death threat. Yun. Ewan ko lang na. So, maling approach yun siya o maling practices. Dapat you should be a workers advocate and then be good to all people. Kasi nagtutulungan lang po tayo niyan sa site. poor working condition or heavy workload that will lead also to stress. Okay? Health hazard identification used to systematically identify and evaluate health hazard, evaluate the proposed hazardous materials and propose measures to eliminate or control this hazard. Guys, we have a DOLE Department Order 136-14. This is a guidelines for the implementation of globally harmonized system or GHS and chemical safety program in your workplaces. May makita kayo mga label sa mga chemicals po ninyo na parang summary yan siya na label signifying ano yung mga potential health hazard andun. Ano classification po siya ng chemicals? Is that a corrosive, flammable, combustible, radioactive? And that is example of a GHS or globally harmonized system. Okay, for globalized harmonized system classification, it will be identified by the physical hazard of the certain chemical, the health hazard, and the environmental hazard. Physical hazard, tulad ng sinabi ko po, no? Ano po yan siya? Flammable, combustible, okay, radioactive, corrosive. Health hazard, ano pong epekto po ito sa tao na nag-handle po ng chemical or sa palibot niya na once ma-expose po sila? Anong dapat gawin nila once they will be exposed? Yun po mga health hazard information na makuha galing po sa GHS. And environmental hazard, saan po natin siya i-dispose? Once kailangan na po siya tanggalin sa site, yung mga excess materials, saan po natin siya i-stack? Pwede ba siyang i-combine doon sa general waste natin? Or it should be considered as a special hazardous waste? Yan siya. Doon yun po natin malalaman sa ating mga GHS na andun po na label nakalakip po sa ating chemicals na ating napasok sa site. Chemical safety symbol pictograph as part of our GHS, no? Like this one. If this symbol is like a ball with fire, that is oxidizers. High risk po siya, na pwede po siya masunog. Flammable, yun, no? Self-reactive, pyrotechnics, self-heating, emits flammable gases, organic peroxides. Example, may isang drum ng chemical nito, and then you observe the certain chemicals or this certain symbol, and then 2 meters away, merong nag-welding, no welding protection, no confinement of the welding plugs, no fire watchman, no fire extinguisher, and then there are certain drum full with this a certain chemical with this certain symbol. Anong possible mangyayari? Okay? Therefore, this symbol also should be thought sa ating mga workers natin. Explosive, self-reactive organic peroxide. Therefore, there should be no open flame near to that area. Acute, toxic, or severe. Once ma-inhale, ma-ingest, in contact, okay, the impact to health is very fast and it's very harmful to the health of our workers. It can cause skin burn, damage eyes, corrosive metals. Ito po, no, yung mga, para may gloves and then may test tube. Once in contact with no proper PPE, pwedeng mapaso o ma-burn ang ating mga workers handling it. Gases under pressure, yung mga compressed gas cylinders po natin. Mga argon, acetylene, oxygen. Anong ginagawa natin sa ating mga compressed gas cylinders sa site? Is it properly lock? Meron ba tayong trolley? How about cylinder cage? Nakatali ba yan siya? But in reality, anong nangyari ngayon? Iniiwanan po natin si compressed gas cylinder in the middle of our workplace unsecured. Walang tali, walang holder, walang rack. Anytime, matumba, and then very sensitive po yung valve niya, maputol po yan siya, and then the PSI of the certain compressed gas cylinder is very high. Para tayo nagpaputok po ng isang torpedo. Masyadong malakas po ang kanyang pressure. Another example no, dito sa lower area is carcinogenic chemicals, respiratory sensitizer, okay, reproductive toxicity. These are more focused on the health aspect once they're exposed. Toxic to aquatic environment. Once you will dispose that certain chemical, pwede po nakasira po yan siya sa environment sa tubig. Nakapatay o nakalason po ng mga isda or sa marine bio po natin. Therefore, it should be considered as a special hazardous waste not to be disposed anywhere, especially in water. Acute toxic, harmful, irritant to skin, and another exclamation point, another thing is a health hazard impact. Ito mga common po na mga sign na makikita natin sa ating mga chemicals na kailangan bigyan po ng pansin Huwag po pabayaan. Once there are also chemicals na magdating sa iyong mga site, please see to it that you observe this certain symbol. Okay? Find the SDS. Bakit po? Kasi doon po sa SDS, malalaman nyo, in case si worker po na burn, in contact with siya with that certain chemical, ano ang kanyang initial first aid na gagawin. Doon din po sa SDS, once you will handle that certain chemical, nakalagay rin po doon, anong certain specific PPE na dapat i-prepare at gamitin ng worker na mag-handle nitong chemical na ito. And that is part of our proactive approach as admin control. Ang nangyayari, walang review sa SDS, pagdating ni chemical, pag open, may na-inhale kayong mabaho, doon pa kayo maghahanap po ng respirator, and then hindi available sa warehouse, okay lang kahit face mask. Inappropriate pa rin ang PPE, even though naka-PPE kayo. And then, ang nangyayari nito, naghanap pa ng PPE, mas na-delay pa ang trabaho. Okay? We safety officer should guide our operations and warehouse team in handling these chemicals. No? Example picture of our globally harmonized system label. Tapos no? Content niya, the hazard content, the health, and also the environmental concern ng ating certain chemical. Okay. Guys, I discussed kanina the SDS. Ano ba ang nakapaloob nitong SDS? Si SDS, ulitin ko po, should be provided by the supplier, free of charge, a certain document or paper. If you have that certain safety data sheet or SDS, the safety data sheet, you should have to keep a copy sa safety office and clinic. Number 2, sa warehouse kung saan po ini-imbak ang certain chemical na yan. And number 3, doon po sa area kung saan po gagamitin ang chemical. Kung hindi po magbibigay sa supplier, you can also search that sa mga internet. Type SDS, anong klaseng chemicals. And then you will have that SDS, print it out. Kung gaano po karami si chemicals or substances sa inyong site, dapat meron din siyang kalakip na SDS na files doon po sa inyong working area, as that is part of your safety document. And if you have this SDS, guys, discuss that during your toolbox meeting. Inform our people. Ipakilala po si chemical para alam na po nila bago nila makita or ma-handle po nila. And you can also discuss that during your safety meeting or safety committee meeting. These are the things indicated in your safety data sheet. Identification of substances or mixture and of the supplier. The hazard identification. Okay? The composition information of the ingredients of that certain chemical. The first aid measure to be done. Para po even si first aider siya kasi nurse, ready na po siya. Uy, palagi pala ito gagamitin to sa first phase natin project. Therefore, kailangan na ganitong gamot. Magpapabili na ako bago magdating ang kanyang chemicals na yan para hindi po tayo maghanapan kung kailangan na. Firefighting measures. Is that flammable? Anong dapat gamitin po na fire extinguisher? Is that type A, B, C, or D? Okay lang ba once masunog yan siya, water ang aking pang-extinguish? Yun pala, bawal si water. Kailangan foam type fire extinguisher pala. And you will only know that sa ating SDS. Accidental release measure. Once na-open, mag-release ang fumes tsaka gas, anong dapat gawin po natin sa ating palibot? Anong gawin po natin mga ERT to respond the situation? It is also indicated in our SDS. Handling and storage. Okay lang ba i-stock? Malapit siya sa fabrication shop na may mga open flame? Okay lang ba na i-stock natin siya with illumination or kailangan walang illumination sa palibot? Okay? Kailangan ba ng proper ventilation sa kanyang storage area? Exposure control and personal protection of the PPE. The personal protection. What are the proper PPE to be provided and to be used for those people that will handle that certain chemical? The physical and chemical properties. Stability and reactivity. The toxic effect once you're exposed. Ecological information. Toxic to the air, water, and sea, and land. Disposal consideration. Kailangan pa ng hazardous waste facility for that certain disposal of that substance or chemicals. The transportation information. Regulatory information. Oy, ano pala siya? Part ingredient pala siya ng paggawa ng bomba. principal ingredient paggawa ng shabu. We have one case guys. Nung ginagawa po namin yung power plant sa Sarangani, yung certain chemical pala nun is nagiging ingredients din siya how to make shabu. So as consideration po, kailangan pala namin mag-coordinate sa PDEA bago i-transport tsaka i-stock yung area na yon. Kasi si PDEA, mag-monitor rin siya sa paggamit ng kanyang ganyang chemicals. So example, pagdating ng chemicals, dumating rin si PDEA kasi nag-coordinate kami. Tingnan ni PDEA, ilan ang yung pinurchase, araw-araw ilan ang nagagamit, ilan ang naiwan, para ma-monitor nila na walang napuslit. So, yun pa. Naka-indicate rin yun siya sa SDS kung kailangan ng mga regulatory information or delikado ba yan siya sa ating environment or sa government. And other information including information on preparation and revision of SDS. Ganun po kaimportante kung bakit dapat may SDS sa ating mga chemicals, substances na ginagamit. But in reality guys, konti lang po ang mga companies na nagpa-practice ng pag-secure ng SDS sa lahat ng chemicals na pinapasok sa kanilang construction site. But, di ba? Sa totoo talaga, marami tayong chemicals na ginagamit na sa motor pool, fabrication, testing, fire proactivity, water resistant, mga fireproofing natin, etc. Okay? Mga HVAC activities, kailangan din natin ng mga chemicals. Under hazard, guys, no, in relation to environmental safety is the confined space safety. Confined space is a certain area with insufficient space not suitable for human occupancy. There's a limited light, there's a limited air, presence of toxic gases inside, no? Environment po na hindi dapat tirahan ng isang tao na kailangan din magtrabaho, and that is a confined area. There's a presence of deficient oxygen in the atmosphere, purging agents such as nitrogen and argon na pwede tayo masuffocate, presence of poor illumination, heat exhaustion due to poor ventilation, electric shock, and even toxic atmosphere. That's why it's very important as part of our implementation of activity with confined space, there should be a needed for permit to work system in confined space activity. Okay? PTW for confined space. Same thing kanina, yung sinabi ko sa night activity, meron rin itong checklist anong dapat i-prepare before we proceed to the certain task, such as well-ventilated bang area, there is a fire extinguisher on standby, there is a hole watcher, lag system, okay? Okay? Yung pag-gas testing po natin, train ba yung mga tao sa pag-trabaho po doon, evacuation and retrieval, and the ERT procedure, yun po, naka-indicate doon sa permit to work system because this confined space activity is very dangerous. Marami na po na-stuck, na-collapse doon, and then yung rescuer nag-rescue is now collapsed rin sa loob because there's no preparation. A confined space is an entry is considered to have occurred when any part of a person's body crosses the plane of the opening into the space. No? Katulad po dito sa picture po, no? There is a chamber under, and that is not suitable for human occupancy. Bakit po? Limited po yung area to occupy that space. Possible, there is a poor ventilation, poor lighting, and presence of gas. No? Example, if we will not do a certain gas testing, and there's a presence of flammable gas. Now, hindi kayo aware na may presence of mga flammable gases pa sa loob kasi hindi nyo pa siya hindi pa na-exhaust, there's no proper ventilation, hindi pa na-drain yung presence of residual gases. Ang trabaho pala ng tao sa loob is mag-welding. Noon, pag spark, open flame, presence of gas inside, sumabog, pumutok, patay ang tao sa loob because there is no proper preparation being implemented. Another thing, confined space, walang hole watcher. The hole watcher should not should not enter inside the chamber. Kailangan doon lang siya sa labas ng hole. And siya mismo mag-check sinong tao nasa loob, sinong tao lumabas. Monitoring. Para once may problema, siya ang unang magbigay ng report, siya ang mag-activate in order to retrieve the situation. So there should be a trained hole watcher to be deployed outside. Or may sunog, fire extinguisher on standby, lighting, and proper access. In summary, safety officer, the environmental hygiene consists of the following approach: anticipation and recognition of the hazards which involve identifying hazard in the workplace, evaluation and exposure to hazards, and control health hazard in your working area. There are 4 types of a health hazard, but we will also include this as 5. We have 5 health hazard. We will review the physical hazard, chemical hazard, biological hazard, ergonomics, and social or psychosocial hazard. Okay? Lalabas po yan siya sa exam ha. What are the 5 health hazard in workplace? 1, or in any order, physical hazard, chemical, bio, ergonomics, and social or psychosocial hazard. One of the main duty of you safety officer is to conduct health identification in the workplace, which serves as a basis for classifying their workplaces. One important role is to identify potential hazard in your workplace, identify its risk level, and to recommend proper control measure to prevent any accident to happen. Health hazard identification is part of a risk assessment procedure. Identifying hazard in a workplace can be carried out in a form of inspection, review of records of medical of our people, exposure accident report, safety data sheet compliance, and get the complaint of our workers. Kasi mas familiar po yung mga workers natin sa area, mas sila po nakikita ng mga problema na hindi nyo po napansin. Therefore, get attention to those complaints that you receive from your workers and have action on it. Okay, and that is the part 1 of our environmental hazard. Let's proceed to the part 2. You identify in part 1, you identify potential hazard, right? The part 2 is, or the step 2 is identify the evaluate the risk of this health hazard by this work environment measurement. Okay, I will also discuss this in our second presentation. Work environment measurement, or WEM, shall mean a sampling and analyzing carried out in respect to the atmospheric pressure and other fundamental elements of work environment. In simple word po, ginagawa po si WEM or si work environment measurement to check the workplace, work area, if it is that conducive as a working environment. Si WEM po ginagawa, or we will perform WEM to check if the workplace of that certain person is safe or healthy for him. Okay. And we will do different parameter checking. The presence of chemicals, the presence of contaminants, the presence of residue sa area na yan, kung pwede ba siya ma-deployan ng tao. And that is the work environment measurement. According to the COSH standard safety officer, Rule 1070, these are the following prohibition to practice work environment measurement. Mga bawal po in relation to WEM activities. A construction site or any establishment shall only seek WEM services from accredited WEM provider. Otherwise, the WEM shall not be regarded as compliant to Rule 1077. You cannot perform WEM measurement or activity in your area if you are not trained. Therefore, you need only to seek a WEM provider from accredited organization accredited by the COSH Center. May mga list lang po yan sila ng mga provider to seek for these services. Another thing, no person or organization shall be allowed to hire to provide WEM services unless required by this rule. No one or no internal personnel can conduct WEM activities if that certain person is not trained with this WEM training. Para rin yun siyang BOSH, parang COSH, na may special training to conduct that one. And yung equipment na gamitin po niya, dapat competent siya how to use that equipment and it should be calibrated. Kung mag-seek naman kayo ng mga WEM provider, see to it that certain provider or organization or company is accredited by the COSH Center as the WEM service provider. Okay. Evaluation of environmental parameters. Determine the magnitude or level of hazard with the use of environmental industrial health equipment. analysis of the sample that they gathered, and compare the measurement result from the standard or dun po sa acceptable threshold limit value. Titingnan po nila, oy, workplace, may nagtatrabaho, enough ba ang kanyang lux or ilaw na pinoprovide sa kanyang area? So this WEM provider, itong WEM personnel po natin will check the lux. And then, ibabangga po nila sa standard or dun po sa threshold limit value. Ang trabaho nila is masyadong focus sa maliit na bagay. Dapat may certain lux lang or certain lux na kailangan ma-achieve para conducive siya as working environment. Oy, masyadong malikabok. Oy, masyadong maingay. Therefore, they will test the environment with their equipment and it should be calibrated and they will compare that to the given standard or this normal threshold limit value. Example po nito, no? Sa noise, okay, according to the standard, this permissible exposure, 90 should not be beyond 8 hours without hearing protection, 92, 6 hours, 95, 4 hours, 97, 3 hours. Okay? So we will I will include that in your exam also, guys. No? What if you are working in an environment with 90 decibels, how many hours is allowed without wearing hearing protection? And your answer should be 8 hours. Okay? If you're working in 100 decibels, kailangan should not work beyond 2 hours without any hearing protection. And then usually, ang nabibigay po ng ating interpretation po nito, yung mga web providers natin. How about sa illumination? Yung gaano ba kaliwanag ang isang area? Example po nito, mga sir, if you're working in a chipping or grinding activity, there should be 1,000, okay, lux or ito pong 100-foot candles ang kanilang unit ginagamit. How about your activity is in relation to welding or wood working or first aid station? There should be a 500 lux or 50-foot candles. Okay. General construction activities. Okay. Barracks, living quarter, mechanical and electrical equipment rooms, rigging, loft, and activity storerooms. At least you have a 100 lux illumination on that area. Excavation, warehouse, corridor, hallway, exit ways should have at least a 50 lux of light to be provided. Okay? Yun po ang mga measurement na ginagawa po in web activities. In summary, guys, according to the COSH standard rule 1071, this rule establishes a threshold limit values for toxic, carcinogenic substances and physical agents which may be present in the atmospheric of the work environment. The threshold limit value refers to the airborne concentration of substances and presence conditions under which it is believed that nearly all workers may be repeatedly exposed daily without adverse effect to health. The work environment measurement means sampling and analysis carried out in respect of the atmospheric working environment and other fundamental elements of working condition. Work environment measurement is checking the environment if that is conducive to be worked by our workers. WEM is an exposure assessment process of measuring the magnitude, the frequency, and duration of exposure to physical and chemical hazard. Now, you identify the hazard, analyze the risk and exposure, and we will present the different control measure on how to combat these different health hazard that you encountered in your workplaces. And we're going to discuss control of hazard. The first hierarchy of control is engineering control. Okay. It is a ventilation. Example of this is in ventilation refers to the process of removal the stale inside air from a building, room, or confined space and replacing it with natural fresh air. Example po nito is you are doing a welding works and there is a presence of the emission of gases and fumes by this welding activity. And you are inside in a certain room and there is no proper ventilation or air coming in, coming out. Therefore, you need to implement an engineering control, isolating the hazard in order for our workers not to be exposed to a certain hazard. Therefore, as part of engineering control, I will put a duct vent, an exhaust. Siya po ang hihigop, no, ng mga fumes na pinuproduce po ng ating mga welding activities. And that is example of control if in a certain hazard that you identified, such as a chemical hazard, no? Provision of proper ventilation, hoods, or just putting a machine guarding to any rotating part. Specific engineering control of specific health hazard. Example po nito na, ionizing and non-ionizing radiation, heat stress, reduce manual work with mechanization. Example po daw nito, kung ang trabahante natin exposed sa masyadong mainit na environment, therefore, we need to put something or implementation, no, na ma-minimize po yung exposure ng tao doon po sa mainit na lugar. Or, example, a certain person is handling a handling a power tools, producing heat doon po sa handle niya. What if we will replace a certain tool that even though you will use that in a prolonged period of time, but minimize na po yung heat na napaproduce niya. Okay? And that example of engineering control. Noise, presence of noise. What if we will provide a proper acoustic barrier? We will confine the noise inside the chamber para wala pong ingay na lumalabas. Confining the source of hazard in order for the workers surrounding it will not be exposed. Example of engineering control. Ergonomics, change the workstation, loose and equipment. Kanina po, yung tao po na nagbe-bend palagi, okay, ergonomics issue po yun siya. Engineering control, we will change the workstation na lahat po ng bricks or block, gagawa po tayo ng isang table na doon na po siya magtatrabaho para waste level po ang kanyang ginagawa. Wala na pong pain or stress doon po sa kanyang likod. Okay. Another hierarchy of control in safety is admin control. Kanina ha, engineering, now it's admin control. Changing the lifestyle, changing the behavior, changing the technique of a certain person para hindi po siya ma-expose po doon po sa potential hazard. Example of this admin control, guys, is reduction of work period. Ang isang worker natin is working in an equipment such as nagja-jackhammer po siya, kailangan niya mag-chipping. Diba if you're handling that jackhammer, it will produce vibration. What is as part of our admin control, we will put a policy na bawal po kayo magtrabaho more than 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, rest, and then may karelyebo. And then after 30 minutes, rest, may karelyebo. Ma-minimize po natin yung exposure niya doon sa isang area na yon. Another thing, working in an open environment, pavement work, okay, earth moving, exposed mo sa mainit na araw, sikat ng araw. What if after 2 hours, we will implement a break time for them? Okay? In that way, ma-minimize mo natin ang exposure ng tao due to too much heat in the environment. Adjusting work schedule, employee information and training, giving safety orientation. We will not allow any worker to start in their activity. We will not allow any first-timer worker or newly hired worker to deploy immediately to the site without having safety orientation. In order for this certain worker to be familiarized what are the potential hazards in his work task given. In order for the certain worker to know what are the different safety measures being implemented in our site, in order for him to be cautious in all of his action and inculcate to his mind that safety is everybody's responsibility. That is part of admin control. Example of this, meron po tayo mga workers, no, mag-handle po ng certain chemical as part of his training, orientation of what is written in the SDS. Para alam niya po na ito palang chemical ito is carcinogen, radioactive, corrosive. Therefore, this kind of chemical should be used by a certain PPE lang po. And that way, makukuha niya po yung lahat idea sa pamamagitan ng iyong orientation or training na you given to him. That is example of admin control of that certain problem. Job rotation, or even housekeeping and maintenance, or implementation of permit to work system. That's examples of administrative control. And the last line of control is the PPE. The least line, the last option of control of combating any hazard is PPE. Therefore, safety officer therefore, safety officer, if you identify certain problem, a certain hazard, wag agad maglukso sa PPE. Tingnan muna natin. Pwede ba si engineering control dyan? Pwede ba si admin control? Bago mag-PPE agad. Using of PPE such as using the respirator, welding gloves, welding mask, mga shield po natin, any barrier to our body para hindi po tayo ma-expose agad sa certain hazard, and that is PPE. Lahat ng bagay dapat suotin para si worker protektado sa kanyang trabaho. And that is the last line of defense. Example scenario, may a certain generator. Yung certain generator is medyo luma na or masyadong maingay. May worker po tayo na nagtatrabaho doon malapit sa generator. There's a source of noise, more than 90 decibels. That is a part of physical hazard under health hazard. Or may problema, anong gawin po natin? Control measure. Lukso agad sa air plug? No. Engineering muna tayo. Engineering, what if I will install an acoustic barrier? Okay. Number 2, admin control. What if I will put safety signage? Noise hazard. Wear earplug on this area. Okay? And the last line of control, PPE. May barrier, may safety signage. At the same time, nagbigay ako ng earplug sa mga tauhan ko. Okay? You can use a different control measure basta in hierarchy form or isa-isa lang sa kanila. Kung sino hindi effective, lukso sa next. Kung sino hindi effective, lukso sa next. And then control measure will be implemented. Ito lang kasi yan siya, guys. Upon identification of certain hazard, anyway, hazard. What is hazard? Hazard is anything surrounding you that has a potential to cause harm, injury, property damage, or death. That is hazard. Hazard should be eliminated. But if that hazard is part of our activity, therefore, we need only to use the risk assessment by minimizing the risk in order us to pursue our activity. In minimizing the risk, therefore, we will use other control measure, such as the admin or the PPE. Noon, guys, 5 yan sila ang ating hierarchy of control. No? 5 yan sila. The first hierarchy of control is elimination. Okay, can you take note, ha? Second is substitution control. The third is engineering control. The fourth control is admin control. And the last control is a PPE. Kung may tanong sa exam, what are the 5 hierarchy of control? Ang isagot po ninyo, elimination, substitution, engineering, admin, PPE. Pero kung ang tanong po sa exam, what are the 3 hierarchy of control? Ang isagot po ninyo, engineering, admin, tsaka PPE. Always po, what is the least line of control? Your answer should be PPE. Okay? So, I'm sure lalabas yan sa exam ninyo on the 5th day of exam. Okay? Ang passing rate ata nyo is 100 items, 90 ata ang passing rate nyo, no, para magka-certificate. Good luck, guys. Kaya nyo yan. Okay. Moving forward, safety officer. In summary po, ventilation is commonly used to remove contaminants such as fumes, dust, vapor to provide healthy and safe working environment. Ventilation can be accomplished by natural means such as opening the window, no? Kung wala po tayong mga duct, wala engineering control, no? So kailangan ma-exhaust natin yung presence of fumes. We need to open the window to let the air come in and out. Or mechanical means such as fans, blower, or exhaust ducts. One of the most important principles of hazard control is involve the workers. Inculcate in their mind that safety is everybody's responsibility. Hierarchy of control, such as engineering, admin, and PPE, should be implemented once you identify different hazards in your site. And some PPE used in hazard substance are hand, respiratory protection, eyes, and face protection. And this afternoon, we will discuss one by one what are the different PPEs to be used in our construction projects. Okay? And that ends our environmental safety or industrial hygiene concept. Okay, guys. Before we will proceed to our next topic, our occupational health or medical surveillance, I will give you a 15 minutes break. Kasi itong si environmental safety tsaka si occupational health, may pareho lang silang konsepto nito. And then, buong morning po, more on health ang topic po natin. Okay? Now, it's 10:05, we will go back here 15 minutes after, and we will start with our occupational health. Maraming salamat po, Safety Officer, and then after our occupational health, you can raise your questions. Thank you po.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you po. Enjoy your snack, coffee, Yossi break.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you po, sir.
We'll go back, guys, by 10:25. Yun po. 10:25 we will start our second topic. Thank you. Enjoy your Yossi and coffee break.
Isa ka pa yan doon sa ano.
Uy, pula, no?
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning po.
Good morning po, sir.
Good
Morning, sir.
Kumusta
Good
yung
morning.
Kumusta ang coffee niyo?
morning po.
Sarap.
Okay naman po, mainit.
Okay, so yun yung iba. Start po tayo mga safe.
Good morning.
Sige po. Allow me to share my screen and then there's a video for you. Okay. Our second topic for this morning is we're going to discuss a medical surveillance or occupational health. So kanina, yung sa environmental safety is may mga kapareho po sila dito. Sige po. Yun po. So we will be conscious and cautious also sa ating mga mic natin, no? Moving forward, guys. So ulitin ko po, you're not only to be called as a safety officer, but you should to be called as safety and health officer, identifying potential hazard at site in relation to health exposure of our workers. Okay, moving forward, safety officer. The objective of these topics for medical surveillance are the following. At the end of this discussion, you safety officers should discuss medical surveillance and biological monitoring, as these are the strategies in examining health conditions of our workers. You also should describe different steps in conducting a medical surveillance, discuss different occupational health programs in the workplace, and identify what are your different roles in relation to this occupational health. Safety officer, please take note. We have three methods of workplace environment monitoring or workplace exposure monitoring rather. First, we have WEM. The second, we have biological monitoring. And third, a medical surveillance. Okay, and we will discuss this one by one. Take note, guys, what are the 3 methods for workplace exposure monitoring? First is WEM. Second, biological monitoring and medical surveillance. We will review. Work environment measurement refers to the sampling and analysis carried out in respect to the atmospheric pressure, atmospheric work environment, and other fundamental element in the working place. We are going to check the environment of our people if that is conducive to be worked by our workers. The purpose of conducting work environment measurement is to determine the worker's exposure to harmful level of the hazardous substances existing and the physical agents in the workplaces, and to evaluate both actual and potential exposure to environmental hazard encountered by the workers. Another thing, WEM is to utilize obtained measurements for the recommendation appropriate control measures in the workplace to minimize exposure level if not eliminated. If you will get the measurement, okay, the quantity, the quality of the work environment, it is the time also to the web provider to give recommendation on how to control the exposure of this parameter. Another thing, WEM is to maintain the work environment free from any hazardous condition and exposure to the workers. The second method is the biological monitoring. Kanina po, no, we check the environment, checking if there are contaminants, checking kung too much ba yung dust exposure. In WEM, we are going to check also the proper illumination, no? But here in biological monitoring, we're going to check the person involved. Biological monitoring is the examination of the body products, materials such as the blood or urine that comes from the worker to determine if there has been exposure to chemical substances in the workplace. We will conduct laboratory test, checking the person's body. Kung siya ba may nakuhang sakit habang andun siya sa working area niya. And that is biological monitoring. The purpose of this is to detect the amount of a chemical that enters the body from all sources of contact, such as na-absorb ba sa kanyang skin because there's no proper barrier or gloves, na-inhale po niya because that person is not wearing proper PPE, or even na-ingest ng person. At that point, we will check the system, the organ, the body of the persons involved to that exposure through biological monitoring. And the third method, safety officer, is the medical surveillance. Medical surveillance is the analysis of health information to look for the problem that may be occurring in the workplace that requires targeted prevention. Checking the holistic approach, the health of the environment and the health of our people while they are inside in our construction site or project. The purpose of conducting medical surveillance is the prevention of illnesses and development of new cases. Okay. The secondary purpose of this also is for early detection of work-related health problems and determining its causes. What are the role of this medical surveillance, guys? Or what are the roles of this medical surveillance activity? It promotes and maintains the highest degree of physical, mental, and social well-being of our workers. Prevent workers from departure or leaving in a workplace due to health caused by their working condition. From this medical surveillance, we can prevent yung mga tao natin aalis sa trabaho or mawala sa trabaho dahil meron po sila nakuhang sakit habang andyan sila sa ating construction site. Develop and implement control measure to prevent occupational illnesses and also diseases. And lastly, helps to maintain a worker in occupational environment adapted to his psychological, physiological capabilities. Why do we need to conduct medical surveillance? Because workers' population is not homogeneous. Klase-klase po ang ating mga tauhan. Hindi po yan sa pare-parehong healthy. May mga tao pong kaya ang ganitong level of exposure. May mga tao po rin po na weak ang kanilang immune system. May mga tao may mga comorbidity or may mga sakit. Therefore, we should implement different approach with these different people. Monitor of a certain high-risk groups. Hazard level within safe or acceptable limit do not guarantee that that worker would be affected. And also to meet the government or DOLE requirements or regulation. Safety officers, what are the 7 steps in conducting medical surveillance? First step, identification of hazard and exposure. Second step, identify what are the health effects if a certain person will be exposed to this certain health hazard. Third step, selection of proper medical screening test, or what are the appropriate medical tests to be implemented or to be performed to that certain affected person. Fourth step is interpretation of data you gathered from that certain worker and giving recommendation in order to prevent the recurrence of same incident, to prevent yung pagiging seriousness or yung pagiging malala ang kanyang sakit since na-expose na po siya dun sa mga contaminants. The fifth step of medical surveillance, guys, is to communicate the data or the result to the involved person and also to the member of the organization. Sixth is record keeping and documentation. And lastly, we need to evaluate how effective is our health program that we implemented in our workplace. Either we're going to sustain and continue it, or either we need to revise or to do development in our existing safety program and health program. Let's discuss this one by one, the steps of medical surveillance. First, identification of hazard and exposure. Through data collection, review of information about workers, gathering the health results, doing interview, safety inspection, we can easily identify what are the different hazards in our workplaces and the exposure of our different workers. Second is to identify the health effects if there will be no control measure to be implemented. Let's review, safety officers. What are the 5 health hazards? First, physical hazard. Next, chemical, biological, ergonomics, and psycho or psychosocial. Ulit-ulitin natin to ha. Because in identification of hazard, you need to classify it into 2. The first classification of hazard is safety hazard. Yung safety hazard, yun sila mga presence of electrocution, yung tripping, fall, slip, punctured, etc. Yung impact niya is immediate. Yun ang mga safety hazard. Ang second classification of hazard is health hazard. Under health hazard, we have different hazards. And those are the physical, chemical, biological, ergonomics, and also the social hazard. Once you identify that hazard, you as a safety officer should also know what are the potential health effects that will happen to our worker if we will not do any action in our construction site. Safety officer should be advanced in thinking. You should conduct proactive approach. Tayo kasi, reactive masyado. Doing something after the instance or incident will happen. Bibili po tayo ng mga eye wash, once kahapon, may natalsikan sa mata, wala tayo pang first aid. Bibili po tayo ng respirator, once andyan ang chemical, na masyado palang mabaho ang amoy. Bibili po tayo ng mga gloves, rubber gloves, kasi andyan na po yung chemicals na i-handle nila kasi ang ginamit nila kahapon is cotton gloves na absorb pa rin ng tela. And those things are so reactive. Lack of preparation. Okay? incompetency of the safety and also the management. Therefore, you need to be advanced in your action and movement. Okay? Do not wait that somebody will be hurt or do not wait that possible mangyari pa yung aksidente bago tayo gagawa ng action. Diba we all know guys, no? Among all accidents, only 2% are non-preventable and 98% of all accidents are preventable. And 88% of that is due to unsafe acts and the 10% are due to unsafe condition. Since we all know that concepts, therefore, we need to follow these different steps. Review pa rin tayo mga kasama. No? Physical hazard due to exposure to noise, vibration, radiation, poor illumination, or exposure to extreme or cold temperature. Presence of chemical hazard due to the exposure of dust, gases, vapor, fumes, mist, and others. Presence of biological hazards, exposure to biohazard due to presence of virus, bacteria, protozoa, insects, or other toxins that can cause infection or infection to our body. Ergonomics due to the poor body mechanics, prolonged standing, prolonged sitting, carrying too much object, stress or strain to our body. And also the social and psychosocial hazard due to stress, bullying, physical aggression, and sexual abuse. We discussed this already with our environmental hazard, but I will discuss this as a review. In physical hazard, no, noise due to sudden too much noise in the environment. Okay, lukso-luksuhan ko lang po guys kasi na-discuss na po ito sa environmental hazard. Okay, tinnitus or irritability, hearing loss. Too much noise also will lead to hypertension or even cardiovascular diseases. Or can cause also para kayong na-ulcer due to overproduction of gastric acid or acid in your stomach. Yung masyadong maingay guys, that is part of a physical hazard. No? Ilang decibels dapat magkaroon na tayo ng hearing protection? 90. Therefore, hurricane control should be implemented immediately. No? Such as the engineering. Engineering consists of the elimination, substitution, engineering. And then we need to also implement the admin control and also the PPE. Sa workplace lang ba nangyari itong too much noise that are considered as health hazard? Saan pa pwedeng mangyari ito? Naranasan nyo ba yung nagsahod kayo tapos late kayo nag-uwi? And then kulang yung sahod na binibigay niyo sa inyong mga asawa? Pag-uwi ba sa bahay, walang noise hazard na mangyayari? Meron wala? 15th of the month, nag-ayaya yung si kumpare, pumunta sa Patay Sindi, umuwi na 2:00 na madaling araw. Pagbigay ng sahod, kulang 5,000. Anong mangyayari sa bahay? There is a noise hazard. Therefore, since there's a noise hazard beyond 90 decibels, apply control measure agad. We will check, sir. Pag uwi mo sa bahay sa 2:00, masyado maingay. May ganun. We will try this hierarchy of control, if applicable or not. First, elimination, applicable or not. Kaya ba eliminate? Wag, pinakasalan mo yan. How about substitution? Pwede palitan? Wag rin. No? Malaki ng gastos niyo. Admin control. Pwede. Change behavior kayo, sir. Maaga mag-uwi, mag-remit ng tama. Okay. And then PPE, andyan pa sa parking ninyo, maglagay agad ng earplug or cotton sa inyong mga tenga. And that example of control on how to combat this noise hazard. Okay. Moving forward, guys. Vibration, we already discussed this one. Too much exposure with this vibration produced by our equipment or mga power tools natin, causing hand and arm vibration, vibration to white fingers, numbness, muscle weakening, or even joint damage. Kasi once too much vibration exposure, our nerves will be affected. If your nerves will be affected, your sensation also will be affected. That's why you will feel a tingling sensation. Yung parang kayong kinukuryentehan sa inyong mga digits. Or wala na kayong sensation. No? Or if you are exposed with too much vibration, your blood vessel or mga ugat nyo na apektuhan. So there will be a poor blood circulation to that affected area. Therefore, numbness or paleness will be manifested, and then that's why nabubutla na po kayo kasi kulang na pong dugo ang nakapasok dyan sa area na yan due to exposure of too much vibration on that area. Other also, if health effect is the whole body vibration. No, kung you are involved as a equipment operator, therefore proper admin control should be implemented, yung rotational or yung time ng trabaho na inyong implement sa iyong mga tauhan. Inadequate elimination, guys, due to poor elimination, inflammation or itchiness of eyes will be manifested. Lacrimation, yung pagluha-luha po natin, blurred vision or even visual fatigue. Eye tissue damage due to too much light exposure also. Therefore, proper illumination should be provided if there be activity, or too much glare. There should be proper PPE to be provided. I discussed this already, this heat stress. Moving forward, the chemical hazard, it is a substance that has a potential to cause harm to life or health. I will give you an example, guys, of a chemical hazard. Way back when I worked in a construction site, we have one welder asking for a refill of a thinner. Pumunta po siya doon sa warehouse namin. Alam niyo ba mga kasama, ang nilagyan po ng thinner na aming warehouse man is yung container po ng mineral water, unlabeled. We all know that si thinner is a colorless and like a water also. Nung dinala na po si thinner in that container dun sa site, ginamit na ng welder, and then may sobra, nilagay niya ulit doon sa site, malapit sa drinking water station. Ngayon po, may isa kaming worker dumaan doon sa area na yon. Kailangan niya mag-hydrate. Wala siya nakitang baso. Nakita niya si unlabeled mineral water bottle. He drank that fluid, and we all know that that thinner is so toxic and very irritating. Nainom niya po konti, and then na-vomit niya po yung fluid na yon. But still, burn manifested sa kanyang throat. And that example to the exposure of chemical due to unlabeled container existing in their site. Question, do they have a policy in relation to that chemicals na bawal gumamit ng any container unlabeled para hindi po siya magamit ng ibang tao? Aware ba ang kanilang mga warehouse people? Aware ba ang mga tao nun? Kulang po sa information. Therefore, reorientation, proper control measures should be implemented to combat this exposure to a chemical hazard due to exposure to vapor, mist, smoke, particulate, fumes, or liquid materials. Okay? Sources of chemicals at site, paint, varnish, adhesive, additive chemicals, organic solvents, cement, etc. Those are the sources of our chemicals na kailangan po ng presensya ng SDS bago natin ipapagamit. General classification of toxic effect of this chemical exposure. Check for the site of effect. No? Either is it a local effect or systemic effect. Okay. So, commonly, the initial response of it is a side effect. No? Kasi kung sino po yung unang natalsikan, yun agad ang epekto. But a long duration or process, there will be a systemic effect that our vital organs will be affected. We need also to consider safety officer, the timing of development of the signs and symptoms. Either it is acute or chronic. If we hear the word acute, that is a long-term, short-term, less than 6 months. Mabilis masyado epekto, and that is a timing of development, the acute. But if you hear the word chronic development, matagal pa lumalabas yung signs and symptoms once you are exposed. Okay. Local toxicity occurs at the site of chemical contact. Most common points at which substance first contact the body are the skin, the eyes, the nose, throat, or lungs. Example po nito, you are handling a certain chemical without having a barrier or proper rubber gloves. Napasok kayo, there is a local toxicity of that certain chemical. Si thinner na inom niya po, ang first na in contact niya, ang kanyang mucous membrane sa throat, saka sa mouth, there is a pain and burning sensation. That example of local toxicity. Eh what if marami ang kanyang na-ingest na thinner? It is not only the burning sensation in the mucous membrane, but it will be affected ang ating mga other vital organs, the stomach, ang kidney, ang lungs, okay, ang liver, na sila po ang nag-filter ng mga toxic substances sa body, si liver tsaka si kidney. Okay lang po si liver because once it will be damaged, it will mag-reproduce pa yan siya, lalaki pa yan siya, no? Generate, the other word for that is regeneration. Pero ang problema si kidney. Once madamage ang isang kidney, isa na lang po ang mag-function. Or once madamage ang isa, you will be undergo dialysis, and that is very harmful in relation to our health. Okay? Exposure to chemical will damage our kidney, our lungs, will also damage our skin or can even cause a burn or cancer. Will also damage to our blood, to our heart, okay, to our blood vessels, to our brain and nerves, can cause cancer, carcinogenic, or even teratogenic effect, can have a negative effect to the baby if the affected person is pregnant. Yun po ang masyadong delikado. Another health hazard, guys, is biological hazard as a sort of review. A substance that poses threat to health of a living organism, primarily humans. This could include a sample of a microorganism, virus, or toxin that can adversely affect human health. If there is an invasion of microorganism due to this biological hazard, infection will come in. The sources of biohazard are soil, insects, plants, birds, animal, human. No? Doon po nanggaling yung mga microorganism na pwedeng pumasok sa ating katawan and it will cause infection already. Such as the virus infection, viral infection, fungal infection, bacterial infection, or even the presence of parasite. Fever, guys, is not a sickness or disease. If you have a fever, that is only a sign or a manifestation that you have ongoing infection inside your body. Uy, may lagnat po ako. Ang taas po ng temperatura ko. Anong sakit mo? Lagnat. No. Your sickness is infection of a certain microorganism. Okay? And the sign of that you have infection is your temperature in your body will increase. That's why fever will occur. That is normal response of our body in order to kill this microorganism inside our body, causing infection. But too much temperature in our body will also damage our vital organs. That's why we're taking this Tylenol or this paracetamol, okay, as antipyretic drug or anti-fever drug. We will define one by one. Ano po ito mga microorganism causing this infection as considered as biological hazard? Fungi is a group of living organisms which are classified in their own kingdom, such as molds, yeast, and mushrooms. Most are harmless to humans, but some can cause diseases such as fungal infection. And we all know that mushroom are considered also as a fungus. No? They are fungus po sila. But there are some fungi that are harmful to our body. Another microorganism causing as infection that are considered as biohazard is bacteria. Single-celled organism that are found in vast number in and on human body. Some are harmless, some are beneficial, and some can cause diseases. The human body is full of bacteria and in fact estimated to contain more bacterial cell than human cell. Guys, si bacteria po, even outside the body, pwedeng magparami. No need for a host, no need for a certain person or animal na kanyang pasukan para po siya magparami. Inside, outside the body, environment, kanyang magparami si bacteria. Good thing na lang po si bacteria, we have antibacterial drugs or medication that can kill them. If you have viral infection, no need for antibiotics. Kasi si antibiotic po, intended only for bacteria. That's why, if you have infection, you need to know anong infection ito. Due to bacteria or due to virus. Kasi si virus, ang kakapatay sa kanya, aside sa medication, is our immune system. But si bacteria, we have a lot of antibiotics. But please do not abuse in taking antibiotics. Mabuti na lang ngayon po is before before kayo maka-purchase ng antibiotics sa pharmacy, kailangan po ng prescription. Ito ang nangyayari kasi ngayon, guys. May reseta si doktor. Kasi may infection kayo. May ubo. Sinabi ni doctor doon, take this antibiotic for 7 days straight, TID or 3 times a day. In 2 days or 3 days, nawala ang ubo, nawala ang lagnat. Ano ginagawa ng Pinoy?
Tumitigil.
Yes.
Tumitigil.
That's right. Hindi nila alam, sir, na sinuntok nyo lang pala ang bacteria in 3 days straight. That's why nakatulog. Once nakagising na yan si bacteria, kasi sinuntok nyo lang siya, mas the more siya maging stronger. And kung babalik ka sa same antibiotic, mayroon na pong resistance. That's why yung mga tao, if you have antibacterial resistance, you will go to another generation of antibiotics. Mas higher generation na. Mas mahal, mas grabe ang side effect. That's why pala, instead of stopping that antibiotics, follow the prescription of doctor. Complete the 7 days treatment, complete the 10 days treatment. We need to punch the bacteria for 7 days straight in order that bacteria to be killed. Para next time, kung same infection pa rin kayo, kaya pa rin ng ganung antibiotics pa rin. And there will be no resistance to be done. Ang nangyari ngayon, masakit ang ipin ng isang carpenter, ng isang labor, pupunta sa clinic. Nurse, masakit ang ipin ko. Meron ba kayong amoxicillin? Sino ang sabi ng amoxicillin i-take agad? Hindi ba yan siya paracetamol or hindi ba yan siya pain reliever or vitamins? So there should be a proper education to our people in taking their antibiotics. Next is the virus. Very common. The virus is a causative agent for this COVID-19. The specific name of this virus causing COVID-19 is a SARS-CoV-2. Si virus po is a very small infectious organism that reproduces by hijacking living cells to manufacture more virus. It is a submicroscopic infection agent that replicates only inside the living cell of organism. Virus infects all types of life form, from animal and plants, or even microorganism. Many virus can cause disease, even COVID-19. Guys, kung si bacteria daw, kaya niya magparami kahit sa labas, si virus po, kailangan niya pang pumasok sa host. Host, either tao, hayop, or mga plants. Once mapasok niya po yung host niya, since ang host merong mga cells, i-hijack niya po yung cell na yon. Papasukin niya po yung cell ng kanyang host. Once makapasok po siya sa host, that's the time magparami po siya. And then masyadong mabilis ang kanyang pagdami. That's why usong-uso yon. Once mabilis ang pag-spread, that is a viral. No? So, yung nangyari po ng pagputok po ni COVID-19 way back 2020. Yes, 2019 si COVID-19 na-discover, December. Pero pumutok po siya sa Pilipinas noong March onward. Doon na po nagkalat sa Pilipinas, no? Effective po yung pag-lockdown. Kasi yung pag-lockdown natin, we minimize the host walking around. Kung walang host na mapapasukan po ni virus, maliit ang chance na magparami po sila. Kung andyan po sila sa environment and then wala silang mapasukan, mamamatay lang po yan sila sa environment. Okay? Unlike with bacteria, kahit walang host, pwede po siya magparami. So, good thing po yung lockdown if there will be a viral outbreak. Okay. Ang kagandahan po si virus po is even our immune system can kill those virus. Pero once ang isang virus is bagong-bago pa po, kailangan pa mag-adapt ni immune system to create antibodies to kill that certain antigen or ni virus. Parasite, yung mga organism that lives in or another organism and benefited by deriving nutrients at the host expense. Parasite, yung mga microorganism, yung mga living thing na mga manggagamit. No? Kanina po, yung mga walang label, delikado, di ba? Container unlabeled, even sa tao. Kung walang label kayo sa inyong relasyon, delikado rin yun. Same thing with parasite. Mga taong manggagamit. Okay? Yan po, hazard din po yan sa atin. Yung palakain ka pero hindi ka mataba, alaki ng tiyan, yun. Meron pala yung ball of ascaris inside the body. And that is considered also as biological hazard. Guys, allow me to share examples of different diseases that are common in the workplace. Okay. Tetanus. Common? Yes. Common sa construction site. Saan daw galing ang tetano? Kung ikay, paano nagkakatetano ng tao daw? Ano sabi ng mga friends niyo? Yes, Sir Anthony? Sir Panila, no? Magkakatetano daw ang tao kung ikay natusok or napako na may rust. Okay. Anong sabi po ng medical references? Tetanus is a serious condition caused by infection. The name of the bacteria causing tetanus is Mycobacteria, Clostridium tetani. It is a serious disease caused by bacterial toxin that affects your nervous system, leading to a painful muscle contraction. The bacteria usually enters your body through wound or cut in the skin. Once inside it, it multiplies and releases a toxin that cause symptoms of tetanus to develop. It is misconception, guys, na makukuha po ang tetano dahil po sa mga rusty na pako. Ito kasi ang konsepto nito. Ang bakterya po na mag-cause ng tetano is Clostridium tetani. They are present surrounding you, especially po sa soil. If there is a chance that you have a breakdown in your skin, meron kayong sugat, and then may contact kayo sa lupa o sa surrounding na may Clostridium tetani, may chance po na magkatetano po kayo. So, yung palang pako na may rust pala siya, hindi siya talaga nagpatetano, kundi siya po ang nagsugat ng inyong paa para magkaroon ng opening para mapasukan. Therefore, mapako, rusty or not, pako man yan o hindi, once nasugatan kayo, malaki pa rin ang tsansa, pwede kayo matetano kung ang inyong area maraming Clostridium tetani. Okay ha? So wag yung tanungin, napako ka, ano yun siya? Rusty? Ang gano'ng kalaki? Hala, maraming rust po siya, sir, kalawang. Hala, magkakatetano ka niyan. Hindi yan totoo. Lahat po ng sugat na may exposure sa lupa or isang bagay na may Clostridium tetani, pwede po kayo magkatetano. Bakit palaging napagkamalan si rusty place, mga pako? Kasi yung mga area po na masyadong poor housekeeping, yun po yung areang maraming kalawang. Okay? Yun po yung mga areang high risk exposure for wound, for laceration, okay? For injury. That's why sila po yung high risk na pwedeng magkatetano. But any construction places po, may kalawang or wala, may pako or wala, once masugatan kayo, may chance pa rin kayo magkatetano. As a safety officer, what is your proactive approach para ma-lessen or ma-prevent ang tetanus cases? Therefore, implement housekeeping. Because if you will implement housekeeping, you will remove those protruding metal, protruding rebars, loose nails, any material na pwedeng makasugat na pwedeng mag-cause ng tetanus sa ating mga tauhan. So implement housekeeping every day in your construction site because we believe that housekeeping is the foundation of safety. If you will implement housekeeping, you will remove all potential hazard that will cause harm to our people in relation to safety and also in relation to health. Okay. What are the preventive approach for this tetanus? Active immunization, such as tetanus toxoid, or even careful or proper wound dressing. Sir ha, kung may masugatan, may laceration ba dyan, huwag lagyan ng alcohol. You will only put injury or pain to your worker. Your alcohol will only disinfect your closed skin and your equipment. But do not put alcohol immediately doon po sa open wound. Kasi we will aggravate pain to our patient. Kung pwede lang po, no, hugasan po natin ng tubig tsaka sabon and we will disinfect that with betadine at first. But do not put always betadine. Kasi betadine will kill those developing tissue or those tissue that will kasi okay lang kasi si betadine 1, 2 or 3 days once may sugat kayo. Pero mapansin niyo po, betadine kayo araw-araw and then umabot na kayo ng 3 weeks hindi pa na-heal yung sugat kasi once may sugat tayo, nade-develop yung new tissue. And then si betadine, pinapatay niya po yung mga new tissue na na-develop. So do not put betadine all the time, sabi ng long term. Okay lang siya sa first. Sugat, betadine. And then later on, antibiotic cream. Okay? But if the wound is there is a severe production or this oscillating or oozing blood already, no? Grabe ang bleeding. Do not wash it with water or whatever because pwede ba paano yan siya magka-hemorrhage, no? So, blood loss ating kalaban. Therefore, kung grabe ang dugo na lumalabas, apply pressure. Pressure agad to promote clotting of blood. And then, disinfect. I will recommend guys, yung di ba, betadine, yun not good for long-term use, no? You can use also, guys, mupirocin, mupirocin. That is an antibacterial cream. Maliit lang yan siya, guys. Ganito kaliit. Parang siyang Colgate na maliit. Okay? Masyadong effective agad na mag-dry yung sugat. And then you can use it in your home also. That is antibacterial cream. Yun ang ilagay nyo sa inyong mga sugat. Medyo mahal siya, nasa 300 plus. Maliit, but very effective for wound dressing. Mupirocin cream or mupirocin ointment. Yun. That's the technique, guys. Gamitin nyo sa mga anak ninyo or sa bahay, sa asawa ninyo, or sa clinic. Okay? Wag long term yung betadine. Okay, sa betadine, first na sugat, but dressing every day, use mupirocin. Masyado mabilis ang pag-heal ng inyong sugat. Okay. Hindi ako nag-endorse kasi walang brand yun generic din yung mupirocin ointment. Okay. Moving forward, guys. AIDS or HIV. Sino dito yung naka-AIDS dati? Taas kamay. Ako lang naka-AIDS. Ako lang daw. Common kasi yan siya, guys. Kasi yung mga construction workers natin, lalo-lalo na po yung mga project na malayo sa kanilang mga bahay, and then yung mga nag-staff house lang yun o barracks yung mga workers natin. Yeah, so mapusok, gigil, no? Kasi wala yung mga loved ones nila. And then therefore, we need to introduce also sex education to our construction workers as part of our occupational health promotion. The virus that is causing AIDS is HIV. Ulitin ko po, the virus causing AIDS is HIV. That is a human immunodeficiency virus. But if there will be already a symptoms or infection due to HIV, the disease is called AIDS. That is acquired immunodeficiency syndrome. Anong sakit mo? AIDS. Due to exposure to HIV. Because HIV is a virus. Ito kasi guys, si HIV, ang gagawin niya sa katawan ninyo, titirahin niya ang inyong immune system. Nakita nyo ito. Ito ang normal level ng immune system ng isang taong walang AIDS. Ito the maximum level to. If you are in a maximum level of immune system, hindi ka basta-basta magkasakit because intact ang iyong body defense. Ready ang iyong armed forces sa katawan. Pero once you will do unhealthy living, stress, always nag-overtime, poor lifestyle, babagsak po sa immune system. Pag babagsak sa immune system, madali kayong mahawa sa mga sakit na sa palibot ninyo. May seatmate kayo o kasama sa palibot na may sakit, meron silang mga infectious diseases, okay? Meron silang mga pneumonia, madali kayong mahawa na kanilang mga sakit. And then, dahil nagkasakit ka sa taong may sakit sa palibot ninyo, dun kayo mamamatay. So, yung mga AIDS patient pala, namamatay sila not because of AIDS, namamatay sila due to cancer or other viral or bacterial infection. Pero, kung ang tao, sir, bumagsak sa immune system, normal na walang AIDS to siya, nagkumain ng masarap, healthy foods, maaga natulog, walang bisyo, walang stress, babalik po sa normal level ang kanyang immune system. Yun ang normal na tao. Babagsak sa immune system, babalik sa normal. Pero ang taong may AIDS, titirahin ni HIV ang immune system ninyo. Babagsak na babagsak yan. And then hawak ka sa ibang sakit, magkasakit ka, pwede ka mamatay. Sir, what if, sir, tanggalin ko yung bisyo ko, matulog ko na maaga, mag-vitamins ako. Pwede bang babalik sa normal level sa immune system? No chance at all. No chance na babalik sa normal level sa immune system because you are already an AIDS positive. Pero si DOH, mga kasama, nagbibigay po lang sila ng gamot para sa mga AIDS positive. Ang gamot po niya, not to heal the AIDS, but to delay sa pagbagsak ni immune system. Kung wala kayong i-take na gamot, mabilis ang pagbagsak. Pero ma-i-take kayo na gamot, dahan-dahan lang po siya nabagsak. Is there a chance tataas? No chance. Babagsak pa rin siya. Pero medyo tataas ang buhay ninyo. Pero mamatay ka pa rin. Ganun po kadelikado si AIDS. Ang problema pa talaga nito mga kasama, the effect of AIDS if you have HIV is not immediate. It is chronic. Nagka-AIDS ka ngayon, hindi yan agad kinabukasan, you will be weak. No? It takes years pa bago mo ma-realize you have already an HIV infection in your body. Ang kapansin, ano ito pa talaga, meron kang kasama dyan o nakadate o nakamit up mo, you don't know if he is an AIDS positive or not and then you're not using proper PPE. Therefore, use proper PPE, guys. No? So, saan daw galing si AIDS or HIV? Galing po daw sa unggoy na nag-transfer po siya sa mga tao. Body fluids po na pwedeng mag-cause o magdulot po ng AIDS natin, ito mga blood, mga semen, no? Vaginal and mucous fluid, cerebrospinal fluid, amniotic fluid sa baby po natin. That's why kung AIDS positive ang ating mother, si baby, magka-AIDS po rin yan sila. Breast milk. Question, sir, may na-meet ako sa WhatsApp or Tinder. Naghalikan po kami. Possible ba magkaka-AIDS ako? No. Kasi hindi po matransfer si HIV saliva to saliva. Kailangan niya po ng ilang balding laway para kayo mahawa. Ang problema, once may sugat ang kanyang bunganga, and may sugat ka rin, and there's already an open wound inside your mucous membrane, pwede kayo mahawa pa rin ng AIDS. Okay? So, unprotected sex, multiple sex partner, blood transfusion, tattoo, piercing, yung mga salon po natin, mga spa, mga manicure, pedicure, to it guys ha, yung mga equipment na ginagamit ng mga taga-salon is sterilized. Kasi baka ginamit sa ibang tao na sugatan and then hindi na sterilize yung equipment and there's a blood, pwede rin kayo mahawa ng AIDS or HIV. Sexual contact, pregnancy, injection of drugs, occupational exposure sa healthcare workers po natin, or blood transfusion. Ma-transfer po sa HIV to another. Ang ating prevention po to have this AIDS, not to have this AIDS, abstinence, okay? Mutually faithful to your partner, consistent and proper use of condom. Okay, yun ha. Sa lahat po ng contraceptives, ang condom lang talaga ang proper PPE na gagamitin para hindi po tayo mahawa po ni AIDS. Okay? And proper use ha, not used only. Kasi ang iba hindi marunong gumamit. Guys, pakibantayan din po kasi may friend ako na experience, no? Nagbumili po siya doon sa isang department, sa isang convenience store. Ang ginamit po niya is yung ultra thin na condom. Huwag magkumpiyansa sa ultra thin guys ha, masyadong thin pala yan. Nasira ang condom. Ang ginawa niya, hindi lang siya gumamit. So that's unprotected pa rin. No? So kung mag-ultra thin, i-double gloves po ninyo para mas protected. Okay? Don't share needles, don't use drugs, and early detection and education to our workers. Guys, the AIDS test is not mandatory. It is a voluntary approach po yan siya. And then once you have an AIDS positive workers, they should not be discriminated because they're under protected by law. According to the guidelines, safety officer, ito po, you should have an internal policy on AIDS prevention and control in your workplaces in compliance to Department Order 102-10. This is a guidelines for the implementation of HIV and AIDS prevention and control in your workplaces. It is mandatory that all private workplaces, construction sites, okay, should have a policy on AIDS prevention in your workplaces. There should be a collaborative effort from the management and workers representative in the development and implementation of the policy and program. Safety officer, pupunta si Dolly sa iyong construction site. Isa sa hanapin po nila, safety. Do you have an internal policy on AIDS prevention control? Because if you don't have, that is a findings to you. And then ipapakomply kayo niyan. If you not comply, there's a penalty. So ang gawin po ninyo, dapat magkaroon kayo ng internal policy on AIDS prevention. Para hindi po sasakit ang ulo ninyo, mamaya, after my discussion, I will send sa group chat natin yung template po ni Dole for this policy. You will just download it, fill it out, and that will be your policy already. Or you can put additional information. Disseminate that to your workers. Magpapirma po kayo ng attendance na na-orient sila sa inyong policy sa AIDS. Tapos, once papirmahan nyo rin po sa manager po ninyo, at that is your internal policy. Once po bibisita po si Dole sa inyo, ipakita po ninyo yan na meron na kayong internal policy on AIDS prevention. Okay? Para hindi na po kayo mahirapan mag-English. Yung hindi po maka-download mamaya, you can also go to the website of DOLE or even Bureau of Working Condition. Search for the Department Order 102-10, and then that is a Word format na po for this policy. Okay? Download it and adapt it in your company. And that is your internal policy already. Another example of disease due to infection is tuberculosis. Okay? TB is a disease caused by a bacteria called Mycobacterium tuberculosis. Usually attacks the lungs, but they can also damage other vital organs or tissue in your body. Ang mode of transmission po ng tuberculosis, same po ni COVID-19. Kung paano kayo mahawa ni COVID-19, same with TB. Yung droplet po natin sa laway, galing po sa ilong, saka sa bunganga, na makuha ng ibang tao sa ilong bunganga nila, pwede mag-COVID-19. It will not reach beyond 1 meter rin po. No? Yung pagsalita, pagtawa, yun, mga laway po natin, makuha ng iba, pwede po mag-TB, magka-TB ang tao. It is not airborne, safety officers. What are the signs and symptoms if you have tuberculosis? Coughing of more than 2 weeks na po. Kahit uminom pa kayo ng mga gamot sa cough, pero after 2 weeks, andyan pa rin. Possible, may TB na po kayo. Coughing with blood. May lumalabas, hemoptysis. Okay? Yung po niyo, may blood na po lumalabas. Lagnat because there's infection already. Night sweats. Okay? Sa gabi, natutulog kayo, grabe ang inyong mga sweat na lumalabas. Fatigue, pagod, body malaise, weakness. Weight loss, chills or shiver. Loss of appetite, walang ganang kumain, occur or even chest pain. Those are the signs and symptoms of TB. Good thing na lang may COVID ngayon, yung mga workers nakamask, so wala masyadong cases ng TB. But before kasi, yung hindi pa uso si COVID, ang mga tao walang mask, may isang trabahante po tayo magka-TB, and then kumpul-kumpul yung mga workers natin sa site, natalsikan ang isa, ka-TB, natalsikan ang isa, pwedeng kakalat si tuberculosis sa ating construction site. Prevention is vaccination. Guys, we have a vaccination of this BCG. Familiar with sa baby ng BCG? Yung nagpipeklat? That is not a vaccination na para hindi na kayo maka-TB. That is also only a vaccine para hindi po malala ang inyong TB. But still, pwede pa kayo magka-TB. Same yan siya sa COVID-19 vaccine. Once you have a COVID-19 vaccine, pwede pa kayo mahawa, but the severe cases will be prevented. Same thing with BCG. Once you have a BCG, pwede pa rin magka-TB, but you will prevented by having a serious cases. Training education, always cover your mouth with tissue when coughing or sneezing. Prompt diagnosis and treatment of infectious cases. Wash your hands after coughing or even sneezing. Guys, kanina sa AIDS, kung kailangan po ni DOLE na may internal policy sa AIDS, dapat po may internal policy rin kayo with TB prevention in compliance to Department Order 7305. I will send also in our group chat yung ating template sa policy. This is a guidelines for the implementation of policy and program on tuberculosis prevention and control in workplaces. It is mandatory for all private establishment and workplaces to formulate and implement this policy. Okay, dalawa na ha. AIDS, TB, kailangan makaroon kasi hahanapin po yan siya ni DOLE. Safety officer, first aider, nurse, HR, magtulungan po kayo for this policy. Okay? Kasi po guys, after your training, hindi na po ito until na may certificate kayo. Marami kayong mga gerang harapin pagbalik ninyo sa inyong mga construction site. You have a lot of roles to be implemented. You have a lot of tasks to be performed in your site. Kasi nakasalalay po sa inyo ang compliant ni work ni project in relation to COSH. Nakasalalay po sa inyong balikat na maiwasan ang may madisgrasya and magkasakit sa inyong mga trabahante. And yun ang palaking burden sa ating mga safety officer. Another disease is hepatitis B. Hep B is a viral infection that attacks the liver and can cause both acute or chronic diseases, short-term or long-term. The virus is transmitted through contact with blood and other body fluids of an infected person. Hep B is an important occupational hazard for health workers. However, it can be prevented by currently available safe and effective vaccine. Dati po mga kasama, si hepatitis B is non-curable. But right now, there is already an advent of medicine na pwede po siyang ma-cure, but it will cost you hundreds of thousands to be cured. And it is a long-term management. Kung may narinig kayong HEPA A, that is due to yung oral fecal infection. Kumain po kayo ng pagkain na infected with HEPA A virus, and then nakain po yung pagkain, magka-hepatitis A kayo. Pero mabilis i-treat HEPA A. Yung mga tao nga nagka-HEPA tapos yung baso, kutsara nila, tinidor, o plate, separated, yun sila. But si HEPA B kasi is like an AIDS. Kasi you will have this infection with HEPA B katulad with AIDS, unprotected sex, blood, vaginal fluid, mother to baby, blood transfusion, yun po. May kakilala po ako dati, seaman po siya. Ngayon, pagbaba pa rin ng isang seaman, bago sila makabalik agad sa barko, kailangan pala magpa-test ulit sila, no? O mga medical, whatever. Pag-retest po niya, matagal na po siyang seaman. Pag-retesting po niya, na-failed siya kasi positive po siya ng HEPA B. So, hindi po siya nakasakay ng barko. Isa po yan siya sa titingnan rin ng ating mga nag-OFW, yung HEPA B. So, ang ginawa niya po after nalaman niya, dispirited po siya, sinabihan ko, mag-COSH ka. And then, naging safety officer na siya dito sa Pilipinas, so safety manager na po siya. No? So, yun rin po, kung gaano kayo ka-cautious na hindi po magka-AIDS, dapat rin po yung isipin mo niya. If you have unprotected sex, multiple partner, no? Unprotected ha, pwede rin kayo magka-hepatitis B. Matreat kayo, pero matagalan. And masyadong magastos. Okay? So, exposure to contaminated blood or infected body fluid can cause you hepatitis B. Okay. Prevention, vaccination. Yes, we have a HEPA B vaccine. Yung mga babies natin ngayon, upon birth, there's a vaccination already, and then there are 2 doses. Yung mga healthcare workers natin, yung mga nurses, midwife, or sa hospital, there's a booster shot also with HEPA B vaccine. Kasi high risk kami masyado na pwede mahawa po ng aming mga pasyente na may HEPA B. Example po, merong pasyenteng HEPA B positive. Nag-injection kami sa kanila. So yung injection, natusok ang kamay namin. Pwede kami magka-HEPA B. Buti na lang, we have this vaccination with HEPA B. Okay? Training, education, practice safe sex, avoid direct contact with blood and body fluids, avoid sharing needles, razors, or even sharp items. Guys, kung kanina po, kailangan po natin ng policy with the AIDS and TB, kailangan din natin magroon po ng policy about hepatitis B sa workplace. In compliance to DOLE Advisory 05-10. Okay? Again ha, I will send the template in our group chat. And then please save it. Ha? Kasi hahanapin yan siya ni DOLE talaga, mga kasama. Internal policy on this. Don't worry guys. In case na mag-inspect si DOLE sa inyo, tapos paghanap, meron ba kayong policy ng ganito? The penalty is not immediate. They will give you a grace period to comply. Sir, I will give you 90 days, sir ha. Babalik po ako after 90 days. See to it na na-comply na po ninyo yung mga findings. After 90 days, no action, possible doon na sila magpa-penalty sa inyo. But if you have a willful desire to fulfill or comply with their findings, there will be no penalty. Ang problema ito po, once there will be a fatal accident will happen in your site, namatayan po kayo, nabanggaan ang heavy equipment, nahulog po siya ang worker, OSHA will come in, investigation will come in, all audit will be done. Any findings po ni DOLE, the penalty is immediate. No grace period na po because there is already existing fatality in your site. Okay? So therefore, before po tayo magkaroon ng mga penalty, implement proactive approach. Okay? Ergonomics hazard, no? We discussed this already. This is a part of our health hazard, no? Making the activity be comfortable to our workers. Ergonomics is process of designing or arranging workplace products and systems so that they fit the people to whom use them. Okay? Importante ito, fitting the job to the workers. Okay? Not the worker mag-adjust sa kanyang trabaho. Nakita niyo po itong video kanina, no? Ay, itong picture na ito. So ito po may example ng mga trabaho na dapat bigyan ng pansin para hindi po ma-stress ang ating mga tauhan habang sila po ay nagtatrabaho. Huwag gawing mindset na okay lang, construction workers yan sila, sanay na sa ganyang trabaho. But still, we should put them into a comfortable position pa rin activities para hindi sila makasakit later on. Kasi kung palagi yan sila makasakit, kayo pa rin ng mga may-ari or management or mga supervisor sa site ang magka-problema, no? To respond to their needs in relation to health problems that they have or develop habang andyan sila sa inyong mga workplaces. Okay, I will answer one of this question, ha. Kindly hold on, guys. Okay. Sir, pwede po ba, this is related to tetanus kanina. Sir, pwede po ba magtanong, paano kung kapag natetano ka, sir, natusok siguro distress siya, no? Sir, may allergic po ako sa tetanus toxoid siguro niya sa injection. Okay. Dati, tinurukan po ko para sa allergic. Okay. Paano po, sir, kapag natetano ka, sir, then may allergic ka po? Kasi natetano ko dati, tinurukan po ng para sa allergic po. Paano kung may allergic po, sir, pwede pa rin ba turukan? Okay. That's why, guys, in giving injectable medication, there should be a doctor's order. Okay, ha? Unless lang, nung nangyaring company nurse po ako dati, there is a standing order that same cases, may mga written standing order ng doctor that we will proceed. But in case of you that you have allergic reaction to any medication, you need to consult that to your doctor. Ito kasi mga tetanus natin cases or wound cases, not tetanus but any injury. Dalawa po yang ang tinutusok sa atin. Ang isa po is tetanus toxoid. Ang isa po is yung ATS, attenuated tetanus antitoxin. Yung tetanus toxoid, no need for skin testing. We're doing skin test to see to it that the person is not allergic to tetanus toxoid, to certain medication. But as per study, wala naman pong nagkaka-allergy with tetanus toxoid. Ang nagkaka-allergy po, dun po sa ATS, yung sa isa. That's why, before po kami nagtutusok po ng ATS, we're doing skin testing. Once you are allergic of that, no, we will not proceed to that certain medication, but the doctor will prescribe other medication. Bottom line, before you will proceed for any injectable medication, please ask advice from your company doctor. Okay, ha? Para sila po mag-analyze sa inyong condition. Ang pwede lang po natin i-take na without doctor's order, yung mga over-the-counter po natin na mga pain reliever or other medication. Okay? Unless lang if there is a standing order, kasi po yung standing order written, meron po yung pirma po ni doctor na once may problema, sila po ang liable. Okay? Yun po. Injectable, doctor's order ang kailangan. Moving forward po. Ergonomics hazard, no? Due to improper lifting procedure. Okay? Awkward positioning, prolonged sitting or standing, or even overreaching. Example of this, guys, yung mga workers natin exposed to prolonged standing, working more than 6 hours, nakatayo lang po sila. It will result into reduced blood supply to their loaded muscle. Yung sa legs po nila, no? Yun po ang kawawa. Babagsak po yung supply po ng dugo doon kasi due to too much weight na binibear po ng katawan nila. Inflammation of veins, that's why varicose veins. Yung mga teller po natin, mga kahera, sis lady, yung mga pulong standing activity, tingnan nyo, ang lalaki ng mga varicose veins po nila. Musculoskeletal disorder. Yun ang problem once you are exposed with prolonged standing activity. And common din ito sa ating mga construction site. But depende, kung si supervisor, tsaka si safety officer, tsaka si operation, masyado masipag, pag-monitor po sa site. Pero once walang close monitoring sa ating mga construction workers, hindi ako naniniwala sa prolonged standing. Kasi maraming mga workers na mga kuyakoy. Kung wala nakatingin, upo-upo lang yan sila sa site. Na? Unless lang kung yung mga pakyawan. Kasi may deadline yan sila. Yung mga piece rate. Pero yung mga daily rate ng mga construction workers, yun sila mahilig manguyakoy and then not exposed to prolonged standing. Kasi kung nakatalikod si engineer, nakaupo na yan sila. Another thing, activity exposed to prolonged sitting. Okay? They're exposed to musculoskeletal disorder, obesity, diabetes, anxiety, or increased risk for cardiovascular diseases or pwedeng mamatay agad. Okay? Ito yung masakit sa mga manager, mga boss. No? Yung mga prolonged sitting sa offices, yun sila. No? Mga workers sa office, prolonged sitting, there are at least also with these different health problems. Guys, there is a department order in relation to solve the problem of this long hour sitting. This is Department Order 184-17. According to this DO, for those people exposed to prolonged hours of sitting, we should provide with regular 5-minute break every 2 hours from sitting rather. No? That's why kanina, during our break time, I give you 15 minutes break and then kung pwede after 15 minutes, use that. Tatayo kayo, pupunta sa likod, lakad-lakad sa bahay o sa opisina. Para ma-break po natin yung prolonged sitting natin. Redesign the work task, organize health promotion activities, conduct awareness raising on health effects of prolonged sitting, and conduct medical surveillance who are at risk. How about yung mga at risk po sa prolonged standing activity? No? In compliance to Department Order 178-17. Encourage them, guys, to implement rest period to break time spent on standing. Install appropriate flooring or mats. Provide table or work surfaces with adjustable heights. Provide readily accessible seats and implement the use of footwear which is practical and comfortable. No? Bawal na po sa ating mga workers natin, mga babae, if you're exposed with prolonged standing activity, that you will use a high heels or with heels footwear. Papansin niyo po sa mga malls, okay, wala na po mga high heels yung mga sales lady po natin, mga cashier, kasi it is an economic issue for them. Other health hazard relation to, no, is the social hazard or psychosocial hazard. This is the fifth health hazard. Due to exposure to stress, bullying, sexual harassment, aggression and violence, substance misuse at work area. As we define stress, it is a feeling of emotional or physical tension. It can come from any event or through that makes you feel frustrated or nervous. Stress in your body's reaction to a challenge or demand. If you are so exposed with stress, it will transform into physical ailment. It will affect your brain or nerves, your heart, causing cardiovascular diseases, increase your it will lead to hypertension or increase your blood pressure, ulceration, hyperacidity, okay? It can also damage your pancreas, no? Your intestine, your GI, digestive system, no? Walang ganang kakain, or grabe magkakaroon ng diarrhea, or even can cause problem to your reproductive system. Ang iba nababaog due to excess stress, no? So, iwasan po natin yan siya kasi may mga study po may mga ganun. No? So, ongoing pa po yan siya but it can transform into physical ailment once you are exposed with too much stress. Department Order 28-20. It is a guidelines for the implementation of mental health workplace policies and programs for the private sector. Increase your workers' awareness on mental health and other common conditions. Promote healthy lifestyle and work-life balance. Establishing mental health programs to support workers and workers' achievement and efforts recognition program. Guys, break also the stressful time in your workplaces. And also, appreciate and recognize those workers doing good points or good things in your projects. Implement also yung mga programs po natin like safety awarding to boost their morale. No? That's a good thing also, a good safety practice in relation for a stress-free environment. Stress may lead to substance misuse or even alcohol consumption. Due to overstress, our workers may use illegal drugs or excessive intake of alcohol. The effects of taking too much alcohol or exposed to the intake of illegal drugs will lead to late attendance of our workers. Increased absenteeism, reduction of work quality, reduction of work rate, dishonesty, and theft in order for their vices to be sustained. Okay? Nagnanakaw na po yan sila para makabilis ang kanilang mga bisyo nila. Irritability and mood swings, deterioration in working relationship, and also family affair, masisira rin yan siya. No? Ang asawa nila, ang anak, maapektuhan rin. And then if you will deal with those people or workers exposed with illegal drugs, do not act like you're a PDEA. You're a safety officer. Be advocate to them. Inform them only with the health and family effect. Okay? What if they are exposed with these illegal drugs? Department Order 3703. It is a guidelines for the implementation of drug-free workplace and policies and programs for the private sector. There should be a mandatory drug testing. Validity of drug test result is 1 year. There should be a treatment, rehab, and referral policy, and advocacy training and education. Safety officer. Some of the company kasi, one of their prerequisite or pre-employment medical test is the drug test. Once the applicant is a positive with drugs, you have the right not to accept their employment, no, or to reject the resume or whatever. But do you have a policy, guys, in case that you will have an annual surprise drug test? Tapos there is a certain regular worker or employed worker. You found out that he is a positive with drugs during your surprise drug testing. What is your policy on that? And if you have a policy on that, please write that in your internal policy on drug prevention control in workplaces. Ito kasi mangyayari. Kung aplikante pa lang, positive with drugs, you have the right to refuse. But kung regular na po sa inyong mga empleyado or currently employed, there are some policy that they will not terminate the person if they're positive with drugs. Nakalagay po sa policy nila, if you are positive with drugs, during our annual checking, you should undergo rehabilitation, rehab. Who will pay for your rehab? It is not the company because hindi naman kami nag-uutos na mag-drugs ka. It is you to pay your own rehab. Sir, am I paid, sir, during my rehab period? Of course not. It is no work, no pay. You will pay your own rehab and you have no salary. And after your rehab, take again the test and you are negative, go back to work. But if the person will refuse to that policy, he will not pay for the rehab, he will not go inside the rehab. Therefore, that is subject for termination because that is insubordination to the company policy. Okay? So yun po ang pwede nyong malagay sa inyong internal policy on drug-free workplace. Smoking also can lead to different problems or effect. Can cause oral and health problems, dry skin, risk of increased the blood pressure, scarred lungs, emphysema, or even lung cancer. Okay, the next step for medical surveillance, guys. Is selection of medical screening test. Medical screening is a method for detecting disease or body dysfunction before an individual would normally seek medical care. The purpose of conducting medical screening is for the early diagnosis and treatment. We're doing this one to check if our workers are healthy while they are in our duration of their work in our workplaces. Once the test already done, we will going to interpret the result. Interpretation of data and recommendation. Usually, the testing will consist pre-employment test for those workers that will enter or duly hired workers in a construction project, the periodic exam. This is the annual medical test or the surprise test or special test. And also, the separation or exit exam. Ang common nangyari sa atin, ang ito lang po, pre-employment tsaka si periodic exam. Pero itong si exit or separation exam, hindi ito masyadong pinapractice. Gastos na kasi. Pero alam nyo ba, malaki ang tulong ng exit or separation test? Ginagawa po sa exit or separation test sa mga empleyado once mag-retire na sila, aalis, mag-resign or mag-transfer. To see to it that that person is healthy at wala siya walang sakit na nakuha habang andyan siya sa ating company. Pwede kasi ito mangyayari mga kasama. Example, nag-retire na ako. Pag alis ko sa company niyo, wala akong exit test or exit medical or separation medical test. After 10 years, balikan ko kayo. Sir, pwede ako mag-claim ng benefit kasi nagkaroon ako ng cancer kasi may nakuha akong sakit sa inyo habang andyan pa ako sa company niyo 10 years ago. Ngayon, anong basihan natin na nakuha yung sakit sa atin ba? Or doon na sa labas na hindi na siya connected sa atin? But if you have this exit or separation test, balikan ka niya. Ano sabi natin? Actually, sir, di ba nung nag-resign ka na po or nag-retire ka na, we conducted separation exam? And based on your separation exam, according to the doctor, you are healthy and fit upon separation. Therefore, yung sakit nyo po, posible, nakuha nyo po sa labas after you are employed to us. That is a protection to the employers. And protection also, and assurance to the employee na wala siyang sakit nakuha sa inyo. Okay? Pero ito hindi ginagawa. Seldom lang companies gumagawa ng exit exam. But you, safety officer, you can recommend this to your HR or to your management. Okay? Pre-employment, annual test or special test, or even separation test. Guys, for the result should be maintained confidential, okay? Especially kung sino may-ari po ng data na nakuha po ninyo. Ito pa, may twist mga kasama. According to the OSH standard or the Occupational Safety Standard Rule 1967, it refers to physical examination. Number 1, all workers, irrespective of age and sex, shall undergo physical exam. Number A, before entering the employment for the first time, ito yung pre-employment exam. B, periodically or such interval as may be necessary and on account of the condition of risk involved in the work, yung mga annual medical exam or surprise exam. And lastly, when transferred or separated from employment and when person is injured. Okay ha, tatlong test yun na mention. Itong kagandahan ito. According to the OSH standard, all examination sa number 2 shall be complete and thorough, be rendered free of charge to the workers. Ibig sabihin pala, ultimo pre-employment, it should be free of charge to our employees. Pero anong nangyari ngayon? Congratulations, electrician. Hired ka na. Please go back on Monday. Please bring your pre-employment test. Sino gagastos? Sariling bulsa. Nagreklamo ba si worker? Hindi. Kasi masaya siya na meron na siyang trabaho. Hanggat wala magreklamo, walang kaso. That's why itong rule na ito hindi masyado na-highlight kasi walang nagko-complain. No? Pero according pala sa standard ng COSH, it should be free of charge. The pre-employment, the annual, and separation test. That's why mayroong mga big companies na ultimong pre-employment, sila nag-cover. Sir, what if pala sir, that fit to work, pero gumastos na po kami. Marirefund ba yan siya? No. Kasi ginawa natin ang test not for the benefit or for the interest of the worker only, but also for the interest of the company na importante malaman niya na fit to work ang kanyang trabahante. So kailangan cover pa rin niya even though the result is not fit to work. But usually, hindi ito siya na-highlight, wala nagko-complain, and then hindi ito na-call attention ang dole. Even pala sa separation exam or sa exit exam should be free of charge by the employees. Okay? But ngayon, ang practices, itong si letter B lang po ang nag-free of charge. Yung mga annual surprise special medical test. Okay. I'm just relaying to you guys what is written in the OSH standard. Number 5 steps in occupational health is communication of result. The importance of communicating the result to continuously evaluate the OSH program, to provide a mechanism for continuously improving OSH program and performance, to align the OSH policies of the program, and to inform the workers of his current health status. But the result should be maintained confidential among other employees. Record keeping also is very important, guys. Confidential record should not be disclosed to anyone unless authorized by the employee. Lahat po ng mga lab results na nakuha po ninyo, lahat po ng information na nakuha po ninyo in relation to medical surveillance should be kept in your office, and if it is significant, should be discussed it to your co-workers in order for you to enhance the implementation of your health program of your company. Okay. Guys, we have the annual medical report. I will also send this in your group chat. You should submit the annual medical report every January to DOLE. That will cover the entire year. Example, January 1, 2022 hanggang December 31, 2022, gumawa kayo ng AMR. It is a form, guys, summary lang po ito, and submit that on January sa DOLE office. Prepare 2 to 3 copies, give a copy to them, and you should have a received copy. Patatakan po ninyo ng received by DOLE. Para in case DOLE will conduct inspection to your establishment, DOLE will ask, safety officer, are you submitting annual report to DOLE? And present this received copy of your AMR to DOLE to close that issue. Ano nakalagay dito sa AMR, sir? It is only a summary, mga safety. Example, how many ang nagka-headache sa inyong workplace? Ilan ang babae, ilan ang lalaki? Ilan po nasugatan? Babae, tsaka lalaki. Summary lang po ito. Therefore, it is very important you should have a logbook. I-logbook nyo po lahat ng kaso na nangyari po sa inyong mga company or project. And then, count it, summarize it, and transfer that in your AMR on January during your annual medical reporting. Okay? So, very simple lang po ito na form. Yun. Last step for medical surveillance is the evaluation effectiveness of control measure. You need to evaluate. You need to check. Okay? How effective is your implementation to occupational health? In order for you to know either to sustain or continue your program because the result is good, or you need to revise it, develop it more because you observe any loophole or poor performance in your implementation of your OH program. Okay? And this will be done during your safety committee meeting or during your safety coordination meeting. The evaluation of effectiveness of your control measure. Okay. The roles of a safety officer in medical surveillance, guys, is to have understanding of the process of medical surveillance, to monitor the compliance and the performances, to solicit management commitment in relation to your OH programs and implementation, to assist in health hazard identification and control measures, employees training and program evaluation, and to monitor the effectiveness of your control measure inputs as recommended by your OH personnel and hygienist. Clear points? The purpose of your medical surveillance is for the prevention of illness to happen in your workplaces. When illness will happen from a particular exposure, therefore, medical surveillance is very important. Okay? And that's all for our safety and health topic in relation to OH. Therefore, guys, before I will leave you, do not ignore any health hazard that you observe. Even though that you observe, even though that you know that the impact of health hazard is not immediate, but still later on, maningil pa rin yan sila sa inyo kung anong ginawa ng ating mga safety officer. Do not forget that we have 5 health hazard existing in your construction site. We have physical hazard, biological hazard, chemical hazard, ergonomics, and social or psychosocial hazard. Okay? And that's all for our medical surveillance and occupational health. Any questions, safety officers? Gutom na po? Ako na lang magtatanong sa inyo. Anong nakahanda na lunch ninyo ngayong break time?
Wala pa, sir.
Wala pa, magluluto pa kayo. Sige, we have 10 minutes more pa para magluto, no? It's 10 minutes before 12 para makapagsaing pa kayo o makabili sa restaurant ng inyong pang lunch break ninyo. Thank you very much, as safety officer, for listening to our morning session.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you po, sir.
Galing
Thank you,
po.
sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you po, sir.
Thank
you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Salamat, guys. 12 o'clock.
Salamat, sir.
Thank you.
Eh?
Nyalap mo lang ito.
Ha? Halo?
Nyalap mo lang.
Ang safety and health sa trabaho ay ating karapatan.
Ang safety and health sa trabaho ay ating responsibilidad.
Ang pagiging safe and healthy sa trabaho ay ating priority.
Ang safety at health sa trabaho ay para sa ating mga mahal sa buhay.
Para sa pamilya,
dapat iwas sakit at disgrasya.
Pagligtas at malusog sa
Ang Republic Act No. 11058. Ano ba ang Republic Act No. 11058? Ang RA 11058 ay isang batas na nagpapatibay sa pagsunod sa mga pamantayan sa kaligtasan at pangkalusugan sa trabaho at pagbibigay ng mga parusa para sa mga paglabag dito. Republic Act 11058. Nilagdaan ito ng batas ni Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte noong ika-17 ng Agosto taong 2018, punong may akda ay si Senador Joey Villanueva. Ang batas ay naipublish sa Manila Bulletin noong ika-22 ng Agosto taong 2018. Ang batas ay nagbigay sa Department of Labor and Employment ng 70 araw upang paunlarin ang IRR nito. Pagsapit ng ika-6 ng Disyembre taong 2018, nilagdaan ni Kalihim Bello ang IRR 2 araw ang layo mula sa anibersaryo ng DOL. Ang IRR, sa anyo ng Department Order No. 198 Series of 2018, ay naipublish sa Philippine Star noong ika-9 ng Enero taong 2019. Naging epektibo ang IRR noong ika-25 ng Enero taong 2019, 15 araw pagkatapos may lathala mula sa nasabing pahayagan alinsunod sa mga kinakailangang legal. Sino-sino ang saklaw ng batas na ito? Ang saklaw ng batas na ito ay lahat ng mga pribadong establishmento kung saan isinasagawa ang trabaho. Kabilang ang mga establishmento na matatagpuan sa loob ng mga espesyal na economic zones at iba pang mga ahensya sa pagsulong sa pamumuhunan ng Philippine Economic Zone PEZA, Clark Development Corporation, CDC. Mga kagamitan na nakikibahagi sa transportasyon ng hangin, dagat, at lupa. Sa ngalan ng tauhan ng OSHCREU 8.
Isang kaaya-ayang araw sa lahat.
Sa video na ito tatalakayin natin ang Section 14 ng Republic Act 11058 at ang Implementing Rules and Regulations nito na Department Order No. 198 Series of 2018. Ang Section 14 ay ang requirement ng safety officer or officer sa lugar ng trabaho. Sa pagpapatupad ng programa ng OSH, ang mga safety officer sa bawat establishmento o lugar ng trabaho ay dapat na itinalaga na may mga sumusunod na tungkulin at responsibilidad. A. Pangasiwaan ang pangkalahatang pamamahala ng OSH program at koordinasyon sa komite ng OSH. B. Madalas na subaybayan at siyasatin ang anumang aspeto sa kalusugan o kaligtasan ng operasyon na isinasagawa sa pakikilahok ng mga supervisor at manggagawa. C. Tulungan ng mga inspector ng gobyerno sa pagsasagawa ng inspeksyon sa kaligtasan at pangkalusugan sa anumang oras tuwing ginagawa ang trabaho o habang isinasagawa ang isang pagsisiyasat sa aksidente sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay ng kinakailangang impormasyon at mga ulat ng OSH na hinihiling ng mga pamantayan ng OSH at D. Maglabas ng order ng pagtigil sa trabaho o work stoppage order kung kinakailangan batay sa mga kinakailangan at pamamaraan na ibinigay ng mga pamantayan ng OSH standard. Tulad na lang kung may mga imminent danger sa lugar ng trabaho. Ang bilang at kwalifikasyon ng mga safety officer ay dapat nakatimbang sa kabuoang bilang ng mga manggagawa at kagamitan, laki ng lugar ng trabaho, pag-uuri ng lugar ng trabaho at iba pang pamantayan na hinihiling ng OSH standard. Ang safety officer ay kinakailangang sumailalim sa ni-require na oryentasyong pagsasanay o kurso sa DOLE-BOSH, mga advanced na kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH at iba pang pagsasanay na may kinalaman sa OSH o kinakailangan sa mabisang pagganap ng mga tungkulin at responsibilidad. Ang mga safety officer na nakikibahagi sa mga micro at maliit na establishmento, mababa sa katamtamang peligro, ay dapat na makisali sa mga programang pangkaligtasan kabilang ang iba pang mga gawaing itinalaga sa kanya ng kanyang employer. Sa kaso ng isang kontratista o subcontractor, hindi bababa sa isang safety officer ang dapat na ipakalat sa bawat tiyak na lugar ng pagpapatakbo, upang pangasiwaan ang pamamahala ng programa ng OSH ng sarili nitong lugar ng pinagtatrabahuhan. Minimum na pag-uuri at bilang ng safety officer para sa lahat ng mga sakop na lugar ng trabaho ay ang mga sumusunod. Ang pakikipag-ugnayan ng serbisyo ng isang sertipikadong konsultant ng OSH or ang SO4 ay pinapayagan para sa isang panahon na hindi hihigit sa isang taon. Para sa pagtatatag na ang itinalagang safety officer ay dapat nasanayin o nasa proseso ng pagkumpleto ng mga ni-require kurso sa pagsasanay at nauugnay na karanasan. Ang mga opisyal ng kaligtasan ng lahat ng lugar ng trabaho ay dapat magkaroon ng kinakailangang pagsasanay na kinakailangan at pagsasanay alinsunod sa kategorya nito, tulad ng nakapaloob dito. Ang kaukulang kwalifikasyon ng mga opisyal ng kaligtasan or safety officer ay ang mga sumusunod. Para sa Safety Officer 1, ang mandatory na pagsasanay sa OSH ay 8 oras na kurso na orientation ng OSH at 2 oras ng pagsasanay ng trainer o TOT. Walang kinakailangang minimum na karanasan sa OSH. Para sa Safety Officer 2 or SO2, ang mga kinakailangan ay mandatory 40 oras na pangunahing kurso sa pagsasanay sa OSH na nalalapat sa industriya. Para sa Safety Officer 3 or SO3, ang mga kinakailangan ay ang A. Ipinag-uutos na 40 oras na pangunahing kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH na nalalapat sa industriya o ang BOSH or COSH. B. Karagdagang 48 oras ng advanced o dalubhasang kurso sa pagsasanay na kaligtasan sa trabaho OS na nauugnay sa industriya at C. Iba pang mga kinakailangan tulad ng ni-require ng OSH standard. Para sa Safety Officer 4 or SO4, A. Mandatory 40 oras na kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH na nalalapat sa industriya gaya ng BOSH or COSH. B. Karagdagang 8 oras ng a-advanced, dalubhasang kurso sa pagsasanay sa kaligtasan sa trabaho na nauugnay sa industriya. C. Isang pinagsama-samang 320 oras ng kaugnay na pagsasanay sa OSH o experience. Maaaring dagdagan ng karagdagang pagsasanay sa mga karanasan sa taon kung saan 80 oras ng pagsasanay ay maaaring katumbas ng 1 taon ng karanasan and vice versa. D. Iba pang mga kinakailangan tulad ng ni-require ng OSH standard. Yan po ang part 1 na discussion natin tungkol sa Section 14 para sa Safety Officer Requirement. Sa susunod na video po natin, pag-usapan naman po natin ang number of safety officers na required sa mga establishmento. Hanggang sa susunod po, at ito ang inyong OSH CREU8 team. #ligtas ang maingat. #una ang kaligtasan. Salamat po at magandang araw sa lahat. Hi, magandang araw sa lahat at sa mga COSH advocates. Sa video na ito, ipagpapatuloy natin ang ating talakayan ng huling bahagi ng Section 14 ng Republic Act 11058 at ang IRR nito na ang DOL DO 198 Series of 2018. Tulad ng nabanggit sa aming nakaraang video, sa Section 14 na ang lahat ng designated safety officer ay kinakailangang magkaroon ng mandatory na pagsasanay o relevant training at maging ang karanasan sa trabaho sa OSH. Sa video na ito, tatalakayin natin ang bilang na kinakailangan ng safety officer sa bawat lugar ng trabaho o establishmento. Ang bilang at kwalifikasyon ng mga safety officer ay magiging katimbang sa kabuoang bilang ng mga manggagawa at kagamitan, laki ng lugar ng trabaho, pag-uuri or risk classification ng lugar ng trabaho, at iba pang pamantayan na hinihiling ng OSH standard. Tulad ng nabanggit naming sa part 1 ng Section 14 na video, ang safety officer ay kinakailangang sumailalim sa DOL Required Mandatory Training or Course sa OSH, mga advanced courses sa OSH, at o iba pang training o pag-aaral na nauugnay sa OSH kung kinakailangan para sa mabisang pagganap ng mga tungkulin at responsibilidad nito. Ang mga safety officer na nakikibahagi sa mga micro at medium na establishmento na classified as low to medium risk ay dapat na makisali sa mga programang pangkaligtasan, kabilang ang iba pang mga gawaing itinalaga sa kanya ng kanyang employer. Para sa contractor o subcontractor, hindi bababa sa isang safety officer ang dapat na ipa-assign sa bawat lugar ng trabaho or worksite, upang pangasiwaan ang pamamahala ng programa ng OSH ng sarili nitong lugar ng trabaho. Kaya narito ang minimum na required at bilang ng safety officer para sa lahat ng mga sakop na lugar ng trabaho. Pag-usapan natin ang requirement para sa low-risk workplace. Para sa low-risk workplace na may 1 hanggang 50 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay isang safety officer 1, para sa mga may 51 hanggang 199 na manggagawa, isang safety officer 2. Para sa mga mayroong 200 hanggang 250 manggagawa, ang required ay 2 safety officer 2 o maaari ding isang safety officer 3 lamang. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 750 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 safety officer 2 at isang safety officer 3. At para sa mga may 751 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 safety officer 3. At para sa bawat dagdag na 500 na manggagawa or fraction nito, dapat magkaroon ng karagdagang isang safety officer 3. Ang pakikipag-ugnayan ng mga serbisyo ng isang sertipikadong OSH consultant o safety officer 4, ay pinapayagan para sa isang panahon na hindi hihigit sa 1 taon para sa mga establishmento na ang itinalagang safety officer, wala pang training at karanasan, kung saan ay kailangang sanayin o nasa proseso ng pagkumpleto ng ni-require na training at nauugnay na karanasan. Talakayin naman natin ang requirement para sa mga establishmento na classified as medium risk. Para sa mga may 1 hanggang 9 na manggagawa, ang requirement ay isang safety officer 1. Para sa lugar ng trabaho na may 10 hanggang 99 na manggagawa, ay isang safety officer 2. Ang may 100 hanggang 250 manggagawa, ang required ay isang safety officer 2 at isang safety officer 3. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 safety officer 3. At magkakaroon ng karagdagang isang safety officer 3, o isang Safety Officer 4 para sa bawat karagdagang na 500 manggagawa o fraction nito. Para naman sa lugar ng trabaho na inuri o classified bilang high risk, ang mga sumusunod ay ang kinakailangang bilang ng mga Safety Officer. Para sa lugar ng trabaho na may 1 hanggang 9 na manggagawa, ang required ay isang Safety Officer 2. Para sa mga may 10 hanggang 50 manggagawa, ang required ay isang Safety Officer 3. Para naman sa mga may 51 hanggang 199, ang required ay isang Safety Officer 2 at isang Safety Officer 3. Para sa mga may 200 hanggang 250, ang required ay 2 Safety Officer 3. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang required ay isang Safety Officer 2 at 2 Safety Officer 3. At magkakaroon ng karagdagang isang Safety Officer 3 o Safety Officer 4, para sa bawat karagdagang na 250 manggagawa o fraction nito. Ang pagkakaroon ng Safety Officer sa mga establishmento ay makakatulong para makaiwas sa mga aksidente sa trabaho. Yan po ang required na bilang ng Safety Officer sa bawat establishmento alinsunod sa Republic Act 11058. Hanggang sa susunod natin talakayan, #ligtas ang maingat. Maraming salamat po, at ito ang inyong public servant mula sa OSHCREU 8.
Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay
ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado.
"5S". Mahirap hanapin ang bagay na kailangan kapag magulo ang gamit. Maaari din itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Mag-5S tayo sa ating mga lugar sa trabaho. Seri, sort o suriin ay ang paglalagay ng mga gamit sa tamang lalagyan at pag-aalis ng mga gamit na hindi kailangan sa trabaho. Seaton, systematize o sinupi naman ay ang pagsasalansan ng mga gamit upang madaling maabot ang mga ito at hindi makaabala sa trabaho. Sesa, sweep o simutin ay ang pagpapanatili ng kalinisan ng mga gamit at ng lugar sa trabaho. Seiketsu, standardize o siguruhin ang paraan para matiyak na tuloy-tuloy ang pagpapatupad ng good housekeeping sa pamamagitan ng pagsama nito sa OSH policy at program ng kumpanya. Dapat may shitsuke, self-discipline o sariling kusa ang lahat pagdating sa pagpapanatiling malinis at maayos ang kapaligiran sa trabaho. Tandaan ang 5S upang aksidente ay maiwasan. Sort o suriin, systematize o sinupin, sweep o simutin, standardize o siguruhin, self-discipline o sariling kusa. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa lindol. Ang lindol ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Isagawa ang drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali pag pwede nang lumikas. Pumunta sa evacuation zone at sumunod sa mga nangangasiwa. Tandaan para sa kaligtasan sa lindol, drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali. Pumunta sa evacuation area. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng kuryente. Mahalaga ang kuryente sa araw-araw. kaya kailangang maging ligtas sa paggamit nito. Siguruhing maayos ang mga plug at kordon ng mga makina at appliances. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Kung kailangan gumamit ng extension cord, siguruhing hindi nababasa, hindi overloaded, at higit sa lahat, hindi sagabal sa mga dadaanan. Siguruhing pasado sa standards ang mga extension cords. Paglalagay ng tamang outlet imbis na extension cord. Tandaan, maayos na plug at cord. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Tamang paggamit ng extension cords. Pasado sa standards. Tamang outlet. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng makinarya. Ang makinarya ay nagpapadali ng trabaho, ngunit maaari rin itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Upang maging ligtas ang manggagawang nagpapatakbo ng makinarya, inspeksyonin ang makina bago ito gamitin. Ang mga gumagalaw na parte ng makina ay dapat may tamang machine guards upang hindi ma-expose ang mga kamay, paa o anumang parte ng katawan ng gumagamit ng makina. Dapat regular ang preventive maintenance ng mga makina. Sundin ang lockout-tagout o LOTO system para makaiwas sa aksidente. Inspeksyonin bago gamitin. Machine guards. Regular na preventive maintenance. Lockout-tagout o LOTO. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Ergonomics. Ang matagal na pag-upo habang nagtatrabaho at maling posisyon ay nagdudulot ng pananakit ng katawan, pananakit ng mga kamay, at eye strain. Kapag nagtatrabaho sa computer, siguraduhing tama ang height ng upuan at mesa para sa manggagawa, para tama din ang posisyon habang nagtatrabaho. Ang opisina ay dapat may tamang liwanag at ventilation. Ugaliing tumayo kada 1 oras ng pagkakaupo. Maglakad-lakad o gumawa ng mga simpleng exercises. Tandaan, para sa kalusugan, tamang gamit at posisyon, tamang liwanag at maaliwalas na paligid, paglalakad at ehersisyo mula sa pagkakaupo. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng mga kemikal. Ang kemikal tulad ng solvents, gas, acid mist, alikabok, at fumes ay mapanganib sa kalusugan. Tandaan, basahin ang label at safety data sheet sa paggamit, pagsasatabi, at pagtapon nito. Gumamit ng PPE tulad ng gloves, goggles, at respiratory protective equipment. Proper hand washing, ugaliing maghugas ng kamay pagkatapos. Alamin ang first aid procedure para sa mga emergency at agad tumawag ng tulong. Tandaan, para sakuna ay maiwasan. Basahin ang label at safety data sheet. Tamang PPE. Alamin ang first aid procedure. Proper hand washing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa sunog. Ang sunog ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Tandaan, para sa kaligtasan sa sunog, alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa trabaho sa matataas na lugar. Ang paggawa sa matataas na lugar ay mapanganib at maaaring sanhi ng pagkahulog. Tandaan ang mga paraan para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold. Sundin ang naaayong fall prevention standards sa scaffold, guardrails at hagdan na may handrails. Magsuot ng personal fall arrest system upang maiwasan ang pagkahulog. Tandaan, para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold, naaayong fall prevention standards, at pagsuot ng personal fall arrest system. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Simpleng ehersisyo sa palaupong pamumuhay o sedentary lifestyle. Sabi nga nila, sitting is the new smoking at ang pag-upo ng matagal ay nakakasama sa kalusugan. Sundin ang mga sumusunod. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Ugaliing gawin itong mga ehersisyo kada isang oras ng pagkakaupo. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Personal protective equipment. Ano ba ang tamang kasuotan kapag nagtatrabaho sa isang construction site? PPE ang tamang kasuotan bilang karagdagang proteksyon kapag gumagawa. Ang hard hat ay proteksyon sa ulo sa nalalaglag na bagay. Safety goggles ay para proteksyonan ang mata. Earplugs ay panlaban sa matinding ingay. At face mask laban sa alikabok at usok. Proteksyon laban sa init at posibleng pagkagasgas ng mga braso ang long sleeves. Ang gloves ay gamit upang maiwasan ang pagkasugat ng mga kamay. Protektahan ang mga paa sa pamamagitan ng safety shoes. Kailangan din ng reflectorized vest upang madaling makita ang isang manggagawa lalo na kung sa gabi magtatrabaho. Kapag magtatrabaho sa mataas na lugar, huwag kalimutan magsuot ng full body harness. Libre dapat itong binibigay ng employer. May naaayong PPE sa bawat gawain. Siguraduhin lahat ng PPE ay pasado sa standards testing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Respiratory protective equipment. Ang acid mist, solvent vapors, gases, usok, alikabok, at heavy metal fumes ay panganib sa kalusugan ng manggagawa. Gumamit ng respiratory protective equipment. Ang filtration respirator ay para sa alikabok at oil mist. Dapat ito ay madalas pinapalitan. Ang chemical cartridge device naman ay sumasala sa hangin na kontaminado. May tamang cartridge sa bawat paggawa. Ang air supply equipment naman ay may tangke na pinanggagalingan ng hangin. Madalas itong gamit sa lugar na kulob at walang oxygen. Tandaan ang paraan para sa kuna ay maiwasan. Libre ito dapat na ibinibigay ng employer sa manggagawa. Alamin ang tamang respiratory protective equipment para sa inyong gawain. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC.
Oh, picture muna, mga bata, picture muna, picture. Happy birthday, Vince.
Asan si Mommy?
Picture muna tayo, masaya tayo. Happy birthday, Vince.
Wala pa si DJ?
Wala pa nga eh. Anong oras na oh? Nag-promise siya sa akin, dito siya magdi-dinner eh.
Pag ikaw ay nagkasakit o naaksidente, paano na ang pamilya mo? Taon-taon, 2,780,000 ang namamatay dahil sa sakit at aksidente sa trabaho. Huwag maging parte ng bilang na ito.
Lahat tayo pwedeng umiwas
Sa sakit at aksidente.
Lahat tayo
Pwedeng maging
Pwede kang maging OSH champion sa pamamagitan ng pag-share ng impormasyon sa social media,
pag-attend ng training, at pagbabahagi ng kaalaman sa mga katrabaho, pagbibigay ng tamang PPE sa mga manggagawa na pasado sa testing, at pagre-report ng mga di ligtas na sitwasyon sa lugar ng trabaho bago pa man may maaksidente o magkasakit.
Kung magtutulong-tulong tayo, may iwasan natin ang sakit at aksidente.
Maganda kung lahat tayo magiging COSH champion. Isama natin sila.
It has always been an important goal of the government to improve workplace conditions in the Philippines. In 1982, the Department of Labor and Employment prepared a concept paper creating an institution on occupational safety and health from which foreign aid could be tapped. 1984, the Japanese government responded positively to the call. 1986, an agreement was signed for a 300 million peso grant aid, a project-type technical cooperation under the bilateral grant of the Japanese Official Development Assistance Program through the Japan International Cooperation Agency, March 12, 1987. The groundbreaking ceremony was held on a 2-hectare lot in North Avenue, Quezon City, with then-President Corazon C. Aquino as guest of honor. November 4, 1987, Executive Order 307 was signed, creating the Occupational Safety and Health Center as a special department under the Employees Compensation Commission. And on the Labor Day or May 1 of 1988, OSHC officially started being part of the government's efforts to better the working conditions of the Filipino workers.
Ikinakampanya ng Occupational Safety and Health Center ang kaligtasan at kalusugan ng mga manggagawa dito sa Pilipinas. Ito ay sinasagawa namin sa pamamagitan ng pananaliksik, pagsasanay, pagpapakalat ng mga impormasyon at mga technical na serbisyo tulad ng work, environment, measurement, PPE testing at biological monitoring. Napakabigat ng tungkulin ito kaya kami ay nagpapasalamat sa aming mga partners sa gobyerno at pribadong sektor na tumutulong sa amin palaganapin ang advokasya ng OSH upang mapanatili nating ligtas at malusog ang ating mga manggagawa sa lahat ng industriya.
Based on its mandate, vision, and mission, the OSHC champions the cause of work safety and health in the Philippines. Programs to promote health and safety of workers are carried out through the following. The Office of the Executive Director, who oversees planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the OSHC operation. Under DOLE Administrative Order Number 56, Series of 2011, and DOLE Administrative Order Number 407, Series of 2017, the accreditation of Occupational Safety and Health, or OSH consultants and training organizations, as well as OSH practitioners and testing organizations for construction heavy equipment, respectively, have been transferred to the Occupational Safety and Health Center. The accreditation team is headed by the Deputy Executive Director, Engineer Jose Maria S. Batino. The Environment Control Division, or ECD, works toward eliminating work environment hazards and risks and controlling their ill effects on workers. It conducts researches to determine the presence of harmful environmental contaminants that affects workers' safety and health. The Safety Control Division conducts continuing studies, researches, safety audits, and technical inspections in work sites, with emphasis on hazardous machines, processes, and operations. It undertakes performance testing of personal protective equipment to ensure that manufactured PPEs conform with the set standards. The Training and Public Information Division, or TPID, plans, organizes, and conducts COSH training for a broad range of clientele. The TPID also maintains a library with an exclusive collection of books, journals, researches, and materials on occupational safety and health, which aid researchers and students pursuing studies related to OSH. TPID develops various training modules and conducts information dissemination activities. The Health Control Division conducts scientific researches on occupational health and formulates medical surveillance programs to assist enterprises in the early detection of occupational diseases. The division is among the few laboratories in the country that provides biological monitoring services to assess exposure of workers to chemical hazards such as heavy metals and organic solvents. And the Finance and Administrative Division, or FAD, provides fiscal management, human resource development, procurement of supplies, and general building maintenance in support of the total operations of the center. OSHC also prides itself in its valuable contribution to policies that promote workers' welfare. In fact, DOLE has issued department orders, labor advisories. Also, the OSHC was part of the technical working group that provided technical inputs for the crafting of Republic Act 11058, an act strengthening the occupational safety and health standards and providing penalties for violations thereof, which was signed by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte on August 17, 2018, that proves to be beneficial to its causes. Serving as the centerpiece programs of OSHC on increasing awareness and strengthening commitment to safer and healthier workplaces nationwide are these two major events which are held every 2 years. Gawad Kaligtasan at Kalusugan, or GKK, is a national award given by the Department of Labor and Employment to companies and individuals with outstanding achievements on work safety and health. The National Occupational Safety and Health, or NOSH Congress, a venue for exchange of experiences and news trends on OSH. And Vision 1 Million, which aims to promote the culture of occupational safety and health as a way of life for all Filipinos. OSHC remains true to the integrity of its credo, outstanding professionalism, service with dedication, honesty and integrity, and competent workforce. Ligtas ang maingat is not just a hashtag for OSHC. It's a way of life for the people, for the workers, and for the nation.
Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado.
"5S". Mahirap hanapin ang bagay na kailangan kapag magulo ang gamit. Maaari din itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Mag-5S tayo sa ating mga lugar sa trabaho. Seri, sort o suriin ay ang paglalagay ng mga gamit sa tamang lalagyan at pag-aalis ng mga gamit na hindi kailangan sa trabaho. Sitten, systematize o sinupi naman ay ang pagsasalansan ng mga gamit upang madaling maabot ang mga ito at hindi makaabala sa trabaho. Seso, sweep o simutin ay ang pagpapanatili ng kalinisan ng mga gamit at ng lugar sa trabaho. Seiketsu, standardize o siguruhin ang paraan para matiyak na tuloy-tuloy ang pagpapatupad ng good housekeeping sa pamamagitan ng pagsama nito sa OSH policy at program ng kumpanya. Dapat may shitsuke, self-discipline o sariling kusa ang lahat pagdating sa pagpapanatiling malinis at maayos ang kapaligiran sa trabaho. Tandaan ang 5S upang aksidente ay maiwasan. Sort o suriin, systematize o sinupin, sweep o simutin, standardize o siguruhin, self-discipline o sariling kusa. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa lindol. Ang lindol ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Isagawa ang drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali pag pwede nang lumikas. Pumunta sa evacuation zone at sumunod sa mga nangangasiwa. Tandaan para sa kaligtasan sa lindol, drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali. Pumunta sa evacuation area. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng kuryente. Mahalaga ang kuryente sa araw-araw, kaya kailangang maging ligtas sa paggamit nito. Siguruhing maayos ang mga plug at kordon ng mga makina at appliances. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Kung kailangan gumamit ng extension cord, siguruhing hindi nababasa, hindi overloaded, at higit sa lahat, hindi sagabal sa mga dadaanan. Siguruhing pasado sa standards ang mga extension cords. Paglalagay ng tamang outlet imbis na extension cord. Tandaan, maayos na plug at cord. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Tamang paggamit ng extension cords. Pasado sa standards. Tamang outlet. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng makinarya. Ang makinarya ay nagpapadali ng trabaho, ngunit maaari rin itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Upang maging ligtas ang manggagawang nagpapatakbo ng makinarya, inspeksyonin ang makina bago ito gamitin. Ang mga gumagalaw na parte ng makina ay dapat may tamang machine guards upang hindi ma-expose ang mga kamay, paa o anumang parte ng katawan ng gumagamit ng makina. Dapat regular ang preventive maintenance ng mga makina. Sundin ang lockout tagout o LOTO system para makaiwas sa aksidente. Inspeksyonin bago gamitin. Machine guards. Regular na preventive maintenance. Lockout tagout o LOTO. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Ergonomics. Ang matagal na pag-upo habang nagtatrabaho at maling posisyon ay nagdudulot ng pananakit ng katawan, pananakit ng mga kamay, at eye strain. Kapag nagtatrabaho sa computer, siguraduhing tama ang height ng upuan at mesa para sa manggagawa, para tama din ang posisyon habang nagtatrabaho. Ang opisina ay dapat may tamang liwanag at ventilation. Ugaliing tumayo kada 1 oras ng pagkakaupo. Maglakad-lakad o gumawa ng mga simpleng exercises. Tandaan para sa kalusugan, tamang gamit at posisyon, tamang liwanag at maaliwalas na paligid, paglalakad at ehersisyo mula sa pagkakaupo. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng mga kemikal. Ang kemikal tulad ng solvents, gas, acid mist, alikabok, at fumes ay mapanganib sa kalusugan. Tandaan, basahin ang label at safety data sheet sa paggamit, pagsasatabi, at pagtapon nito. Gumamit ng PPE tulad ng gloves, goggles, at respiratory protective equipment. Proper hand washing, ugaliing maghugas ng kamay pagkatapos. Alamin ang first aid procedure para sa mga emergency at agad tumawag ng tulong. Tandaan, para sakuna ay maiwasan. Basahin ang label at safety data sheet. Tamang PPE. Alamin ang first aid procedure. Proper hand washing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa sunog. Ang sunog ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Tandaan, para sa kaligtasan sa sunog, alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Kaligtasan sa trabaho sa matataas na lugar. Ang paggawa sa matataas na lugar ay mapanganib at maaaring sanhi ng pagkahulog. Tandaan ang mga paraan para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold. Sundin ang naaayong fall prevention standards sa scaffold, guardrails at hagdan na may handrails. Magsuot ng personal fall arrest system upang maiwasan ang pagkahulog. Tandaan, para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold, naaayong fall prevention standards, at pagsuot ng personal fall arrest system. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Simpleng ehersisyo sa palaupong pamumuhay o sedentary lifestyle. Sabi nga nila, sitting is the new smoking at ang pag-upo ng matagal ay nakakasama sa kalusugan. Sundin ang mga sumusunod. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Ugaliing gawin itong mga ehersisyo kada isang oras ng pagkakaupo. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Personal protective equipment. Ano ba ang tamang kasuotan kapag nagtatrabaho sa isang construction site? PPE ang tamang kasuotan bilang karagdagang proteksyon kapag gumagawa. Ang hard hat ay proteksyon sa ulo sa nalalaglag na bagay. Safety goggles ay para proteksyonan ang mata. Earplugs ay panlaban sa matinding ingay. At face mask laban sa alikabok at usok. Proteksyon laban sa init at posibleng pagkagasgas ng mga braso ang long sleeves. Ang gloves ay gamit upang maiwasan ang pagkasugat ng mga kamay. Protektahan ang mga paa sa pamamagitan ng safety shoes. Kailangan din ng reflectorized vest upang madaling makita ang isang manggagawa lalo na kung sa gabi magtatrabaho. Kapag magtatrabaho sa mataas na lugar, huwag kalimutan magsuot ng full body harness. Libre dapat itong binibigay ng employer. May naaayong PPE sa bawat gawain. Siguraduhin lahat ng PPE ay pasado sa standards testing. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC. Respiratory protective equipment. Ang acid mist, solvent vapors, gases, usok, alikabok, at heavy metal fumes ay panganib sa kalusugan ng manggagawa. Gumamit ng respiratory protective equipment. Ang filtration respirator ay para sa alikabok at oil mist. Dapat ito ay madalas pinapalitan. Ang chemical cartridge device naman ay sumasala sa hangin na kontaminado. May tamang cartridge sa bawat paggawa. Ang air supply equipment naman ay may tangke na pinanggagalingan ng hangin. Madalas itong gamit sa lugar na kulob at walang oxygen. Tandaan ang paraan para sa kuna ay maiwasan. Libre ito dapat na ibinibigay ng employer sa manggagawa. Alamin ang tamang respiratory protective equipment para sa inyong gawain. Isang paalala mula sa OSHC.
Oh, picture muna, picture mga bata, picture muna, picture. Happy birthday, Vince.
Asan si Mommy?
Picture muna tayo, masaya tayo. Happy birthday, Vince. Wala pa si DJ?
Wala pa nga eh. Anong oras na oh? Nag-promise siya sa akin, dito siya magdi-dinner eh.
Pag ikaw ay nagkasakit o naaksidente, paano na ang pamilya mo? Taon-taon, 2,780,000 ang namamatay dahil sa sakit at aksidente sa trabaho. Huwag maging parte ng bilang na ito.
Lahat tayo pwedeng umiwas
Sa sakit at aksidente.
Lahat tayo
Pwedeng maging
Pwede kang maging COSH champion sa pamamagitan ng pag-share ng impormasyon sa social media, pag-attend ng training, at pagbabahagi ng kaalaman sa mga katrabaho, pagbibigay ng tamang PPE sa mga manggagawa na pasado sa testing, at pagre-report ng mga di ligtas na sitwasyon sa lugar ng trabaho bago pa man may maaksidente o magkasakit.
Kung magtutulong-tulong tayo, may iwasan natin ang sakit at aksidente.
Maganda kung lahat tayo magiging COSH champion. Isama natin sila.
It has always been an important goal of the government to improve workplace conditions in the Philippines. In 1982, the Department of Labor and Employment prepared a concept paper creating an institution on occupational safety and health from which foreign aid could be tapped. 1984, the Japanese government responded positively to the call. 1986, an agreement was signed for a 300 million peso grant aid, a project-type technical cooperation under the bilateral grant of the Japanese Official Development Assistance Program through the Japan International Cooperation Agency, March 12, 1987. The groundbreaking ceremony was held on a 2-hectare lot in North Avenue, Quezon City, with then-President Corazon C. Aquino as guest of honor. November 4, 1987, Executive Order 307 was signed, creating the Occupational Safety and Health Center as a special department under the Employees' Compensation Commission. And on the Labor Day or May 1 of 1988, OSHC officially started being part of the government's efforts to better the working conditions of the Filipino workers.
Ikinakampanya ng Occupational Safety and Health Center ang kaligtasan at kalusugan ng mga manggagawa dito sa Pilipinas. Ito ay sinasagawa namin sa pamamagitan ng pananaliksik, pagsasanay, pagpapakalat ng mga impormasyon at mga technical na serbisyo tulad ng work environment measurement, PPE testing at biological monitoring. Napakabigat ng tungkulin ito kaya kami ay nagpapasalamat sa aming mga partners sa gobyerno at pribadong sektor na tumutulong sa amin palaganapin ang advokasya ng OSH upang mapanatili nating ligtas at malusog ang ating mga manggagawa sa lahat ng industriya.
Based on its mandate, vision, and mission, the OSHC champions the cause of work safety and health in the Philippines. Programs to promote health and safety of workers are carried out through the following. The Office of the Executive Director, who oversees planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the OSHC operation. Under DOLE Administrative Order Number 56, Series of 2011, and DOLE Administrative Order Number 407, Series of 2017, the accreditation of Occupational Safety and Health, or OSH consultants and training organizations, as well as OSH practitioners and testing organizations for construction-heavy equipment, respectively, have been transferred to the Occupational Safety and Health Center. The accreditation team is headed by the Deputy Executive Director, Engineer Jose Maria S. Batino. The Environment Control Division, or ECD, works toward eliminating work environment hazards and risks and controlling their ill effects on workers. It conducts researches to determine the presence of harmful environmental contaminants that affects workers' safety and health. The Safety Control Division conducts continuing studies, researches, safety audits, and technical inspections in work sites, with emphasis on hazardous machines, processes, and operations. It undertakes performance testing of personal protective equipment to ensure that manufactured PPEs conform with the set standards. The Training and Public Information Division, or TPID, plans, organizes, and conducts OSH training for a broad range of clientele. The TPID also maintains a library with an exclusive collection of books, journals, researches, and materials on occupational safety and health, which aid researchers and students pursuing studies related to OSH. TPID develops various training modules and conducts information dissemination activities. The Health Control Division conducts scientific researches on occupational health and formulates medical surveillance programs to assist enterprises in the early detection of occupational diseases. The division is among the few laboratories in the country that provides biological monitoring services to assess exposure of workers to chemical hazards such as heavy metals and organic solvents. And the Finance and Administrative Division, or FAD, provides fiscal management, human resource development, procurement of supplies, and general building maintenance in support of the total operations of the center. OSHC also prides itself in its valuable contribution to policies that promote workers' welfare. In fact, DOLE has issued department orders, labor advisories. Also, the OSHC was part of the technical working group that provided technical inputs for the crafting of Republic Act 11058, an act strengthening the occupational safety and health standards and providing penalties for violations thereof, which was signed by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte on August 17, 2018, that proves to be beneficial to its causes. Serving as the centerpiece programs of OSHC on increasing awareness and strengthening commitment to safer and healthier workplaces nationwide are these two major events which are held every 2 years. Gawad Kaligtasan at Kalusugan, or GKK, is a national award given by the Department of Labor and Employment to companies and individuals with outstanding achievements on work safety and health. The National Occupational Safety and Health, or NOSH Congress, a venue for exchange of experiences and news trends on OSH. And Vision 1 Million, which aims to promote the culture of occupational safety and health as a way of life for all Filipinos. OSHC remains true to the integrity of its credo, outstanding professionalism, service with dedication, honesty and integrity, and competent workforce. Ligtas ang maingat is not just a hashtag for OSHC. It's a way of life for the people, for the workers, and for the nation.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, safety officers.
Good afternoon, sir.
So,
Good afternoon, sir.
okay, let's go back, guys. It's already 1 p.m. and we have remaining topics for this afternoon. And we will have also our workshop before we will end our day 3 COSH training. So kindly turn on your camera. Okay. You can also have your coffee, guys, kasi antukin kayo ngayong hapon. It's a siesta time. Anyway, our first topic for this afternoon is about COVID-19 prevention control in workplaces. Okay, so allow me to share my screen.
The novel coronavirus, or COVID-19, is a respiratory illness that can spread from person to person, usually when an infected person coughs or sneezes, or through close contact with one another. People may also become infected by touching surfaces or objects contaminated with the virus, and then touching their mouths, nose, or eyes. People with COVID-19 have had a wide range of symptoms, ranging from mild to severe, and include fever, cough, shortness of breath, or difficulty breathing, chills, muscle pain, headache, sore throat, and loss of smell. In order to be safe and maintain ongoing construction operations, employers should develop a COVID-19 prevention, preparedness, and response plan that outlines the steps every employer and worker should take to reduce the risk of exposure to and transmission of COVID-19 on the job. Protecting all construction workers will depend on following basic infection prevention measures, such as practicing good personal hygiene and following job site safety practices to prevent the spread of the virus, including staying home if you have a fever or are sick. Do not work. Anyone on the job showing symptoms of COVID-19 should be asked to leave and return home. Limiting job access to only essential workers. Practicing respiratory etiquette. Cover coughs and sneezes. Cleaning your hands often. Wash hands frequently. Or use alcohol-based hand sanitizer containing at least 60% alcohol. Limiting all in-person meetings and conduct business by telephone when possible. Avoiding close contact by social distancing to increase personal space to at least 6 feet between yourself and other people. If social distancing is not possible on the job, consider covering your nose and mouth with a cloth face cover when others are around. Minimizing ride sharing, and while in vehicles, provide adequate ventilation. Avoid sharing tools or equipment with coworkers if possible. Regularly cleaning and disinfecting frequently touched surfaces such as door handles, handrails, toilets, cell phones, tools, equipment controls with EPA-registered household disinfectant or properly diluted bleach solution. Always follow the manufacturer's instructions using all sanitizing products. Using proper personal protective equipment or PPE when cleaning and disinfecting, also in accordance with manufacturer's instructions, such as gloves and eye or face protection. If N95 respirator masks are not available for protection from non-COVID-19 hazards, minimize dust and airborne contaminants by using engineering and work practice controls. Finally, if a worker shows symptoms or tests positive for COVID-19, they should self-quarantine away from work and only return after being cleared by medical personnel or a healthcare provider. Following these COVID-19 basic infection prevention measures will help keep you safe from coronavirus and to help flatten the curve for everyone.
Hi, good afternoon, guys. For this afternoon, we're going to discuss the COVID-19 prevention and control in workplaces. This module was added when we started the pandemic way back 2019, 2020, nung nag-start talaga sa Pilipinas. And this is very common already. Before, we are still in the process of discovering the facts about COVID-19. But right now, no, may nakuha na tayong information and and also how to combat with this pandemic. And it's good, guys, na medyo nakaya na natin siya, pero may mga cases na rin tayo na may mga lugar sa Pilipinas na tumataas rin yung kanyang positivity rate. Good thing na lang, even though may mga lugar na tumataas ang COVID-19, is yung utilization po ng healthcare facility is hindi masyado alarming. That means they're infected with COVID-19 pero kaya na po ng kanilang makatawan. Ang ating pinopromote ngayon is they will be encouraged to have this a booster shot, even though na a lot of our employees already completed the 2 doses of COVID-19 vaccine, pero ang iba hindi na siya nag-continue ng booster shot. Okay, ayusin ko lang po yung audio ko, guys. Can you go? Okay. Sino na sa inyo dito, guys, yung nagka-COVID na before? Yun. Sila Sir Ralph. Yan. Ang iba, it's good. Ang iba, hindi pa. Sir Dennis. Okay. Ang iba, it's good, no? Sana hindi kayo magka-COVID-19 kasi masyadong, ang hirap po magkasakit ng COVID-19. Sila Sir Earl. Thank you for that, sir. I already completed my vaccine. Siguro naka-4 na akong tusok ng COVID-19 vaccine. I had my first dose and the second dose, both Sinovac. My first booster is Pfizer, and then my second booster is Moderna. Ayun. Sinovac, Pfizer, Moderna. Tinapos ko na lahat ng mga brand ng COVID-19 vaccine. And I had also my COVID-19 twice. Last year, August, and then this year, January. 2 times ako na COVID-19. And then because of my vaccination, mild lang ang aking cases. Because kaya po ng katawan ko. I am exposed of COVID-19 because of my work ko na maraming taong aking sinasalamuha sa workplace ko before. Ako yung nagsuswab sa kanila for testing. That's why I'm so high risk for the exposure of COVID-19. Moving forward, guys, please encourage our people to have this booster shot. Ang dami pong vaccine sa Pilipinas ngayon pero papunta na po sa expiration kasi wala pong nagpapatusok. And then, hindi kasi mandatory. But malaki ang tulong po once we will have our COVID-19 vaccine. COVID-19. This is from a coronavirus, guys. This is considered as a biological hazard due to a SARS-CoV-2. SARS-CoV-2 belong to a coronavirus, no? Bakit po tinatawag siya ng coronavirus? This is a picture of a coronavirus. A certain virus with a lot of spike protein surrounding it. Itong color red na nakita po ninyo. Itong si spike protein is nakakatulong po sa kanya para mas mabilis ang kanyang pagkapit sa isang cell ng host. Diba? Review tayo ulit. Kailangan po ni virus pumasok sa cell ng isang host para po ma-mutate niya, okay? And then magparami siya. Ang ibang virus walang spike protein, but still nakapasok. But because of the help of the spike protein, mas mabilis ang kanyang pag-bind, pagpasok, pag-mutate, okay? Pagsakop ng isang healthy cell. Ang characteristic po ng isang SARS-CoV-2 is a coronavirus because of this spike na nakapalibot sa kanya. Specifically, a coronavirus came from a large family of virus which may cause illness in animals and humans, causing colds or even more serious infection. The specific name for this coronavirus is SARS-CoV-2 or the Severe Acute Respiratory Syndrome Coronavirus 2. Once you have infection of the SARS-CoV-2, ang tawag po sa sakit nito is COVID-19 or coronavirus 19. This is a new strain of a virus na hindi pa po na-discover noon. Pero this is a novel, sensational, bagong-bago, kakaiba. No, na-discover ito siya noong December 2019 sa Wuhan, China, and then masyadong mabilis ito siya all over the world. Pero December 2019 siya na-discover, pero nabinyagan lang siya ng World Health Organization na once you have infection with this kind of virus, ang tawag sa sakit nito is COVID-19, noon lang pong February 2020. Pero umusbong po si COVID-19 sa atin noong March and onwards. Napansin nyo? March, April, doon na po na-start ang ating lockdown. And then doon pa po ang discovery or development ng ating mga vaccine on how to combat with it. As of yesterday po, August 2, all over the world, no? Umabot na po sa 579,887,000 po ang nagpositive ng COVID-19. And then, ang namatay na po sa buong mundo, umabot na sa 6.4 million. Good thing, meron na po natusukan ng bakuna around 11 billion people all over the world. Sa Pilipinas naman po, as of yesterday, based po sa record po ni DOH, may nakasakit na po ng COVID-19, 3.7 million Filipinos. As of now, active cases natin, not recovered, nasa 32,099. May record na po tayong naka-recover ng 3.6 million, pero namatay naman Pilipino sa COVID-19 is around 60,000. And then, tumataas po ang kaso ng COVID-19 sa ibang highly areas, mataas po ang ating population, lalo na sa NCR. Tumataas po ang kanyang positivity rate o yung rate po na yung hawaan is masyado mabilis. Pero ang hindi siya alarming nangyari ngayon because yung utilization po ng pagpapahospital is hindi mataas. Kaya lang po kahit sa bahay lang sila nagpapagaling. But if we will do the RT-PCR testing, lumalabas, they're infected with this certain virus. What is the source of this COVID-19 virus? Animals are the most likely source of this COVID-19 virus. It is possible that COVID-19 virus originated from animals before it infected humans. However, the specific source of this COVID-19 virus is not yet been confirmed. There's a lot of conspiracy and theories. May nagsasabi po that this is laboratory made, a bioweapon, no? May nagsasabi rin po na bakit biglaan itong lumalabas. Eh kung sa paniki ito siya, bakit ang daming kumakain ng paniki noon, wala bang COVID-19? We don't know. Still ongoing ang research. But we are going to focus right now on how to combat the present situation. How long is the incubation period of this COVID-19? If you hear the word incubation period, it refers, guys, that from the day that you are exposed to COVID-19 to the day of the onset of your first symptoms, that is the incubation period. Example po nito, Sunday, may close contact ka or may mayroon ka kasama sa isang lugar o sa bahay na may positive ng COVID-19, that is your day of exposure. And then on Wednesday, doon lumabas ang unang simptoma mo. And that is the incubation period. May nagsasabi, guys, na the incubation period of COVID-19 is umabot ng 5 to 6 days. Pero pwede umabot po siya ng 14 days. The more stronger ang immune system po ninyo, mas matagal po lumalabas ang symptoms or no symptoms at all. But if your immune system is weak, the symptoms of COVID-19 is very fast to occur. This is why those people who have been exposed to COVID-19 are advised to remain at home, stay away from other people, and monitor for the when the symptoms will come out, or monitor until the result will come out. Okay? Mag-self-quarantine while waiting for the result. Okay? So yun po ang gagawin natin para hindi na po umabot na magkahawaan po sa isang community. What are the symptoms of COVID-19? Common po, guys, are fever, dry cough, or even fatigue, body malaise, body weakness. May mga instances rin po na masakit ang katawan, walang panglasa, walang pang amoy, diarrhea, skin rashes, discoloration of your skin. Okay? Yun po. And all of these things I experienced during my COVID-19. Sore throat, common din ito siya once you have your COVID-19 symptoms. But napansin ko, yung mga tao pong vaccinated with booster shot, strong ang antibodies, they are infected but no symptoms at all. When I experienced that when last January of this year. What is the transmission of this COVID-19? It is a droplet precaution, guys. People can catch COVID-19 from others who has the virus. Disease spreads primarily from one person to another through small droplet from nose or mouth. And when expelled, makukuha niya po yan siya sa bunganga siya sa ilong. Pero hindi naman siya aabot more than 1 meter. But if you're in an enclosed area with poor ventilation, there's a study na magiging aerosol po ito. No, may study rin nga sa hospital na yung airborne aerosol siya. But that's the rare cases only. Because generally, it will not reach more than 1 meter because it's a droplet only. It is important, guys, to maintain a distance of 1 meter away from any person who has respiratory symptoms. Who are considered as a close contact of COVID-19? If you have interaction with a person with COVID-19 within 1 meter for more than 15 minutes. Another thing, had a physical interaction with this probable or confirmed COVID-19 positive, or even had interaction with a person with COVID-19 and either you or him don't have or not wearing proper PPE. Before po, nung hindi pa tayo nag-alert level 1, alert level 2, we have a very strict contact tracing. No? Kung sino yung close contact, immediately kasali sa 14 days quarantine. But right now, we have already a very loose policy that even those close contact, no need for quarantine. Especially if you are vaccinated, you're just advised to monitor yourself if there are any symptoms to appear, something like that, no? Parang hindi na siya masyado delikado, ay hindi na masyado alarming ang nangyari ngayon. But bantayan natin in case there will be a surge to happen. What are the tests to be used if you have this COVID-19? The gold standard pa rin is the RT-PCR test, no? This is very reliable, very accurate. This is a real-time polymerase chain reaction. This is a test to detect the genetic material from a specific organism such as the virus. The test detects the presence of virus if you have the virus in the time of the test. The test also can check, no, or can detect those remnants. That's why, guys, it is not advisable that after your recovery period, no, you will do retesting with RT-PCR because there is still a bigger chance that, example, nagka-COVID-19 ka ngayon and then isolate ka, and then after 7 days, 14 days, now considered ka na as recovered by the doctor. And then if you will do retesting with RT-PCR, the result is still positive because the remnants of the virus inside your body can still be detected by this test. No? What is remnants? Yung mga dead bodies or dead fragments ng virus. That's why if you are considered recovered if in the 3 straight days you don't have manifestation of any symptoms at all, you are considered non-contagious and recovered. No need for retesting. And we have also other rapid testing such as the antigen swab test or even the antibody blood testing. But if you're positive with those rapid testing, RT-PCR is needed for confirmatory. What is the difference, guys, between isolation and quarantine? I will not read this statement na lang po. Ito na lang, mas madaling maintindihan. Quarantine, the term quarantine is used for those people that are not positive or not manifesting symptoms pa. You are close contact. And then, wala pang result ang RT-PCR. And then, wala ka pang symptoms. Ang kailangan sa'yo is quarantine. I-separate ka sa ibang tao para hindi ka makahawa. Pero once you are already positive with RT-PCR or any testing, or you are manifesting already any symptoms of COVID-19 as mentioned, you should be under isolation. Okay ha? So anong difference ng isolation at quarantine? Isolation, yung may symptoms na at positive. Quarantine, yung waiting pa ng result or just monitoring yourself. Something like that. What is the treatment and prevention of COVID-19? The World Health Organization and the DOH do not recommend for any self-medication, okay, with any medicine, especially antibiotics. So there should be a doctor's prescription or doctor's order. Scientists all over the world are still working to find out the best medicine Okay? Even though they found out already the vaccine is very significant, has a good result to have or develop herd immunity, but still we don't know what is the long-term effect of this vaccine. No? Kaya nga ang ibang may nagsasabi na, takot kami magpa-booster, baka kami mabaog. Takot na kami magpa-vaccine, baka magiging zombies kami. Paano kung maging zombies tayo? Hindi kainin natin yung walang vaccine, walang problema. No? Matagal pa yun siya. Kung maging zombie man tayo, after 10 years pa yun siya. Importante ngayon na ng COVID. Guys, the COVID disease is forever na. Hindi ito mawawala sa buong mundo. The virus will be forever. Ang kailangan natin is how are going to respond with this virus. We will make together this virus as ordinary sickness na lang po. Katulad noon, yung trangkaso pneumonia, nakakatakot yan ang sakit. But because of this advent of medicine, there is because of a lot of vaccines already, we're making those harsh illness to become ordinary na lang. And yun ang target natin. Kasi hindi talaga siya madidelete. SARS-CoV-2 sa mundo, andyan na yan siya forever. But if we will have this immunity, if we have a good medication already available in market, gagawin po natin ordinaryong trangkaso na lang si COVID-19. Yun ang gawin natin. Na? So, don't worry. The study is still ongoing. Totoo yan siya. Even me, I'm a nurse, no? I'm still waiting sa development. Because bago pa lang discover si vaccine ng COVID-19. We don't know what will happen 10 years, 15 years, 20 years after to those who are injected with COVID-19. But the problem is not in the future. The problem is now. If we will not solve the problem right now, how can we move forward? A lot of businesses are being affected with COVID-19. Can you imagine, way back 2020 until now, kung wala tayong vaccine, I'm sure until now, sige tayo lockdown. Right now, by August, mag-start ng face-to-face class, di ba? And then yung business natin, bumalik na naman tayo. Before, we don't have face-to-face training because of this closed lockdown COVID pandemic. So therefore, we need to cooperate, participate, whatever is the program, and that is good for the majority. Okay, don't worry. The scientists, the government, okay, the experts are in the study kung ano nakakabuti para sa atin. Treatment and prevention, huh? Okay. How can you protect yourself from this COVID-19? Wear face mask at all times. Sanitize your hands. Practice 1 meter social distancing. But right now, parang hindi na pinapractice tong social distancing. Pero wag pa rin magkumpiyansa, guys. Ensure good indoor ventilation and airflow. Ito rin napansin ko. Papunta na tayo sa victory ng COVID-19, may monkeypox na naman paparating. No? So, problema nung numarating to si monkeypox. Ano na nangyari sa mundo natin ngayon? No? So, ginagawa pa siguro ang slide para isasalin naman sa COSH or COSH training itong si monkeypox. Once makapasok si monkeypox sa Pilipinas. Pero according to the study, hindi lang delikado. Compared to COVID-19, nakapatay talaga. Si monkeypox, hindi ka na mamatay. Papangit ka lang. Ganun. No? Because of rashes. Prognosis of COVID-19, among 100% of these positive with COVID-19, only 20% na po yung napupunta sa worst or possible mamamatay sila or ma-ICU. 88% of those people don't need for hospitalization. No? Kasi kaya ng immune system nila. Yung nabilong po sa 20%, yun po yung mga immunocompromised, matanda, bata, unvaccinated people. Kasi they don't have an antibodies to fight this antigen entering inside their body. Safety officer, if we have a health and safety guidelines or program, we should have also internal guidelines on COVID-19 prevention control in workplaces. That's why si DTI at si DOLE made an interim guidelines on how to make this program. Okay. Excuse me, guys. Excuse me. Okay. In making these internal guidelines in our workplace in relation to COVID-19 prevention and control, you should include these 4 elements. Number 1, increasing the physical and mental resilience of our people, making them healthy. Number 2, reducing transmission of COVID-19 inside our workplace. Number 3, minimizing contact rate in case may nagpositive na po sa atin. Number 4, reducing the risk of infection from COVID-19 na hindi po siya magiging malala. Let's discuss this one by one. No? Increasing physical and mental resilience. How to make our people, employees healthy. Guys, in this battle, our capital is our body, our good immune system. Because if we have a good immune system, we can fight or combat the symptoms of this COVID-19. In case mapasukan man tayo, kayanin po natin mga katawan. Way back 2021, dati, we can push our employees to have vaccination. Meron ka tayong no vaccine, no work policy, di ba? Even sa mga construction site workers natin. And then it is mandatory, not mandatory daw. Kasi kung hindi magpa-vaccine, because of religion, it's okay. Provided they will have their weekly test to be paid by them. But right now, na medyo nag-okay na ang cases ng COVID-19, we cannot push our people to have a vaccination. Therefore, balik tayo dito sa making them healthy na lang. Since this is a viral infection, baka kayanin pa niya ang immune system nila. Encourage them to eat nutritious and well-cooked foods, drink plenty of fluids, and avoid alcoholic drinks and any other vices. Have adequate rest, kung pwede more than 8 hours. Eat regularly. Join companies to provide free medicine and vitamins. Provide referrals to workers needing counseling or presenting with mental health concern. Ulitin ko po, have a health program in making your people healthy. Because we cannot afford na once magkaroon ulit ng surge, maraming mga-COVID na construction workers sa atin, ma-stop work tayo, how can we cope up with the deadline given by our client or proponent? Madidelay na naman tayo. Mapapenalize, sino ma-penalty? Ang contractor. So it's better, maging stricto tayo, no? Maging mapagbantay and encourage our people to live healthy. Another element, guys, is reducing transmission of COVID-19. Before these people will get enter our establishment or project site, we should have a policy that it is mandatory to wear face mask at all times. Have a temperature checking, a manifestation that may fever siya, may symptoms, may infection inside the body. Accomplish a daily this health declaration form, but right now hindi na pinapractice si health declaration form. Dati, no, papasok ka sa office, sa site, you will fill out health declaration form. No, sa bangko, papasok ka, health declaration form. Well, I remember before when I get entered, nagpumasok ko dun sa bangko, sabi ni guard, sir, paki-fill out po ng health declaration form. Ilagyan mo lang ng no lahat. Oh, si guard pa rin sabi sa akin, lagyan mo ng no lahat. So parang ano na, no, compliance purposes, yung purpose niya hindi na nasiserve. Alcohol spray or even foot bath should be provided. This is the picture of health declaration form. This is used for contact tracing and also for health screening. If they have symptoms, they're not allowed to be admitted in our establishment. Reducing the transmission of COVID-19 again, disinfect equipment or vehicle entering our establishment. Instill physical distancing at all times inside and outside the establishment. What if inside our office or site? Clean and disinfect at least once every 2 hours all work areas and frequently handled objects. Therefore, it is very useful to appoint a COVID marshal in your site to help you for the implementation of this COVID-19 protocol. Provide sufficient clean water and soap in all washrooms and toilets. Encourage workers to wash hands frequently and avoid touching their face. And provide sanitizers in corridors, conference areas, elevators, stairways, and other areas where workers pass and work. Practice social distancing 1 meter, especially in radius of working area. Communal eating is not allowed before, but right now, parang okay na siya. No? Nagmamask kunwari ang mga worker, and then pero pag kumain, sabay-sabay nagtatanggal pa rin ng mask. Kasi okay na, and this slide was made when we had a COVID pandemic. What if there will be a surge again? This will become applicable up to our workers or workplaces. Ensure that physical distancing is maintained if eating in dining areas and dispose waste properly. And then clean and disinfect regularly canteens and kitchen. How to minimize contact rate? Adapt the work from home scheme in case tumataas na naman yung kaso ng COVID-19. Mas mabuti, yung mga elders natin, buntis, yun ang ating i-under sa work from home na mga programa. Discourage natin ang face-to-face interaction between the workers and the client. Mask should be worn, meeting with minimum number of duration in conference area, and use technology such as video conferencing. Arrange natin ang office tables and maintain proper distancing. Design workstation, layout, and limit the number of people in closed spaces. Okay. Encourage the use of stairs with physical distancing. Kung pwede lang po, unidirectional if possible. Encourage high use of online system for clients. And appoint the safety officer as the prime responsible for the implementation of your COVID protocol in your workplace. Trabaho po talaga ni safety officer ang pagpapatupad ng pulisiya ninyo in relation to COVID-19. Para hindi rin po mahirapan si safety officer, mag-appoint rin kayo ng mga safety marshal. Okay? Tutulong po sa inyong implementation sa inyong mga programa. And then, you can create or have your internal safety training naman para knowledgeable and skilled ang inyong mga appointed safety marshal. What if you have a worker that is suspect with COVID-19? A worker shall immediately proceed to designated area, remove him from the work area, and then kailangan ma-turn over natin siya or ma-inform natin ating nearest RHU of the next step on how to do the procedure. And kailangan that person should be under RT-PCR test together yung mga taong nakapalibot sa kanya or yung mga close contact. Example, lumabas na yung taong positive ng COVID-19. Anong dapat gawin natin dun sa working area? Ito po ang technique. Example, admin office. Ang isang worker nag-positive sa COVID-19. Now, pinalabas na siya, na-isolate na po siya kasi positive. First 24 hours, shut down the working area. Lockdown. Second 24-hour, conduct the disinfection. While doing disinfection, open the window, open the door. After the disinfection on the second day, the next 24 hours again, the third day, lockdown again. On the fourth day, you can resume the operation. Provided na yung mga taong na close contact niya, wala doon sa opisina until hindi pa lalabas ang kanilang resulta. Because they're still suspected as COVID-19. So yun po ang ating technique for disinfection. What are the duties of the employers in relation to COVID-19? Provide the necessary company policy for the prevention and control of COVID-19 in consultation with the workers and also with the OSH committee. Ito po yung programa, ito po yung time na gagawa po kayo ng internal policy sa COVID-19. Protocol na to be implemented sa workplace ninyo. Provision of IEC, information dissemination sa ating mga tauhan rin. Provide resources for this program, such as yung mga trainings natin na, IEC, materials, pamphlets, handouts, alcohol, disinfectants, okay, foot bath, etc. And designate safety officer as the prime implementer of COVID-19 program. Enhance health insurance provision for workers. Provide shuttle vehicle para sa ating mga tauhan if necessary. Pagsundo, tsaka pag-uwi sa nila. Enjoin hiring doon lang po sa local community ninyo. In case lang po ito guys kung mayroon bang surge, huwag mag-hire sa ibang lugar, baka mapasukan ulit kayo ng COVID-19. And put the COVID-19 hotline number as included in your emergency hotline number. Ano po yung emergency hotline number ng COVID-19? Dapat alam nyo po, in case kung saan po nakasituate ang inyong project site, saang jurisdiction po ng RHU siya nabilong. Sa bawat RHU or health center ng barangay, meron yan sila mga COVID-19 task force. May mga nurses po yan sila from DOH. Sila po yung nakakaalam sa protocol ng LGU in relation to COVID-19 response. Include their number sa inyong emergency hotline. And also guys, paki-include rin sa inyong emergency hotline number ang number po ng City Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council. Yung sa disasters office po ninyo. Kasi sila rin po naatasan ng yung LGU to respond with these COVID-19 cases and protocol. Okay. what are the duties of your workers? Kung kanina po, it is the responsibility of your employers to provide safe working environment to your people, to make them safe and healthy. It is the prime responsibility also of the employees and workers to follow all safety rules and regulation laid to them as per compliance to your safety and health program and your COVID-19 program. Observe proper respiratory etiquette, cough and sneeze into tissues and into shirt sleeves, dispose, use tissue properly, and then disinfect hands immediately after coughing or sneeze. Next. Guys, the DOLE and DTI has an open door. No? You can go there as assistance on how to make your internal policy about COVID-19 prevention control in your workplaces. May mga ano niyan po yan sila, mga template on how to make that policy. So you can ask DOLE kung paano simulan ang inyong mga internal policy na pwede nyo ma-adapt sa inyong mga workplaces. Okay? But in case, if there is a COVID-19 cases na nakuha sa inyong workplace, you should report that also to DOLE. Guys, before po, we have a WAIR reporting for COVID-19. Tinanggal na po yan siya ni DOLE. But in case daw na magkaroon ulit ng COVID-19 na nakuha sa inyong pagpagawaan, it is necessary that you fill up that form and report that to DOLE immediately. In the case also, safety officer, na may tauhan kayo, empleyado, kasama sa trabaho, na nag-COVID-19 because of their line of work or nakuha po sa workplace, they can also ask assistance from Employees Compensation Commission. There is a certain benefits as part of the Employees Compensation Program that those COVID-19 positive from workplace can get a financial assistance from them. Okay? So, you can also approach our ECC about this matter. In summary, safety officers, coronavirus disease 2019 or COVID-19 is an infectious disease caused by this SARS-CoV-2, a virus from a family of coronavirus. The best treatment we have right now is prevention. Wearing a mask can help prevent both transmission and infection and may reduce the severity of illness if you do contact with COVID-19. Your guidelines for this COVID-19 prevention and control will also boost, okay, intensify your safety and health program to maintain your workplace safe from any accident and also safe from any illness due to work-related instances. Together, guys, let's fight COVID-19. Papunta na po tayo sa victory right now, and then may mga balita rin na tumataas ang positivity rate sa ibang lugar. So huwag pa rin magkumpiyansa. Okay? Encourage our people. No? Ngayon is, ang hirap na magpa-stricto with this mass social distancing. Kasi sabihin nila, OA daw tayo. So babawi po tayo sa vaccination. Okay, sige, huwag kayo mag-social distancing. Magpapaksin na lang tayo. Para in case man mahawaan ka, at least hindi ka magiging sakit ng ulo ng company kasi andun ka lang po sa moderate, mild, or sa no symptoms at all. Okay? So together, we will make COVID-19 as ordinary sickness na lang po. Okay? Huwag matakot, labanan po natin siya. Kasi may papunta naman itong small monkeypox virus na naman daw. Okay? Si monkeypox kasi, na-discover na noon, nawala, eradicate, babalik na naman siya. And then wala naman daw namamatay sa monkeypox, no? So ang balita is ang namamatay lang yung very weak immune system. Pero papangit ka lang talaga kasi may mga blister. Okay? That's all for COVID-19 as safety officer. Any question po?
Sir, ano pong approach niyo sa mga tao, mga workers na hindi po naniniwala sa COVID?
Okay, very good, sir. Yung mga tao po, ang ginawa namin before niyan, sir, no, sa COVID-19 is we will include that in our daily toolbox meeting, especially last year, yung tumataas po ang kaso with COVID-19. No? We include that in our toolbox meeting, gaano po ka-worse si COVID-19. Ngayon, may mga taong pasaway. Ang ginawa po namin yan, sir, last year, nung tumaas si COVID-19, and then ang mas ginagawa lang for compliance purposes, we included that in our safety disciplinary action. That once you will violate of wearing proper face mask, social distancing, there will be intended safety disciplinary action. such as the first offense, the warning memo, okay, the first warning memo, suspension, and then termination. Ladderized system, and then we will do due process. But sa ngayon kasi, ang hirap mag-encourage sa mga tao about COVID-19 kasi wala na masyadong worst cases. Unlike last year na ang dami namamatay due to Delta variant. So tayo as a safety officer, we will just keep on reminding them, huwag tayo magsawa sa pag-instruct na sa kanila about COVID-19. Kasi ang mindset ng tao, hanggat walang pain, walang namamatay, walang naniniwala. Last year, madaling mag-encourage about COVID-19. Kasi maraming nagpapositive ng COVID-19. Ang daming construction site na pa-stop work because of COVID-19 outbreak. But right now, mahirap na siya kasi lalo na ngayon, hindi daw mandatory ang vaccine. Number 2, bakit may rally nung May? Si BBM tsaka si Lenny, kumpul-kumpul. Sabi nila, may new sub-variant and then possible by June, tataas ang kaso. Bakit hindi tumaas ang kaso nung June, July? So wala na sila. May mga basya na sila na parang hindi naman delikado. So it's very challenging for us guys to encourage them to follow. But still, include that in your policy that non-compliance, not only in COVID-19, that compliance with your safety and health rules will lead into safety disciplinary action. But there should be a due process for them. Notice to explain, and then everything should be in proper documentation. Yun lang po. Alam niyo, sir, last year, umabot kami sa punto na, this is actually just a violation to Dole, no? Umabot kami sa punto, guys, na not wearing of face mask is 100 pesos penalty. Kasi, napansin namin, ang daming mga sites sa aming city namin, ang daming nag-stop work na because of COVID-19. And then we cannot afford that na mag-stop work rin kami kasi napasukan kami. So, ang hirap paniwalain sila. So, ang ginawa ko, I make a policy. Mahuli namin kayo na hindi magmamask. Pasensyahan na po, 100 pesos sa penalty. It's better ma-penalty ka ng 100 pesos kaysa ma-stop work kami kasi napasukan tayo ng COVID-19. Yun po. Yes, sir, Elias.
Yes, sir.
Elias.
Di ba required ang vaccination card? Hindi papasukin ng trabaho kung walang vaccination card? May ano ba sa Dole?
Yes, sir. Before, sir, kasi I remember, nung panahon ni Duterte, 2020, no? Ay, 2021, nagpalabas talaga ng kautusan yan, sir, na no vaccination card, no work. Pero, nagprotest sila, sir, for it is not mandatory naman as per Constitution. So, ang sinabi na lang ng government, sige, ang hindi magpa-vaccine is okay lang, provided they will undergo testing every week, charged to the employee. Yun. So, yun ang nangyari, sir. That's why ang taas ng ating accomplishment report with vaccination. November, December. Kasi ang dami na pa-vaccine. Pagpasok po ng January this year, bumagsak si COVID-19 kasi nagkaroon tayo ng herd immunity. Nung bumagsak si COVID-19, pinasukan pa ng mga politiko during election na hindi naman mandatory si vaccine. Hanggang namatay ang issue ng no work, no vaccine, no work policy. Even dati, sir, di ba, even sa face-to-face classes, ang protocol dati rin, no vaccine, no face-to-face class. But right now, pwede na mag-school even no vaccine. Kasi wala na silang basihan na magtaas, i-push din si vaccine, sir, kasi ang kaso bumababa. Ganun po.
Kunwari yung kumpanya mag-declare ng no work, no vaccination card. Hindi ba yan violation ng Dole?
Pwede tayong violation ng Dole, sir. Bakit po? Pwede wala kasi black and white rulings about that one. And ititirahin na tayo sa ating constitution, the vaccination is not mandatory. Ganun po. Pero, nung si Duterte pa siya yung presidente noong December, na nag-pronounce siya na no vaccine, no work, yun, lakas loob ang mga companies naglabas ng memo. No vaccine, no work. Even ako, sir, personally, nagpalabas na ako ng memo, sir, noong December. Kasi ang sinabi ko, according to the President. Pero nung pagpasok ng 2021-2022, sir, naging weak ang ganung policy. And we cannot put it in the black and white already because even though they will not support us with no vaccine, no work policy because it is not mandatory according to Constitution.
Pero may ibang establishment na nagpapakontract, waring yung paralan, pero sa gobyerno, required nila vaccination card. Hindi makapasok sa site kung walang vaccination card.
Putol-putol ka kayo, sir. Sinong pinare-require nila, sir? Ay empleyado nila na teachers o mga estudyante o mga ano?
Yung nagpaano kasi sila pa-construct ng school building.
Okay.
Government building yan. Government na paralan. Required nila sa amin, hindi makapasok ng inside ng paralan kung walang vaccination card.
So that is ano siya, sir? So that is addressed to the contractor nila, not to the student, right? Contractor. Okay. They can do it, sir, since kayo po is a contractor po nila. And that is a memo by your client. And any client can demand whatever they want. Kasi kung ang gawin nila, sir, is mag-bargaining tayo. Bakit? Kung ayaw nyo i-abide ang aming polisiya, contractor, na ang gusto namin 100% ng aming mga workers is vaccinated, we can choose other contractor na willing to follow. Ganun po. And I think the client has the power to push that one because of this client and then contractor relationship. Pero once they will push that to their employees and then to the student, I think they did not push through. Yes po. Any question, safety officer? Thank you for that, Sir Elias. No question at all? Okay, thank you. Maraming salamat po with your interesting questions. And now, let's proceed to our next topic po, no? Kasi may mga ano pa tayo ngayon. Kindly hold on, guys. I'll check my slides. Let's proceed to our PPE, but allow me to share a video about PPE.
Personal protective equipment, or PPE, is important for every construction worker. Every worker on the job site should have and use the appropriate PPE. It minimizes exposure to a variety of hazards while working on the job site, such as protecting against sharp edges, falling objects, flying sparks, and chemical splashes. PPE that is typically used on construction job sites includes your hard hat, safety glasses and face shields, gloves, work boots, earplugs and muffs, and respirators. Hard hats protect you from falling or flying objects, and some are rated to protect against accidental head contact with electrical hazards. You should put it on from the moment you set foot on the job site until the time you walk off. And make sure you check the hat's ratings to ensure it's the right hard hat for the tasks at hand. It should be worn with the visor, the bill, and front, according to manufacturer specifications. Hard hats are made up of two basic parts, the shell and the suspension. The shell protects you from the impact, while the suspension serves as a shock absorber, and both are necessary to provide full protection. Hard hats must meet ANSI standard Z89.1. The suspension has a headband that's adjustable for a comfortable fit. Adjust your hard hat using the clip or the ratchet. Keep your hard hat in good condition. Don't drill it, paint it, or try to clean it with solvents. Routinely inspect your hard hat to make sure it's in good condition, checking for dents, cracks, or deterioration. The hard hat suspension needs to be replaced yearly, per most manufacturers, and the shell replaced every 5 years if it never fails an inspection. Harsh chemicals and extreme temperatures can make a hard hat degrade more quickly and must be replaced more frequently. If the hard hat has taken a blow or electrical shock, it must be replaced immediately. Being able to see workers is important for safety. This is especially true for workers working around vehicles or mobile equipment. In an effort to prevent accidents from struck-by hazards, workers should wear high-visibility garments that help alert vehicle operators of their presence, especially in low-light environments. It's a good rule of thumb to wear a high-visibility safety vest at all times when on the job site, no matter what the task. Eye protection and face protection should be chosen based on what tasks are being performed and hazards encountered, such as impact from flying objects, chemical splashes, harmful dust, or radiation from welding. You must wear impact-resistant safety glasses anytime you could be exposed to flying material, even if you are not working directly with that material. All eye and face protection must meet ANSI standard Z87.1. Goggles should shield the eyes against flying fragments, paint, or chemical splashes and spray particles. Keep in mind that some goggles aren't made to take impacts. Face shields protect the entire face against exposure to impact hazards, flying objects, wood chips, and chemical splashes. Always check the shield impact ratings to make sure it can withstand impact hazards. Foot injuries like nail punctures, twisted ankles, and crush injuries are common in construction. PPE for your feet can lessen or sometimes prevent these injuries. On the construction site, you should wear shoes or boots with slip-resistant and puncture-resistant soles, and safety-toed or steel-toed footwear to protect toes from falling objects and crushing injuries. Safety footwear must meet ANSI Z41 or ASTM standards. Tennis shoes are not acceptable footwear on the job site. In construction, you may also be exposed to many tasks that require hand protection from sharp or rough objects, chemicals, electricity, and flames. Wear the right gloves for the task at hand and make sure they fit properly. The most common gloves worn on the job site include knit gloves with a rubber palm to provide basic protection from minor cuts or abrasions. Chemical-resistant gloves when working with wet concrete, mortar, adhesives, or solvents. Welding gloves made of leather for use around heat and flame. And rubber insulating gloves and sleeves when exposed to electrical hazards. Some jobs on the work site are loud and may require hearing protection to reduce the amount of noise that gets through and lessen the risk of long-term hearing loss. You should use earplugs or earmuffs when using tools like drills, powdered actuated tools, pneumatic nailers, grinders, and other heavy, loud equipment. The noise reduction rating, or NRR, is used to determine the effectiveness of hearing protection. The higher the noise reduction rating, the more reduction in sound exposure. When using earplugs, always make sure to follow the manufacturer's directions on how to properly wear them. On the job site, there are some common materials like paints, lacquers, insulations, sealants, and dusts that can harm you if inhaled. This is one of the most common ways chemicals can enter the body. When used, respirators can remove contaminants from the air. The most important steps in using any kind of respirator is to ensure a proper fit to protect yourself from harmful dusts, mists, gases, vapors, and sprays getting into your respiratory system. Using the right PPE is one of the most important safety tips to prevent serious injuries when working on the job site. So be smart and be safe.
Okay, let's continue, guys, for this personal protective equipment, or the last line of defense, the least level of hierarchy of control if we identify potential hazard, but still is one of the most useful equipment to be used by our people, our employees, to be protected from any harmful substances or harmful activities while they're doing their construction activities in our site. Okay? We all know, no, that this non-compliance of PPE, there is also a violation to DOLE, no, kung tayo po nag-charge sa kanila ng PPE or not provision of PPE while they are in the course of their duty. Okay. The objective of this module, guys, is you safety officer should outline the legal requirements of the use of PPE, determine the appropriate and approved type of PPE needed in a construction workplace, and outline the advantage and limitation of our PPE. Okay, this is only a short presentation, guys, about PPE. PPE, personal protective equipment. It refers to protective clothing, helmet or hard hat, goggles or any eyewear, or other garments or equipment designed to protect the wearer's body from injury or infection. The hazard addressed by protective equipment includes the physical hazard, exposure to electrical hazard, heat, chemicals, biohazards, and airborne particulate matters. According, guys, to Department Order 198-18, the IIR of Republic Act 11058, the workers' right to PPE. Okay? Every employer, management, contractor, or subcontractor, if any, shall provide his or her worker free of charge this PPE for any part of the body that may be exposed to hazard. Therefore, every employer, every management should provide appropriate, proper, and standard personal protective equipment to all his worker, okay, free of charge while they are in the course of duty. According also to the DOLE Department Order number 13, every employer shall at his own expense furnish his workers with PPE. May isang kaso kasi, guys, no? May mga employer tayo na sina-charge nila ang PPE sa kanilang mga workers. Meron rin ibang management na once they will hire a worker, report ka na sa Lunes and bring your own PPE. May ibang instances rin po, para hindi sila mahuli ni DOLE, ginawa nila sa kanilang payslip, okay, cash advance. Pero deduction pala yun sa PPE. And you know what, guys, how much is the penalty to DOLE of non-provision of PPE to his workers? That is 50,000 per day of violation. Nagtipid po kayo sa cost ng PPE, but once there will be a violation to you and the finding is no provision of PPE or charging of PPE, the penalty is 50,000 to the management. Okay? Therefore, it should be free of charge for our employees. According to the COSH Standard Rule 1080, all personal protective equipment shall be approved, designed, and construction appropriate for the exposure of the work to be performed. Standard, approved design. Later on, I will give you paano nyo malaman if that is a standard PPE. The employer shall be responsible for the adequacy and proper maintenance of PPE. Therefore, as part of the task also of our storekeeper, okay, our warehouse people, personnel, yung pag-keep safing ng ating PPE para sa ating mga trabahante. No person shall be subjected or exposed to any hazardous environment condition without any protection. Tayo po ang nagdala sa ating mga trabahante doon po sa hazardous environment. Therefore, trabaho po natin mga management ng ating mga safety officer na pangalagaan ang safety at health ng ating mga tauhan by provision of this proper and appropriate and standard PPE. Selection of PPE. Identify the hazard. Hindi lahat na PPE uniform yan siya. Yes, we have a mandatory basic PPE such as the hard hat, the long sleeve, safety shoes, ganun po. Pero lahat ba kailangan mag-harness? Lahat ba kailangan gumamit ng respirator? So nakadepende po ang ating pag-issue ng PPE kung anong existing hazard kung saan po siya na-assign. There is a health chemical hazard. At risk po siya na ma-inhale niya ang fumes. Therefore, appropriate, okay, respirator should be issued. The worker is at risk for fall potential. Therefore, I will provide a full body harness for him. Okay, the workers is spatter or working at tight time. Therefore, I will provide proper reflectorized vest for him. Therefore, identify potential hazard and doon po natin ibabangga kung anong dapat na PPE ang ma-assign sa kanya. Trabaho po natin na yan, safety officer, to analyze everything with coordination with the operations, with the COSH committee, or to the in-charge and those workers involved in the task. Understand the effect. The potential effect po niya, once the person is exposed to that hazard na walang protection or PPE, anong pwedeng mangyari sa kanya? We should be advanced in thinking. No? Kung ating patrabahuin ang tao dun sa masyadong maingay, and then ang ibigay lang natin is substandard na earplugs, anong pwedeng mangyari sa kanya? Understanding the effect in relation to the exposure to the certain hazard. Recommend the appropriate equipment to be given. Kailangan ba natin ng rubber gloves, cotton gloves, earplug ba o ear muff? Enough na ba yung noise reduction rate niya versus doon po sa noise nating nakita? Okay, okay lang ba sa kanya mag-safety goggles and then he's doing welding works? Ganun po. And then also consider the training and proper use and maintenance of PPE. As part of our safety orientation, you need to include the topic about PPE, on how to use it and where to use that certain PPE, how to keep it safe. No? In order for us to work hand in hand in protecting the PPE. Kasi once wala silang idea how to use it, you will just issue that one to our people, to our workers, they will become careless. I don't care, sisirain ko to. Mag-issue naman yung ating management natin. Paano ba ito gamitin? Paano ba isuot itong harness natin? Kailangan ba talaga, kailangan double hook ba talaga gamitin? Double lanyard? Ganun po. Anong use nito sa absorber? Paano papalitan itong filter ng cartridge nitong respirator ba natin? And all of these things should be taught during our safety orientation. And inform them also how to keep it safe and clean at all times. Since sa kanila natin ito ini-issue. At saka ano bang polisiya ng company? Once masira ko po ang safety shoes in 1 month, do I need to replace it immediately or charge na po sa akin? Ganun po. So, your policy and PPA should be very specific. Yes, free of charge, but the employees also should not abuse the management. Baka maubos po yung pera ng management natin sa pagpapa-issue na ng PPA. Example po nito, safety shoes. You cannot issue naman every 1 month safety shoes for that worker kasi nasira niya. And then, sige sir, pwede mo ito palitan ng safety shoes ko, ipapadole kita. Anong trabaho mo sir, checker? 1 month, magpaparelease ka na, magpapare-issue ka na? Maubos ang pera namin. We are concerned with your safety, but also you should protect the management and company. Kung malugi kami, mawalan kayo ng trabaho. Therefore, it should be specific in our policy. We will issue you, the duration of your safety shoes is 1 year. After 1 year, we will replace it. Pero once masira yan siya less than 1 year, okay, we will conduct investigation kung work-related bang pagkasira niya or ano yan siya, yung sinira mo lang para gusto mong replacement. But once less than 1 year, magpa-replace ka na. And we found out your investigation na ginamit po pala siya araw-araw dun sa labas ng trabaho, therefore, we will not replace it. We will issue, but we will deduct it in your salary. And then, dole naman will understand. Hindi ma-penalize yan si management. Kasi it is very clear to their policy. But if you don't have any policy, pwedeng gawa ng salita, maggawa ng story si worker, ay, ang aming PPE, replacement lang, salary deduction. Wala kang mga proof ng policy mo, baka babalik na rin ka rin nila. Therefore, black and white, orientation, papermahin po sila that they understand the policy about PPE. It should be win-win solution. Yes, the management will protect the employees. Therefore, also, the employees should not abuse the management in providing proper PPE to them. No? One of the safety officer, one of our reason bakit tayo hinire as a safety officer, not only to save life, not only to prevent injury, but to help the management and business to sustain their business. No? Kasi once there's no accident, the business will continue. Once there will be no abusive workers abusing the PPE issuance, the business still will continue. Therefore, loss control management, helping our employers and management to sustain their business, to earn salary, and to let them continue to protect the welfare of our people. And even though PPE is only a factor that malaki ang tulong ng safety officer, tulungan ng ating company. Where PPE required, conditions or workplaces that can cause injury or impairment by being absorbed, inhaled, or physically contacted, such as if there is a hazard of the process. No? Habang sila po nagtatrabaho dyan, masyadong mainit, habang nagtatrabaho sila sa area niyan, pwedeng may mahulugan sa ulo nila, kailangan may head protection. Environmental hazard, chemical hazard, andyan sila sa area na ang daming dust, merong vapor po ng ng mga chemicals, ng mga solvents. Okay? Radiological hazard, meron RT activities, or even mga mechanical irritants. Simple concept. If there's a potential hazard, identify what is the possible health effect and recommend proper PPE to be used of that certain activity. No? So wag lang yan issue PPE. One of our task safety officer is to make the construction safety and health program. Part of making the CSHP is to identify what are the basic PPE to be used in this certain project. Therefore, coordinate to your management, to your operation team, sir, ano bang mga common activity natin sa ating project site? Para maka-analyze ka anong possible hazard sa kanyang activity na gagawin. And once you will analyze that one, ma-identify mo anong possible PPE na ipa-purchase mo sa management before mag-start ang operation. Okay? What are the types of PPE to be used? Head and hair protection, hearing protection, hand and arms protection, torso, overall protection, or even yung welding apron that is considered as a torso protection. Common ba ang welding apron? Hindi pa siya ginagamit sa welding. No? But you identify that possible may spark or pwede masunog, basira yung uniform, therefore protection pa rin. The apron, protective ointments, barriers, face and eyes and face shield protection, respiratory protection, foot protection, either you're going to use the safety shoes or the boots for that activity. The fall protection, it should be a double lanyard full body harness with shock absorber. The shields or even mga restraint na ating gagamitin. Example of this, guys, is the hard hat. Very common, mandatory sa lahat ng mga construction sites. Please check also for the impact classes. Huwag bibili kahit saan o saan man nakakamura. Okay lang, murang hard hat basta standard, tsaka andun ang kanyang list, andun ang kanyang manufacturer's name sa listahan ni COSH Center. I will give you accredited manufacturer kung ano po mga standard hard hat. Hindi po lahat ng PPE mahal na standard. May mga standard din na mura. But you need to check it, safety officer. Kasi sabi nila, magkano hard hat? Nasa 170, meron ring 230. Ay, meron kami may nakita kami doon sa sa may Divisoria, 70 pesos. Yun na lang. Tapos bili tayo mga 200 pieces, 70, nakamura, di ba? Not impact resistant. Imagine, mahulugan ng malaking tornilyo ang ulo. Kailangan natin ipa-CT scan. Baka merong head injury. Magkano ang CT scan ngayon? 4,000, 6,000? That is only for diagnostic procedure. Testing pa lang yan siya. Hindi pa kasali yung surgery, management, medication, ICU. So we will look into the indirect cause of accident, not only for the direct cause of accident. No? The hard hat should also be considered electrical classes. The total weight of complete hard hat should not more than 0.45 kg or 16 ounces. Protection from impact, penetration from falling and flying objects, blows or impact, and from limited electric shock and burns. Yun ang consideration in looking and finding hard hat. Because safety officer, one of our prime responsibility as per the safety law is to recommend appropriate PPE to be used in our workplaces. Hindi ibig sabihin na tayo pang bibili. tayong hanap ng supplier, tsaka magbibigay ng komisyon. Ang nakalagay po doon is recommend for appropriate PPE to be used in our workplace based on the hazard that you identified. Okay? Therefore, before magbili o magpa-approve si purchaser, ipa-check muna dapat sa inyo bago nila i-final ang kanilang pag-purchase ng PPE. Okay. Earplug, hearing protection, made of sound absorbent materials and fit into the ear. Reusable and disposable. Single or molded. Guys, di ba acceptable na noise, permissible noise is not beyond 90 decibels? Safety, kindly hold on ha kasi ayusin lang, kindly hold on. Okay guys, di ba we have only allowable noise, no, sa ating workplaces? In looking or checking for hearing protection, please check the label of the noise reduction rate ng ating earplug or ear muff. Ang meaning po ng noise reduction rate, kung ilang decibels ang kaya niyang mabawas once we will use that earplug. Example po nito, itong si earplug. The NRR usual of earplug umaabot ng 15 to 30. Kung 30 ang nakalagay dun sa label, kung 90 decibels ang ingay, if you will use that one, ang ating marinig lang only is 60 decibels. Okay? So please consider what is the NRR of the hearing protection that we purchase. NRR is the noise reduction rate. The level of the noise na kaya niyang itanggal habang we will use that earplug. An earplug guys made of a sound absorbent materials and fit into the ears. Reusable and disposable. Single or molded. Pero ang earplug isang tao, huwag ipagamit sa ibang tao. Okay? Sa kanya lang talaga yan siya may issue. And then, we have also the ear muff. Muffs resemble stereo headphones with adjustable foam, filled or liquid filled. Plastic cushion that covers the ear. Okay? Please also check for the NRR. If may NRR ang ating earplug, may NRR ang ating ear muff, masyadong maingay, umaabot ng 100 decibels, you can put both. Mag-earplug ka, mag-ear muff, mas mataas ang kanyang NRR na mababawas doon sa actual sound na sa kanyang palibot. Okay. Eye and face protection such as the safety goggles, the safety spectacles, the face shield, and welding shield. Okay? If you are doing a welding activities, please use welding shield. Wag lang po yung mga eye spectacles lang po. The whole body should be covered to prevent from any spark or splashes papunta sa face and to limit or minimize ang fumes na kanyang ma-inhale while doing the welding activity. If gumagawa po siya ng grinding, okay, or activity niya po, pwedeng mag-cause ng splash sa kanyang mukha, sa kanyang mata, sa kanyang ilong, pero dapat clear vision. Please use proper industrial face shield. Okay? Ang mata naman is we will use eye spectacles or safety goggles. We have also one site in Quezon Province, I remember, it is mandatory to all our construction workers to wear safety goggles as our basic PPE. We issue hard hat, we issue the uniform, we issue also the safety shoes, and all of us issued of this eye spectacles or safety goggles. Okay? So yun po. We will check the certain hazard and then recommend appropriate PPE to be used. Huwag gumamit, enough lang ba sir, gumamit tayo ng mga fashion glasses? No. That is not carbon protected. madudurog, mabasag pa rin yan siya. Respiratory protection, guys. The primary corrective measure in the control of occupational diseases caused by harmful dust, fogs, fumes, mist, gases, smokes, and sprays or vapors shall be prevented, to prevent atmospheric contaminants. We will use this proper respirator because this respirator has a filter, okay, to limit the entering of these harmful chemicals, fumes, or gases. This is the anatomy of respirator, guys, no? As you observe, okay, nako lang po ito, drawing ko lang po ito. Okay. A face seal keeps contaminants out of the mask. This one, the glass. A full face mask adds eye protection. This one. This cartridge, okay. A cartridge captures certain gases and vapors. Ma-filter lahat po ng gases na na-inhale po niya. And then the valve. The valve opens when you exhale the air and it closes when you inhale. And then this filter or pre-filter traps any particles or particulates. And this traps holds the mask snugly in place. Yan po. So magandang gamitin po ito in the presence po ng mga gases and fumes na masyadong concentrated po. Okay. Safety shoes or safety boots. Okay. So it should be sleep protection, electrical resistant. Okay. It should be also, there is a steel toe to protect in case may mahulugan tayo na mga matitigas na bagay. Okay. So we have a lot also of safety shoes na mura lang and then acceptable with the standard of the COSH Center. Yun, the safety shoes. Uses of safety shoes. Workers shall be provided with approved safety shoes and leg protection whenever necessary as determined by the nature of work. Selection of foot protection, it should be impact resistant, compression resistant, and puncture protection. No, especially in construction site, there's a lot of protruding materials, a lot of yung mga nails, timber with nails, no, rusty pang iba na nagkakalat, especially yung mga poor housekeeping areas natin. General guidelines for the employer's responsibility for the provision of PPE. Performing a hazard assessment of the workplace in order for us to determine what is appropriate PPE to be issued. Identifying and providing appropriate PPE for employees. Training your employees in the use and care of the PPE. Maintaining and replacing worn or damaged PPE. And it should be specific in your policy. There's no naman, sir, na kailan ba kailangan mag-change ako ng PPE? Safety goggles. Kailan ba ako mag-change ng hard hat? It's up to you, safety officer. Based po sa recommendation ni safety officer and discussion po ni COSH committee. And then kung anong duration po ng pag-change po niyo ng PPE replacement, it should be written black and white. Para kung meron tayong mga worker requesting for replacement na hindi po nakaabot doon sa duration, investigation should be done. Kung na-prove po na nasira siya, na hindi pa nakaabot sa ating limit, okay, there should be a replacement free of charge. But upon investigation, nakita nyo po na hindi naman work-related ang kanyang ginagawa, and then nag-cause ng damage sa kanyang PPE, I think the worker should replace it in his own charge or expense. Kasi yun po nakakita po sa ating policy. Guys, if you have that policy also, and you have that orientation, please make attendance sheet that na-relay nyo po ang information sa inyong trabahante at saka naintindihan po nila. Periodically reviewing, updating, and evaluating the effectiveness of PPE program of your company as part of your CSHP. General guidelines for our workers in relation to PPE. What are the responsibilities? The proper wearing of PPE should be observed in the entire duration of the activity. Attending trainings in session on PPE awareness and training, caring for, cleaning and maintaining PPE. That is their responsibility. And you can also include that, guys, in your policy, that part of your clearance is to return all PPE that you issued to them. Except lang siguro yung mga ano siguro, no? Yung mga earplug. But the rest of the PPE, if naka-indicate po sa policy nila, you can use that as their part of clearance signing. Inform a supervisor of the need of repair or replacement of the PPE. And if there's a new activity to be done, the supervisor also should inform the safety officer what are the needed PPE based on the activity that she will perform. So that we safety officer also will determine the potential hazard of that certain activity, and we can give proper recommendation of the appropriate PPE to be used. These are example of construction activities for non-compliance of PPE. No? This one. Dati, guys, you can differentiate talaga ang project ng private project tsaka yung government project. Ang private sector dati is sila yung nag-PPE. Pero yung once ang project nyo po is government project, even the private ang contractor, you will know that that's a government project kasi ang mga workers sa government project walang PPE. Naka-chinelas, naka-short, walang hard hat. But right now, guys, you will be amazed. Kasi yung mga contractor natin handling government project, nag-PPE na talaga sila. Yung mga contractor ng mga bridges, highways, public works, they are more compliant with PPE. Bakit po? Yes, nakalagay po yan siya sa RA 11058 na yung safety law intended only for the private sector. But if you're a private sector having a project with government, no, you should also abide the safety rules that you should wear proper PPE. And there's a lot also of the DPWH attending COSH training. Siguro nahihiya na rin sila na sila always yung sample sa picture na hindi nag-PPE. That's why makita mo po sa highway ngayon, ang mga workers natin, pavement works, bridges, no, they are wearing proper PPE na po. Okay, example po nito, no, the worker is only wearing shorts, okay, no fall protection, no hard hat, no working gloves, okay, no safety harness. May safety harness naman, not wearing, there's no proper anchor point for that safety harness. Okay, that is non-compliance to PPE. Another. Let's review. What are the elements of PPE program? Hazard identification risk assessment, selection of proper appropriate control measures, appropriate PPE, fitting, education and training and awareness, management support for the provision of PPE, maintenance of PPE, and also auditing of the program. Either we need to revise it and or we need to develop more about this PPE. In summary conclusion, safety officers, personal protective equipment includes articles such as the eye, face, head, and extremity protection or the arms protection, protective clothing, respiratory devices, protective shields and barriers from mechanical, chemical, radiological, and other workplace environmental hazard. The OSH standard, the D108 and D013 are common laws that regulates the use of proper PPE in the country. And it's very clear on that regulation that PPE should be provided free of charge to our employees. PPE should be provided free of charge as required by the standard by the employer. The employer primary duty is to provide and train our personnel on the use of PPE and their protection and how to maintain or keep it properly. Question, sir, paano po namin malalaman kung ang PPE po is standard or not? Okay. Please go to this website. This is the website of the OSH Center. Okay? If you will go to that website, meron po dyan nakalabas list of PPE that pass the performance testing standard of the OSH Center. Okay. Sila po yung mga manufacturers ng PPE na nagpa-test po sa OSH Center, and then si OSH Center nag-certify sa kanya na you are standard PPE. Okay ha? So, kahit saan nyo bibilhin, sa SM ba yan siya, sa kahit anong hardware, ang titingnan nyo po is yung manufacturer. Kasi ang nakalagay po dito sa website na ito ni OSH Center is yung mga manufacturer, not the supplier. Okay ha? Please take note of this website as you andyan po, naka-display po sa ating screen. Screenshot nyo na lang po. Para kayo mga safety officer, you can recommend proper brand of proper PPE to be purchased in your company. And then tingnan rin yun po na mura and then quality and then pasado by the OSH Center. Okay? Nakuha na? Okay, good.
Ako na po, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all for our PPE, guys. No? And now, before we proceed to the safety inspection and workshop, I will give you 15 minutes break, safety officer. Tapos, by 2:45, we will start our safety inspection, and I will group you into 4 groups, and I will give you workshop on conducting safety inspection. Okay, maraming salamat po, and then enjoy your...
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. Mayong hapon. Let's have our discussion about the safety inspection. Sana po yung iba. Kindly turn on your camera. You can also have your coffee, guys, while having a discussion this afternoon. Ang sarap ng coffee ni Sir Martin. Yan po.
Mapait sir, mapait. Walang sugar.
Sir, okay. Black coffee, no? No sugar. Betis po natin, sir. Sige po. Before I start our discussion, allow me to share a video about safety inspection.
Health and safety inspections by the labor program help to ensure that federally regulated workplaces comply with the Canada Labor Code and the Canada Occupational Health and Safety Regulations. Inspections are conducted regularly or in response to specific issues and help prevent incidents, injuries, and illnesses. Through a critical examination of the workplace, inspections help to identify and record actual and potential hazards posed by buildings, equipment, the environment, processes, and practices. Record any hazards requiring immediate attention. Determine whether existing hazard controls are adequate and operational, and recommend corrective action. Health and safety inspections are a critical component of good accident and occupational disease prevention. Occupational health and safety inspections are essential to ensure that workplaces comply with the Canada Labor Code and the Canada Occupational Health and Safety Regulations. As an employer, you must follow the regulations. It's vital to understand the inspection process, your rights, and responsibilities when health and safety officers visit your workplace to conduct a health and safety inspection. Let's start. Health and safety officers may enter any workplace at any reasonable time to conduct an inspection that will help to identify and record hazards for corrective action. Upon arrival, the officers will explain the reason for the inspection. The officers will also request that a Health and Safety Committee member or representative be present, and the inspection will begin immediately. During the inspection of the workstations, the officer may ask for the employer's general policy concerning the health and safety of employees at work. As of January 1st, 2021, Workplace Harassment and Violence Prevention Policy. Committee minutes, if the employer has a health and safety committee. First aid certificates. Forklift operator licenses. And previous inspection records. Under the Canada Labor Code and its regulations, employers also have administrative duties. Employers are obligated to provide Part 2 of the Canada Labor Code and the Canada Occupational Health and Safety Regulations, the names, workplace telephone numbers, and work locations of the Health and Safety Committee members or representatives. Contact information for the person responsible for internal air quality, as well as the policies requested at the beginning of the inspection. All this information must be accessible, posted on the company safety board, available electronically and print upon request. Labor Program Health and Safety Officers enforce the Canada Labor Code by conducting inspections and investigations. After a health and safety inspection, the officer will debrief the employer and/or the Health and Safety Committee member or representative present during the inspection. A report will be issued to the employer containing the findings of the inspection. The most common violations of federal occupational health and safety provisions are related to emergency exits, fire extinguishers, expiration date for eye wash stations, contact information for first aid attendants at first aid stations, expiration of first aid and supply items, availability of material safety data sheets, loading docks, combustibles stored incorrectly, electrical room accessibility. Officers follow a compliance policy to ensure fair and consistent application of code in all workplaces. This policy includes a range of tools whose use depends on the seriousness of the violation and the cooperation of the workplace. If there is a violation, the assurance of voluntary compliance is typically the first level of enforcement. The assurance of voluntary compliance is the employer's or employee's written commitment to a labor program health and safety officer to corrective action. It is also written confirmation of compliance to the health and safety officer by a specific date. If the officer observes something that could or might be a hazard to an employee, the officer can issue a direction. A follow-up inspection is conducted within approximately 3 months to ensure that the employer has rectified the contraventions. If a severe contravention occurs or failing to comply with a corrective action resulting from a direction, the company can face an administrative monetary penalty or prosecution. For more information on compliance policy, visit canada.ca.
Okay. Good afternoon once again, guys. Let's discuss the one of your vital role as a safety officer to conduct a safety inspection. Okay, so after this, we will have our workshop, and I want you to group into 4 groups, and you will make your output based on safety inspection, and you will choose your presenter and present it in the class. Safety inspection. In order you to become a competent safety officer, you should have these 4 elements. Number 1, you should have a safety eye. You can easily identify potential hazard at site. You are competent and skilled to conduct safety inspection and audit. You can easily identify potential hazard that can cause harm, injury, illness, or can cause property damage in your workplace. Number 2, a safety officer should be a good documenter. What is not written is not done. Okay? Marunong gumawa ng report, marunong gumawa ng minutes of meeting, marunong gumawa ng safety program to initiate the MOM. Okay? Lahat po nakita ninyo should be written in black and white. Record keeping. Okay? Ang daming safety officer, mahilig po mag-inspection. Ang daming safety officer, okay, masipag mag-ikot sa site, pero takot gumawa ng report. Number 3, safety officer should have a self-confidence, a good trainer. Okay? Kailangan tayo mga safety officer dapat makakapal po ang mukha natin because they are the one conducting safety training and orientation, conducting toolbox meeting, assist the management to preside the OSH committee meeting. Kung ikaw po ay mahiyain, paano nyo po ma-deliver ang mga lahat po ng konsepto ng safety sa inyong mga kasamahan sa trabaho? And number 4, the most important, a safety officer with good attitude. Itong tatlong skills na to, safety eye, good documenter, confidence and trainer, madali lang po yan siya ma-develop. But a safety officer with good attitude should be in you. Because we all know that safety officer is directly reporting to the top management. In order for your report, your decision making will not be compromised. And ang daming safety officers, since reporting sila sa top management or sa management ng kanilang project, they're abusing their power. No? Ang construction project, mga kasama, okay, forgive me ha kung laglukso-lukso po ako because I want to share only the reality of safety world in a construction industry. Ang dami pong safety officer ng mga kawatan. Bakit? Since we all know that safety officer is directly reporting to the PIC, the PM, or the site manager, he is also responsible for waste disposal and can control the security. Anong ginagawa po nila? Every time magdi-dispose po ng mga basura sa site, nilalagyan po nila ng mga scrap metal ang gitna or ilalim po ng dump truck. Tapos tatawagan ang security guard, disposal namin ngayon ng waste, ipalabas yan niya siya. So, di ba? Ang ibang safety officer rin, compromising the policy. Binibigyan po sila ng mga SOP ng mga subcon, so they're not performing the proper inspection already. They're not strict at site. Ngayon, pwede ka maging subcon. Later on, bukas, pwede ka merong maging gencon, and then maging subcon ulit. Ang buhay po sa construction, paikot ng paikot po yan siya. Once pupunta na po kayo sa next project, dapat ang maiwan po sa inyo yung mga good points na ginawa ninyo, huwag yung mga negative points. Okay? So a safety officer with good attitude that are workers advocate and developing those skills such as a safety eye, good inspection, good documenter, record keeping, and also a good trainer to educate our people for awareness in safety and in health. In relation to the safety officers, one of our prime responsibilities is to conduct this safety inspection. According to the COSH standard, Rule 1047, one of the duties of a safety officer is to conduct health and safety inspection as you are the member of the safety committee. Review lang po. What is the position or the role of a safety officer in the safety committee? You are the secretary. Tama? Who is the president? Who is the chairman of the safety committee? The manager. And aside from that, as the member or as the secretary of the committee, it is also your role to conduct safety inspection. Let's define, guys, or differentiate what is the difference between the seeing and observing. If you are not a safety officer, and you don't have a safety culture in your mindset, you're only focused on this skill of seeing, limited to the sense of sight. You're only focusing, your observation without any judgment, without analysis. If you don't have any safety culture, you're driving your car and dadaan ka po sa isang building under construction, may isang worker, walang full protection, walang harness, you don't care. That is a seeing. But a safety officer, you should have the skills of observing. Observing is more on the psychological process. It means to consider carefully, to regard with attention so as to learn something. Getting the meat of the bread if you are checking on that. It means seeing with sufficient care to be able to give an account of condition and behavior. It is not only limited to sense of sight. As a safety officer, nung nakita niyo po yung isang area na isang worker nagtatrabaho doon sa elevated area na walang full protection, you are so concerned. Bakit po siya nagtatrabaho walang full protection? Saan po ang kanyang access? Bakit wala po siyang harness? Bakit hindi po siya naghuhok? Kung sa Bisaya pa, nahimo mong himantayon. No? Yun ang nangyari po sa atin mga safety officer. We are so concerned every time we observe something because a person without a sense of safety, you don't want to highlight something you don't want to highlight a certain thing na wala pong katuturan. Tayo kasi, we observe something, alam natin anong potential effect ang mangyayari if there's no control measure to be implemented. Safety inspection is a process of revealing the hazard, highlighting the hazard, okay, and following through the necessary corrective actions which results to a safer workplace. Provides a reliable way for identifying, correcting, and eliminating conditions and behavior that could cause or contribute to injuries, illnesses, or damage. Safety inspections are needed because nothing is completely risk-free. Things wear out. Hindi lahat ng panahon, brand new yung iyong mga equipment. Kasi kung brand new ang isang bagay, walang problema. Hindi nasisira. Pero hanggat a lot of days dumadating, due to a lot of factors, nasira isang bagay, malaki ang tsansa na pwedeng magkaroon ng disgrasya. That's why there should be a series or frequent of inspection activities to be conducted. Condition change. Pwede ngayon tag-init, bukas tag-ulan. No? Kung tag-init, wala problema. Excessive lang ang temperature. Kung tag-ulan, ang daming problema. You cannot do electrical works outside. Sleeping, hazard. No? Providing raincoat, baka magsakit ang mga tao natin. People are not perfect. Ang ating mga empleyado sa construction site, ang babait nila during first week of work sa site. Newly hired workers, yes sir. Parang mga virgin-virginan sa training room. Parang hindi makabasag pinggan. Pero pagdating ng mga 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, sila nang hari. Hindi na basta-basta pakiusapan. Posible na may mga instruction ka, they will just disregard it. That's why we know that 88% of all accidents because of unsafe acts, behavior of a person, even though they know what are the possible effects, if they will not follow this instruction, they will proceed to the unsafe acts. No? People are not perfect. They are changing from time to time. Therefore, there should be consistent inspection to be conducted to correct those potential hazards that you observe. And guys, inspection is an administrative control. And this is part of our proactive approach. You are doing something before the accident will happen. Okay? Kailan ba kayo mag-ikot sa site? Kung meron nang nahulog kahapon? May nakuryentihan kanina? May nasunog 2 days ago? And that is an active approach already. No? So tayo ang mas mature sa site in relation of identifying a lot of potential hazard that can cause injury, property damage, or even death. What are the purpose of this safety inspection? Detect and correct those hazards that you identified. Assess the effectiveness of your OSH program. If you have your intact CSHP, Construction Safety and Health Program, we will check if those things that you written in your CSHP, makikita ba natin doon sa site? Actual ba siya na ginagawa ng ating mga tauhan? Actual ba na sinusunod ng ating mga kasama sa trabaho? Because guys, safety is not only your task, it is everybody's responsibility. Okay? Display visible management commitment. Identify our training needs. Through your inspection, you will identify a lot of loopholes. And possible, the reason of that loopholes is lack of knowledge, incompetency. In order for us to bridge that gap of loopholes, no? Those incompetency and lack of knowledge, training should be implemented to be introduced to our workers. And also to fulfill our legal obligation. And that is according to the OSH law, the primary responsibility of the safety officer as part of the committee is to conduct safety inspection. Secondary purpose, guys, improve operation, increase proficiency, efficiency, effectiveness, and profitability. Because we all know the implementation of safety will help the business to sustain the operation because no problem, no accident, no injury will happen. There are 3 types, guys, of inspection. We have the continuous inspection. We have the periodic or interval inspection. We have also emergency inspection. We will discuss this one by one. Continuous inspection, conducted as part of the worker's job responsibilities in noting and correcting potential danger. Pwedeng itong trabaho ng safety officer araw-araw. Walang changes. No? Pwedeng bigyan ng trabaho ang ating mga leadman, foreman. As part of your operation task, you will conduct also inspection every day. That is example of continuous inspection. That is a worker's job responsibility and give report to me. Another classification of inspection is the interval inspection. It is a systematic process with specific interval and widely regarded as a real safety inspection. Sometimes called is a planned inspection. May schedule, may target, may goal. Specific sa araw, specific sa area, specific sino mag-attend. That is interval inspection. Deliberate, thorough, and with systematic procedure that permits examination of specific items or condition. Under sa interval inspection, we will classify it into 2. Diba? Continuous inspection, interval inspection. Under interval, we have 2. This is a regular and the general inspection. The regular inspection safety, this is a regular interval which is conducted on a specific area, a specific operation, or a specific type of equipment. Every Friday, we will have inspection related to working at heights activity only. Every Wednesday, we will conduct electrical safety inspection. Every first week of the month, we will conduct heavy equipment inspection. And that is considered as regular inspection. Specific on target, specific on location, specific on time. But if you will discuss general interval inspection, no, it is a planned walkthrough of the entire area or site. includes places not usually inspected. Usually, ginagawa po ito sa mga management walkthrough. Yung isahang inspection, buong area, hindi lang only fabrication, not only in a stockyard, not only in building A, but the entire area will undergo inspection, and that is a general inspection. Usually included yun, lahat po ng membro ng mga departments, the management, all the subcon managers, all the safety officers. Okay. Let's have example of this regular inspection, interval inspection. The general inspection po ito. It's a planned walkthrough of entire area, includes places not usually inspected. Ito po sila, mga different managers po ito ng safety in different contractors. Okay? So lahat po sila invited sa inspection, and buong power plant construction site, kailangan nila daanan. And that example of general inspection. Guys, allow me to share to you example of mga inspection findings. Safety officers, aside na kayo, masipag mag-ikot sa site, please put also into practice that you are so, also yung mahilig mag-document. That's why it's very important, to bring your camera, cellphone at all times. Kasi lahat ng findings, kailangan you will take picture on that. No? And then, anong time, anong oras, anong findings ninyo? I will give you example, guys. Those who are, kasi most of you guys using desktop, no? Yung gumagamit, may extra cellphone po. Kindly download. Is very important, guys. May share ako na apps. Maganda ito sa inspection. Go to your Play. The name of the apps is, hold on. I-search nyo lang. SurveyCam. One word. Makita nyo ba? Hindi nyo nakikita. SurveyCam, ang pangalan po ng app sa cellphone. And then, ang logo po niya is bilog yan siya na yellow, tapos may nakasulat sa gitna, GPS. Okay ha. Maganda po ito na apps po sa cellphone. Ito po ginagamit ko during inspection. Kasi you can put a logo of your company. Aside from that, you can put also a caption. Automatic po ito, once you will do inspection, ang date tsaka time, andito na siya naka-stamp, pati ang coordinates at saka location. Every time po mag-inspection ako, picture lang po ako doon. It's automatic, nagsisave na po ang time, location, date niya. Or minsan naglalagay ko ng caption. Para at the end of the day, if nasa office na po ako, I will just scan my album. And then, I can make reports na po. Para hindi na po yung, saan ko nga ito nakuha? Anong date nga ito? Kailan ito na date na inspection ko? Ganun. And then even you print this one, the logo of your company, andyan rin. Okay? SurveyCam. Maganda po ito in your inspection activity. Okay? Moving forward, guys, I will show you example of inspection report. No? So, anecdote. Ito lang po. This one, number 1. Location. Ground floor outside zone 3. Inspection po to. Ito pong before ko po. No? Ito pong before. Unsafe acts. Findings. Not wearing proper PPE. In doing inspection, guys, please be specific. What kind of PPE is lacking? Do not put only lack of PPE, insufficient PPE, not wearing PPE. What kind of PPE is not wearing while working at site? Okay? To complete your inspection report, you can put also the rectification photo or before after. Kung ongoing, you can leave this as blank. Pero kung meron kayong filing, gusto nyo ng documentation, you can put also the before and after. So rectification photo ko po ito. Rectified. Verbal reprimandant, reorientation of worker to his unsafe act. O then, ang worker, naka-hard hat na po siya. Okay? Next, 4th floor. Guys, do not also forget the time and date of your inspection or even the involved contractor. Kung sino po nakita nyo po sa findings. Safety officer, ito po. It is not the role of a safety officer to correct what is your findings. Give this finding to the operation in charge and let them rectify the findings. Because it is the safety officer, you are an auditor, you are an inspector, you are the consultant of the management in relation to the COSH standard. And it is the operations role to rectify whatever is your findings or to give also recommendation on what to do. If you have a safety findings, guys, please also educate those involved personnel what are your recommendation to correct the findings that you observe. Okay ha? But in the instance of imminent danger, what is imminent danger? Any instances classified as a high risk hazard that has a potential to cause death or permanent disability, that is imminent danger. You need to help the operation to rectify it immediately. And we, safety officer, has the power to issue work stoppage order once you observe any imminent danger. Okay, sana intindihan nyo po. Item number 2, fourth floor, fire exit 2, unsafe condition, fall hazard, no handrail installed, unsecured access, obstruction to access. Ito may tubo, oh. Obstruction, walang handrail. Unsafe condition. Rectification ko po, ongoing rectification, installation of handrail for the access, and modification of access, remove that, and also to remove this obstruction. Okay. Another example. This one. Contractor FS field, location STG, unsafe condition, presence of protruding ends of reinforcement steel or presence of protruding rebars. No? Anong magandang gawin? Installation of caution tape or rebar cap at the protruding ends of reinforcement steel. Yun, no? You observe the findings, you give recommendation. Document it and signed by your management, and then give copy to the involved personnel. And then, please do follow up, guys, ha? Please do follow up for the rectification. Hindi po nag-i-end sa inspection lang po. Kailangan nyo po balikan kung na-correct ba siya or hindi. Para may record po kayo sa mga close-out findings po ninyo. Another thing, contractor, the FSP, location MCB, main control building, unsafe condition, no 2 boards at scaffolding installation. Diba? Dapat top rail, mid rail, and 2 boards. Okay. No access for the workers working at height or elevated area. Another finding. Another thing, presence of workers beneath the working area. Habang may tao sa taas sa trabaho, may worker rin sa ilalim. And that is unsafe acts. Na? What is your required action? Provision of 2 boards at the scaffolding installation. Unprotected sides at an edge must be secured from falling objects. You will install safety net. Provision of access of workers for working at height. And there should be no workers beneath or work allowed under the working area. Therefore, conduct reorientation for workers and installation of safety signage. No workers below if there's operations above. Something like that. Okay. Another thing, inspection findings. Location, TG building. Comment, fire hazard. Doing hot work without fire blanket. Bakit? Kasi yung welding plugs niya nahuhulog sa ilalim. What kind of fire blanket? Non-asbestos fire blanket. Deployment of fire watchman and no fire extinguisher on standby. Pwede rin po kung may policy kayo ng PTW. If wala PTW, no secured permit to work for hot work activities. Recommendation, provision of non-asbestos fire blanket to all hot work activities. Number 2, a portable fire extinguisher shall be available within 3 meters. Number 3, a designated trained fire watchman shall be maintained during hot work operation. O yun, agandahan, di ba? So si operation, pagbigay nyo ng finding, or si subcon, may guide na po siya how to correct your findings. Okay. Another example of safety inspection, guys. Location, boiler building. Fire and explosion hazard. Improper storage of compressed gas cylinders. What are your recommendation? Storage gas cylinders in secured position and placed inside a cylinder rack. So bawal nakatayo lang po siya. It should be properly secured inside cylinder rack or cylinder trolley. Properly identify empty from full cylinders. There should be proper labeling. Okay, ha? Another thing. provision of fire extinguisher, and installation of safety signage such as no smoking. Okay, you give idea to the party involved on how to rectify the issue. Another example, in your safety inspection, comment, damage as gas cylinder gauges and no flashback arrestor installed. Di ba dapat may flashback arrestor? Dito, sa end ng torch, tsaka near sa gauge. Na? Replace all damaged gas cylinder gauges and flashback arrestor shall be placed at cylinder regulators. Okay. Another thing, gusto ko lang kayo guys ibabad sa mga lot of mga potential safety findings na pwede nyo ring makita sa inyong mga construction sites. Na akala natin normal lang ito but it is unsafe na pwedeng mag-cause ng aksidente. Findings po, based sa picture. Performing activity that may endanger life or may cause property damage. Improper use of equipment using forklift for transporting the materials instead of boom truck. Okay. Transporting unsecured materials. Ang kanyang recommendation, transporting of materials should be carried out by appropriate equipment only, such as a boom truck. All transporting or lifting activities should be assisted by a spotter. Wala kayo makita spotter. Walang deployment ng banksman, flagman, and secure all materials prior for mobilization. This one, environmental concern, unmanaged oil spill of generator. Recommendation, implement spill containment, provision of spill containment, or provision of oil spill basin beneath the generator. Di ba bawal yung tutulo yung mga oil, okay, yung mga fuel directly sa ground. And that is EMB issue. Okay, unsafe condition, the first, upper level, very poor housekeeping, poor material management, obstruction to access. Another, number 4, fall hazard, yung sa elevator shaft, guys, ha, elevator shaft. Unsecured fall protection or railings, no barricade, no safety signages installed. Okay, or what's the safety signage to be installed? Danger, fall hazard. Ganun po. Or danger, open edge. This one also, no? Unsafe condition, okay, unsecured fall protection, no safety signages. Another sample also findings is no machine guard installed to rotating parts. Okay. Yun. Another example, guys. Unsafe work platform, no proper access. No proper PPE, full protection, full body harness, no anchor point. Okay, another thing. Number 8, workers not wearing full body harness, unsafe working platform, no proper access. Okay, yun ating mga findings. Findings, but you need to put also recommendation. Okay. The third classification of inspection, guys, is emergency inspection. No? Guys, nakikita nyo ba yung presentation ko? Nabubog ba o hindi?
Kita naman, sir.
Kita nyo? Okay na.
Kita naman po, sir.
Yung mga pictures, kita nyo po mga pictures?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you po. Akala ko naka-load siya. Hindi po siya nag-move. Thank you. Emergency inspection is inspection focused on the components of machineries, equipment, materials, and structures, or areas likely to result in immediate unwanted incident. Unwanted, unscheduled inspection may also be needed to correct unsafe conditions. Usually, guys, itong emergency situation inspection, ginagawa po ito yung mga emergency or urgent or mga surprise instruction to conduct inspection. Okay? Safety, may nadadaanan po ako doon. Nasira po yung barricade, paki-check. That is example of emergency inspection. The elements of effective inspection, guys, is you safety officer should have a sound knowledge of your facility or workplace. You should be familiar sa pasikot-sikot po ng inyong working area. You should also be knowledgeable of a lot of standard and safety ideas and good safety practices. How will you know if that is unsafe if you don't have any idea what is safe? You observe a railings. 3 level. May top rail, mid rail to board. But still, you highlight it. Bakit? Because you know that the level of the top rail should not at least waist level or 1 meter. Pero nakita niyo po, nasa sa knee level siya. That's why you still highlight the findings because that is not based on the standard in relation to railings. Okay? Therefore, you need to be familiarized what is written in the COSH standard in order for you to know what is unsafe and what is safe. Safety officer, wag niyo lang po wag po kayo maging kontento na hanggang dito lang kayo sa COSH. Pagkatapos po ng training ninyo, please continue your learnings in safety. Magbasa po ng mga safety references, mag-update po sa OSH Center tsaka sa DOLE, mga new guidelines po nila, magtingin po sa mga YouTube, mga vlogs ng mga safety professionals po natin para pwede nyo rin po siyang ma-share sa ibang mga grupo. Or pwede rin kayo gumawa ng GC sa mga kabatch nyo ngayon. And you will share mga different safety good practices. Or kung may problema isa sa inyo, you can ask something, insights, or mga opinion on how to respond to that certain problem. Okay? You should be knowledgeable on relevant information in relation to OSH, different OSH standards, and also codes and safety laws. You should read what is written in the Republic Act 11058. You should be familiar what is written in the DO 18-18. You should be familiar with what is written in the DO 13, in DO 16, in Department Order in relation to scaffolding. Yun po ha. Kasi guys, you are a walking yellow book. You are working also as you are the consultant of the management in relation to safety. Okay? You should be familiar with the organization's accident experience and potential. Itong palaging mga accidents sa ating site. Therefore, mas focus ako dito na operation or the procedure. Itong area na ito, based sa record, itong palaging may mga aksidente, dapat yung frequency of inspection ko, mas taasan ko po sa ganitong area ito. Possess ability to make intelligent decision for corrective action. Inspection must be done in systematic approach. In order, there should be a guidelines also. There must be a method of reporting, evaluating, and using gathered data. And you should also use your internal template on how to use your inspection. What and where to inspect? The physical condition of your site, the equipment, the apparatus, your work area, the procedure, the behavior of your people, and other items of your areas. The materials, the potential cause of damage, mga lugar na pwedeng madisgrasyahan, yung mga area na palaging may aksidente, yung mga area po na maraming tao nagtatrabaho, tsaka yung mga areang hindi pinupuntahan masyado. You also take to take consideration on it. The power tools, equipment, machineries, no? Heavy equipments. Kumusta ang ating mga heavy equipment? May mga third-party inspection certificate ba sila? Kumusta ang ating mga competent workers, the operators? Ang ating mga crane operators may NC2, may TESDA? Ang ating rigger, may NC1 ba siya? Tower crane operator, forklift operator, may NC2? According to DO13, guys, they don't care about the COE or your experience before. They more concerned on the competency based on the certificate issued by TESDA. Because once there will be an accident happen due to your heavy equipment, OSHA will come in. According to the standard, one of the role of a safety officer is to report to DOLE within 24 hours in case there will be a fatal accident will happen. Once the DOLE will be notified of that fatal accident, OSHA will come in. Occupational Safety and Health Investigation. Isa po sa titingnan po nila, yun ba yung tower crane na namatayan? Pwede ko ba makita ang NC2 ng tower crane operator? Hindi po magtitingin yan siya. Pwede ko ba makita ang mga COE ng tower crane operator? Because they are more focused what is written in the guidelines, the competency. Can I see also that in the third-party certificate inspection of the tower crane? Ano po? Dumaan ba sa safety inspection? Dumaan ba sa safety orientation ang iyong mga trabahante? Yung nahulugan, dumaan ba sa safety orientation? May toolbox meeting attendance sheet ba kayo? Isa yun sa ating titingnan. Materials and supplies. The SDS of our chemicals. The placement of our chemicals, flammable, combustible. The storage. The PPE that used by a certain worker handling on that. The material handling equipment. No? Yung mga document po na ating na-secure. Storage facilities, areas, and containers. Labeled ba ang ating mga container sa site? Lahat ba ng chemicals may SDS? If may SDS, na-inform ba ang ating mga tauhan? Kung na-inform sila, saan ang attendance sheet? Okay. Saan yung nilagay ang ating mga flammable chemicals? Malayo ba siya sa mga fabrication na nag-cause po siya ng open flame? Well ventilated po ba siya? Saan ang ating hazardous waste area? Ganun po. The warning signs, the devices, the fire alarm system. Okay? A lot of safety signages. Lifting on progress, walang signage dyan for lifting. May deep excavation, you don't have signage for deep excavation. Okay. May open edge, full hazard, wala kayong safety signages for that. Saan ang yung signage also for the emergency assembly point? Kung saan in case of evacuation and emergency, ano? Doon po tayo magpupunta. Doon po ang head counting po natin. Saan ang ating nearest emergency assembly point? Saan po ang kanyang signage? The work environment, too much noise, presence of dust, poor illumination, okay? The housekeeping issue, the material management issue, the waste disposal, waste segregation, it should also be highlighted during inspection. The power source, electrical safety, substandard electrical cord, okay? Mga grounding system. So in checking of these things, you should also a competent person, that are skilled electrician with NC2 to guide us, electrical engineer, to help us for the inspection of these electrical safety matters. Fire protection. Are you conducting your monthly inspection for fire extinguisher? Nasi-shake yung ba si fire extinguisher once a month? Pressurized pa ba siya? Not discharge? Saan nakalocate ang ating mga fire extinguisher? Lahat ba ng mga hot works such as the grinding, gas cutting, and welding works have a fire extinguisher on standby? Do we have a competent people trained as a fire watchman to be deployed? Do we have a fire blanket? Are we allowing the welding plugs to fall during welding activity? How about the compressed gas cylinder? Lahat ba ng gas cylinder? Mayroong rack, may stand. Nakatali ba siya? Hindi iniiwan sa gitna ng surface or ng daan, nakatayo na mag-isa. Ano po? Lahat ba ng compressed gas cylinder? Nakaseparate ang full at empty? Even ang empty, kailangan nakatayo po, secured, nakatali, or nasa cylinder rack. Isa sa ating babantayan po yan siya, mga safety officer. Motor vehicle, or inspection, registration, competency of the driver of that motor vehicle. The offices, the welfare facility, the first aid materials. Kumusta si first aid box po ninyo? Kailan nyo po nakita si first aid box na may laman? Anong laman ng first aid box po ninyo ngayon? Kailan kayo nahuling high sa kanya? Okay? Trained ba ang ating mga first aider by the Red Cross, Bureau of Fire, or TESDA, or DOH? Something like that. The fall protection, the proper PPE, the access, pedestrian, okay. The PPE for our workers. Inspection frequency factors, guys. This is the rule. The higher the risk, the higher the frequency of the inspection. Kung saang area po ninyo na mataas po ang risk ng hazard, mataas po ang frequency at saka ang probability of exposure of a certain hazard, yung pinaka-dangerous po sa inyong area, dapat doon po gagawin madalas or always ang inyong inspection activity. Doon po sa area na mga low risk lang, pwede minsanan. Pero yung mga area maraming tao, malaki ang chance sa madisgrasyahan, dapat kung pwede halos every day, you will conduct safety inspection and document everything of your findings. Who will conduct? You, safety officer, the member of the committee, the management, the supervisor, because they are familiar with the area. They know the people and they know what are the activities to be performed in that area. Common tools natin, guys, you can also bring, no, yung mga pang-measure po natin ng mga devices, camera, okay? Even yung mga checklist forms, if you have that one. If you're familiar with things, okay lang po. Kahit camera ang gagamitin nyo po, recording, notebook, pen, you can proceed to the inspection. Okay. You can also have your internal inspection template. Katulad sa pinakita ko kanina sa inyo, you can use also that one. Merong name sa area, time, findings, photo, rectification, and also your recommendation. And put at the bottom, inspected by, kayo po, safety officer. Reviewed by, kung may head po kayo. Approved by, papirmahan po sa inyong manager ang lahat po ng inspection ninyo. Kasi kung ako si manager ninyo, tatanungin kita, safety officer, what is your accomplishment for today? Sir, nag-inspection po ako. Pakita mo sa akin. What is not written is not done. No? So please accomplish every day your report of your inspection findings. And once napirmahan po siya ni manager, give copy to the responsible group, responsible party, responsible contractor to rectify the issue and give them timeline. Kung the higher the risk, it should be immediate. Kaya po bahala. Basta kung high risk hazard siya, kailangan immediate ang pag-respond, immediate ang pag-rectify. Inspection proper. Identification of hazards, data gathering, interview of workers, may or may not use checklist or inspection sheet. Remember guys, your inspection activity should not interrupt your normal operation. Okay ha? Huwag yung, excuse me, stop work muna, mag-inspect muna ako dito. Huwag ganon. No? So allow them to proceed to the activities. Kasi posible, doon sa kanilang procedure or operation, doon kayo makita po ng mga shortcut, ng mga findings na dapat makorek agad. Okay? So dapat, andyan lang kayo sa side, observe the activities, observe the machineries, observe the entire workplaces, and document all your findings. Okay? For your format of inspection, guys, you can do it as a bullet type report, narrative or paragraph, risk assessment format, or other format. In doing corrective actions, in making recommendations, be guided by these rules. Correct the cause whenever possible. Immediately correct everything possible. Report conditions beyond one's authority and suggest solutions. Take intermediate action as needed and prioritize high-risk items. A good tool is risk assessment. Guys, sinabi ko kanina, no? Let the operation answer, correct your findings. But in case of imminent danger, in case of high-risk hazard, please help to correct it immediately. No need, okay lang, later on ang documentation. Importante, you will resolve that high-risk hazard para wala pong disgrasya na mangyari. In conclusion, safety officer, the objective of safety inspections are the following. To detect and correct potential hazard before the accident occur. To recognize safe practices and uncover unsafe practices. To promote and maintain established and accepted standards safely. To improve operation, increase efficiency, effectiveness, and profitability. And that's all for our safety inspection as one of your very essential tasks in doing your activity in your construction site. Okay? So now, safety officers, are you ready for your workshop?
Sir.
Yes. Ready, sir.
Sir.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
good. So ito pong mangyayari ngayon, ipapakita ko lang muna guys ha. Sir Louie will help me to divide you into 4 groups. So this is the activity. Okay, pakita ko muna. In your activity guys, you need to use either, dapat by computer talaga, kasi there's a template for that, and then choose your reporter to discuss your output, ha? Okay. Safety inspection, a process of revealing hazard and following through the necessary corrective action which result to a safer workplace. Guys, nakita nyo ba itong picture? Okay? Nakita nyo?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, ang dami, may hazard ba na? May na-observe kayong hazard?
Hindi pa, sir.
Ha? May hazard ba dyan? Hazard
Madami, sir.
Marami, sir.
can lead to accident, injury, fatality, or death or property damage. No? So, is there hazard in the photo? Yes. Ngayon, ito ang gawin po ninyo. I will show you 3 pictures. your table, you can take picture, guys. Ipakipicturean po kasi ito gagawin po ninyo. In your picture, the first column is pakilagyan anong picture siya, picture 1, picture 2, picture 3. Every group will presented with 3 pictures. Observe at least 3 findings. In every picture, at least 3 findings. In every findings, guys, please classify, is that unsafe act or unsafe condition? In your findings that you indicated or you identify, please recommend for control measure. Bawat picture ha, 3 findings. 3 hazard ang gusto kong i-present ninyo. Example nito, first finding niya, safety hazard, fall potential, not wearing full body harness. Nakita niyo yung tao, walang harness? Okay. Classification, unsafe acts. Recommendation, provision of full body harness for workers working at elevated area. Okay. Second findings, unprotected edge. Merong unprotected edge, no barricade, no? Unprotected edge, no barricade. Unsafe condition, installation of hard barricade. Parang ganun lang. So at least minimum of 3 every findings. Okay? So mamaya, si Sir Louie, you will be grouped into 3 groups. Ito ang gagawin niyo po na format mamaya. Picture 1, picture 2, picture 3. Okay? Na-screenshot niyo po. Na-picturean niyo. Move forward na ko ha. O sige. Ito ang picture 1. Sa left side, the group 1 and 3, yan po ang picture ninyo. Sa right side, group 2 and group 4. Yan ang iyong i-observe. Okay? That is a picture 1. I will send it later on. Picture 2. Left side, group 1 and group 3. Right side, group 2 and group 4. Yan ang i-observe ninyo. Picture 3. Left side, group 1 and group 3. Right side, group 2 and group 4. Sige. Now, Sir Louie, please group them into 4 groups. Alright.
Sir, pwede makasuyo ng last picture, picture number. Hindi ko na-screenshot, sorry.
Ito. I will send it to your group mamaya, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I will give you 1 hour. I need 1 hour. Kasi by 4:30, we will start our presentation, 4:30. Okay?
Yes, sir. Copy, sir.
Sige. Sir Louie will group you into 4 groups. Pasukin nyo kayo and I will send the pictures sa inyong group mamaya.
Sir, okay na po. Ready na po.
Okay, Sir Louie. Maraming salamat.
Sir Angelo, paki-ano po? Paki-accept, sir. Room 4.
Hello sir, baka pwedeng makabalik ko sa group 4 sir kasi nawala yung signal ko sir eh. Nag-exit yung ano.
Sir, pwede pong humingi ng copy ng pictures?
Yes sir, pupunta po si Sir Ian dun sa room niyo po.
Sige, sige pa. Thank you.
Ay sir, pa-add ako ulit sa group 4 sir kasi nag-exit yung ano ko, yung app ko kasi nawala yung signal. Thank you sir.
Sir, hindi rin kayo nakapasok, sir.
Wait lang, naglalagyan pag ganyan.
Hindi, lumabas yung akin.
Ayan na, 45 participants na. Kompleto na tayo.
Nawala ako sa group, oh. Dilo, nawala ka rin ba sa sa group?
Start na kasi magdi-discuss na. Wait
Ay,
lang.
okay na ba?
Oo.
Kala ko naman.
Magdi-discuss na po sila.
Okay, good afternoon, guys. Welcome back to our show.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon po, sir.
Yan,
Ready na sila, sir. Good luck sa inyo, guys.
Yeah. As safety officers, please check your group chat. I sent yung mga files po ng ating mga occupational health policies. Yung sa AIDS, sexual harassment, yung sa smoke-free, alcoholism, hepatitis B. Yun po. Yung mga templates na sabi ko kanina na pwedeng hanapin po ni Dole.
Yes, sir. Maraming salamat po. Malaking bagay po yun.
Yes, sir.
Yes po. And then also I will send yung mga forms po ni Dole that you can use this one. Yun. Another thing, yung mga DOLE forms, yung mga monthly report, annual medical report, COSH standard, etc. Okay, let's start our presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome po. We will do na lang po by group 1. The first presenter will be, I'll check here. Please appoint your speaker or okay, first presenter will be group 1, followed by group 2, and then group 3, and then group 4. Yun, hanggang mag-alas 5 po tayo. Okay? So, let's all welcome group number 1.
Ayun, sir. So, good afternoon po, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Ito po yung observation po na ginawa ng group 1. So, for picture 1, we observe 3 unsafe conditions. So, yung una-una po is yung improper storage of gas tank. So, nakikita po natin sa picture, yung gas cylinder po natin is wala po siya sa rack, hindi po siya nakatali. So, ang recommended control measure po na is provide po provision of proper storage for cylinders. Pangalawang findings po namin, poor housekeeping. Kung nakikita po natin sa picture, yung ibang gamit po is nakakalat lang. Lalo-lalo na po yung nakikita po nating tool po na may wire, which is hazard po siya. Pwede po siya makatisod sa kung sino man dadaan. So, as control measure po, we recommend to implement good and proper housekeeping. Third is no fire extinguisher present on the site. We think this is a hot works welding area. So, we think that kailangan po merong fire extinguisher at least 3 meters dun sa site. That's it for picture 1. So next is picture 2. We observe 1 unsafe act and 2 unsafe condition. So for the unsafe act, we observed our workers, incomplete po yung PPE. Specifically, wala pong safety gloves. Dun po sa safety shoes, yung nakikita po nating worker sa left, nakasuot po siya ng, we assume regular na bota lang po, which is very inappropriate. So, as a recommendation, we recommend that workers should wear complete PPE attire. Next is using fire extinguisher. We assume na yung nakikita po nating tool sa baba is for welding, which is for hot works. As a recommendation, we recommend to provide a fire extinguisher present in the area. And last po is yung poor housekeeping. Kasi po yung tool po natin is, yung cabinet po niya is nakakalat lang, which is pwede po makatalisod. We recommend po proper housekeeping or specifically cable management po para sa ating mga wires. Last po, for picture 3, we observe 1 unsafe act and 3 unsafe condition. First one po is yung hindi po pagsusot ng safety harness ng ating mga worker, which is delikado po since nagtatrabaho po sila in heights, working heights. We recommend to wear a safety harness for high working areas. Next po, first unsafe condition po natin is yung open edge po, wala po siyang barricade. And as a recommendation po, we recommend to install barricade at open edge sa mga working areas. Next is kawalan po ng safety net. Since mataas po yung lugar, pwede po may mga mahuhulog na debris. For recommendation, provision po ng safety net. And sa scaffolding po, we think po na kailangan pong maglagay na scaffolding po dun sa site. So yun po yung recommendation po na provide po ng scaffolding. Yun lang po.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Sir Brian, for that.
Sir Brian, good.
Salamat po. Group number 1. Guys, dito po sa output natin, kindly type the name of your group and group number and then the members. And then please email it later on sa rbamandaluyong@gmail.com. Okay? Group number and then the members. And then please email that to rbamandaluyong@gmail.com. And now let's proceed to group number 2. Thank you, group number 1.
Sino mag-present, Earl?
Sir Earl.
Hello, good afternoon po. We are group 2 po. Ito po yung picture, as you can see po, yung mga tao po nag-work, wala po silang helmet, hindi po silang PPE, and wala po rin silang gloves and face mask. And that is an unsafe act po yung classification niya. And yung control measure po na dapat gawin is reorientation of the workers of this unsafe act po. Tapos po, makikita niyo rin po, no perimeter, barricade, railings, yun po sa may part na yun, and unsecure access po. Hindi po kasi maganda yung, hindi siya secure yung place na yun, so is an unsafe condition po. So ang gagawin po dapat ang control measure nun is installation of handrails, and yun po, adding a caution tape po, ganun po for them to see. And wala rin, kasi po nag-welding po sila, wala rin po tayong makitang fire extinguisher, wala rin pong fire blanket na malapit. So, unsafe condition rin po yun. So, ang kailangan pong gawin is providing portable fire extinguisher within 3 meters on the premises of working area. And yun po, lastly, poor lighting condition po. In an unsafe condition din po yun, sir. And yun nga po, ang control measure niya is provide additional lighting to work area. Yun po, about 40 lux and minimum of, I think, yun po, 160 lux po. And susunod po na picture. And yung susunod po na picture, sir, as you can see na sa naghukay po sila, and you can see po yung kanina pong PPE, wala din po sa ulit na helmet, except yung isa sa gilid, yung the rest po wala pong helmet po, and wala din po silang face mask, and yun po, unsafe act po yun. So ang kailangan po ulit is orientation ng mga workers kasi unsafe act po siya. Tapos, it's also improper use of shed atmosphere, hazard yung direct sunlight po kasi it's there working on direct sunlight, so mainit po masyado. And it's unsafe condition po. So, dapat meron pong temporary installment ng heat pad para protection sa init po. And lastly po, it's a full hazard. Kasi as you can see sa mga paligid po, maraming pwedeng debris na mahulog sa kanila habang sila gumagawa ng pag-ukay na ng pag-welding dun sa part na yan. Unsafe condition po yan. So, dapat na-provide po ng proper signages para makita po ng workers yung mga ginagawa and a warning po sa kanila. Ayun po. And lastly po, itong third picture, yun po ulit, nag-welding po ulit si Kuya. And as you can see po, medyo madumi po yung area, hindi po mas linis. It's a poor housekeeping po. So, unsafe condition po yun. So, dapat po, before work and after work, dapat po malinisan po yung area na working area nila para maayos tignan and hindi sila ma-discrash or something po. So, dapat secure the materials prior to resignation and remove obstructions po sa working area. And as you can see rin po, wala rin pong fire extinguisher or fire blanket na malapit sa mga nag-work sa area na yun. So it's an unsafe condition. So kailangan po ulit ng portable extinguishers within 3 feet on the premises of the working area. And lastly, lack of proper usage of PPE po ulit. Yung welding apron, wala pong safety gloves, wala rin pong face mask. Yung specifically yung N95 kasi nga po COVID-19 ngayon. So it's unsafe act. Wala rin po silang face mask na yun po. So it's unsafe act po. So kailangan po ulit reorient yung mga workers na kailangan sumunod sa proper and safe working conditions po. Yun po.
Okay, thank you, Sir Earl. Thank you very much, group number 2, for that presentation. And now let's proceed to group number 3. Group number 3.
Good afternoon po. Mr. Janaybe Margaga po as presenter of Group 3. So sa first picture po natin, napansin po namin na ang safety findings and observation po namin na nakita at napag-desisyonan is yung proper housekeeping nga po na talaga namin po kita natin sa area ng workplace. Classified as unsafe act since ito po ay responsibility ng lahat ng workers under dun po na nakadestino dun sa area. At ang control measure po natin is implementation of 5S and proper waste disposal. The next is, napansin namin na walang lack of storage, especially yung mga gas cylinders natin na na-expose po sa sunlight, which is very dangerous po talaga and fatal kung may mangyaring combustion dyan. Classified siya as unsafe condition and ang ating control measure dyan is providing proper storage for specific equipment and tools, especially yung mga flammables. Next is lack of signages. Mapapansin natin wala nang storage, wala pong mga signages kung ito ay delikado, yung mga kung makaka-apekto ba ito sa hazard sa health, hazard sa walang ganyan. So yun po, in conclusion po, this area has poor housekeeping. Next, yung second picture po natin yung ongoing work sa second floor, working at heights din po siguro to. We see naman po sa picture na walang proper PPEs or hindi ginamit yung proper PPEs na provided ng kanyang employers or wala talaga. Okay? So, consider siya as safe act kasi it's a responsibility of both the employer and the worker. So, kung worker po may problema is verbal confrontation and reorientation at kung sa employer po ang problema is provision and providing for of proper PPEs. And next is absence of fire extinguisher, fire blankets na necessary po for fire protection. This classified as unsafe condition. So ang control measure natin is providing fire extinguisher within the perimeter of work area. And lastly is baka assume lang po natin na incompetent po yung mga workers since na hindi po nila alam ang paggamit ng proper PPEs at poor din po ang housekeeping nila in terms of paggamit ng power tools, specifically welding machine ang gamit nila. So classified as unsafe acts. So make sure ang control measure natin is make sure that our personnel is competent or has competence or skill. And the last picture ay nawala. Ito po yung building na may parang putol pa, hindi pa tapos. So, ang first hazard na napansin namin dito is wala siyang railings, walang barricade, wala ding lifeline. No? Na since working at heights po ito, this is unsafe condition. So, ang control measure natin dito is installation of railings and lifelines dapat. And next is no safety harness na provided. Wala ding anchorage na napansin natin po provided for our personnel. So this is responsibility of the employer considered as unsafe act. So remind the person to use harness and provide proper PPE, especially working at heights. And improper or no scaffolding erection. Dapat meron tayong tao na nakabantay dyan, na safe scaffolding supervisor, structural engineer na controlling the area, especially working at height. So considered as unsafe condition. So yun lang po. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Sir Ivan. And you are group number 3.
Yes, ma'am.
And now let's proceed to group number 4.
Hi, sir. Good afternoon po sa lahat. Good afternoon. My name is Risa Abinier po. So, ako po yung magpe-present for the group 4. So, sa first picture po, as you can see po, sa observation po ng group namin is lack of PPEs. Makikita nyo po na ano po siya, unsafe act because hawak lang po nila yung gloves, hindi po nila suot. Then yung isa po is wala pong suot na helmet. And yung isa po naglalakad po dun sa nagwe-welding. And ang control measure po namin is provide appropriate PPEs, face shield for the welders, hard hat, gloves, welding apron. And the second is appropriate use of welding machine without fire extinguisher. Ang classification po is unsafe condition. And ang control measure is provide fire extinguisher. Excuse me. And the other one po is unprotected open age. Classification po is unsafe condition, and control measure po is provide safety barriers. There, makikita nyo po sa dulo, wala po siyang harang. Pwede po mahulog yung workers natin. So, kailangan po niya lagyan ng barriers po agad-agad. And yung last po is insufficient for lighting. Dahil madilim po sa ilalim, pwede po may madisgrasya doon dahil hindi po nakikita yung ibang part. And ang classification po niya is unsafe condition, then control measure po is provide proper illumination before the work starts. And kailangan po nito ng take immediate action. So, dun po tayo sa second pick. Thank you. Sa second pick po is makikita nyo na lack of PPE rin po, hard hat ang kailangan and safety shoes. Wala po sila halos suot. Isa lang po ata yung nakasuot ng hard hat sa kanila. Then, ang classification po niya is unsafe act because yung mga workers po is tulad nga po ng sinabi ko, wala po silang complete PPE, and ang control measure po sa kanila is provide PPE and ensure proper usage, hard hat, safety shoes. In second po is improper use of blue sheet because lang po kasi lang siya, parang inilatag lang po siya na hindi maayos, inilapag lang siya. So ang classification po namin dyan is unsafe act. Then control measure po, install the blue sheet on the higher location to properly cover working space and avoid distraction. Kasi maaari po siyang pwede pong may mapatid, pwede pong may maano rin po yung kumbaga may maano yung ulo habang naglalakad pag doon po sa ilalim. And third po is unsafe fabricated ladder without guardrails. Yun nandun po, nakikita nyo po dun sa taas. Is unsafe condition po siya, nakalatag lang po. So, ang control measure po namin is provide guardrails and standard ladder. Yung last thing po is poor housekeeping. Dahil pakalat-kalat nga po yung hindi po na, kailangan po yung ladder po doon na nakalapag lang is igilid po para hindi rin po makatama ng workers natin. And classification is unsafe condition, and control measure po, ensure work area is clean and free from debris. And ang po namin is recommendation, immediately correct everything possible. Thank you. Next speak. Ito po sa last pick po namin is kita po agad yung poor housekeeping dahil ang gulo po agad makikita nyo pag pa lang po ng pick and unattended blue sheets and tools. Kalat po yung gamit lahat. Ang classification po niya is unsafe condition, and ang control measure is ensure work area is clean and free from debris. Dahil housekeeping po talaga makikita. Pwede pong makakuryente siya ng worker. Doon po, tulad po ng dalawa doon na nakaupo lang siya. Then may nagwe-welding pa po. So may possible po na matamaan yung wire sa taas and magkaroon ng electric shock sa kanila. So pwede makadisgrasya po talaga siya. And second po, yun nga po, untangled wires that can cause fire erection. Pwede rin pong masunog sila. So kailangan po is yung po niya, yung housekeeping papasok po doon. And ang classification po niya is unsafe condition. Control measure po is remove the wires distance away from the welding area, provide proper conduct from the wire. Para sana ang ginawa na lang po nila is inayos na lang po nila para in case na kahit mag-welding po siya, wala pong tendency na magkaroon ng fire, na magkaroon ng sunog at magkaroon ng makuryente po yung workers natin. Third po is personal resting beside welding area. Kitang-kita naman po sa nakaupo yung dalawa habang yung isa nagwe-welding, then may nakakalat na gamit po, tapos yung tanggal na wires po nandun lang. Himbis na ayusin po nila, is taga-rest lang po siya. So unsafe act po siya. Control measure po natin is provide safe resting area for the workers. Sana meron po silang specific or place na pwede silang magpahinga na hindi po sila madidisgrasya, na makakapagpahinga po sila na maayos. And number 4 po is improper placement, arrangement of materials. So para papasok na rin po siya sa housekeeping. Ayun po yung kasi improper is yung pakalat-kalat na rin po, arrangement of materials po. Like yung mga tools po, pakalat-kalat. So housekeeping na rin po siya papasok. Ang classification po niya is unsafe condition, and control measure po is provide proper storage of tools and materials. Ang recommendation po namin is take immediate action po agad siya. Thank you po.
Thank you, Ma'am Riza. Ma'am Riza, actually, meron resting place sa labas. Nangunguya ko ilang yan sila. Katago para hindi po
mahuli. Thank you.
Opo. Thank you very much. Group number 4. Group number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you for that observation. No? So, yun po. So you develop already your safety eye, and those are the common safety hazard that are common in different construction sites. Napansin niyo po, upon you identify potential hazard, you immediately give your recommendation on what to do on how to rectify the situation. Sige. Guys, in your output po, please write, please type the name per group, group number, and then please in PDF file or in PowerPoint or MS Word format, please send it to rbamandaluyong@gmail.com. Your subject should be a workshop day 3 COSH. Yun. So, before we will end this day 3 COSH training, let's try some of this observation, and I want you to answer it in your mind, no? Or you can voice it out kung ano po yung observation po niyo dito. Hold on. Yun po. Let's try. Ano po yung mga common safety issues or findings na nakita niyo po dito? Okay. Problem. Findings. Ano po? Safety hazard.
Machine guard po, sir.
Machine guard.
For this rotating part. Unsafe act, unsafe condition.
Unsafe condition po.
Unsafe condition po.
Okay, next.
Walang ladder.
No proper access.
Walang arm.
Into board.
No proper platform, sir.
Access at platform, sir.
No proper platform. No proper anchor point.
Access.
Guys,
No guardrail.
No guardrailing. Guys, in scaffolding, there should be independent anchor point separate from scaffolding installation para in case the scaffold will collapse. Okay? Enough pa rin yung
Okay, sir.
saan po kayo.
Mawalit ka na ba? Hindi ako na ba?
Yes. Another thing.
Unstable yung foundation.
Provide ano, sir, proper steel plate.
Yeah. Or appropriate, no? Ang kanyang outrigger pad. The outrigger pad should be ×3 bigger than the outrigger. Okay. And then the ground should be stable before tayo maglalakad ng outrigger pad for this heavy equipment. Next, what's the problem?
Improper material, sir.
Housekeeping.
Housekeeping. Poor housekeeping.
Unsafe condition.
Unsafe condition po.
Unsafe condition.
Okay, good.
Poor housekeeping.
Poor housekeeping. This one.
No PP.
No.
Improper
Inappropriate
use of
machine,
one,
sir.
sir.
Ginawang ano yan.
Nawang platform. Ginawang platform at ladder.
Safe act po siya.
Yeah? Pwede ba yun?
Safe tap.
Safe act. Okay. No? Kailangan na magtrabaho dun sa taas. Tinawag nila yung friend nila ng operator ng forklift.
Bawal naman sumakay, sir. Takuan, forklift.
Tama, sir. No?
Portable elevator.
So sabi nila, uy, unstable pa rin, unsafe. Pwede bang lagyan ng tarima? Okay.
Improper man basket, sir.
Ito, unsafe pa rin siya? Okay na.
Unsafe act po.
Unsafe. Bawal na isang bagay na hindi ginawa para dyan na activity. Ha? So that is unsafe. This one.
No harness.
Harness, body harness.
No ladder, sir.
No proper access.
Walang scaffolding.
No harness.
Unsafe act.
Walang lifeline.
No life insurance.
Yun na lang next time.
Implementing. Yes.
Wala ng St. Peter yan.
Walang no St. Peter.
Ginawang ladder yung ano.
Okay. Ito po.
Unsafe condition.
Safe condition po.
Safe condition. Barricade.
Butas. Scaffolding.
Yes. Very common to sa mga construction.
Unsafe act po.
Yan, sir.
Ako si Kuya kasi supervisor may meeting.
Relax lang siya, sir.
Course playing.
Unsafe act.
Unsafe act po.
Unsafe conditions.
Safe condition, sir.
As in safe condition.
Not proper yung scaffold.
Yes, sir.
Platform.
Scaffolding din.
Safety eye now is now opening, no?
No proper platform, sir.
Unstable.
Ating mga construction projects, ganito. Po,
Oh.
Poor housekeeping.
Unsafe conditions,
Unsafe
sir.
conditions.
No, sa ilalim
Condition.
ng tao, tapos sa taas, ng materials,
Mababagsakan yung tao dun, sir, sa gilid.
unsafe, poor material management. Okay. This one,
Unsafe act, sir.
Unsafe act, sir.
Unsafe act.
tapak. And then yung mag-hold po ng railings niya, alam
Not stable.
Proper platform.
very delicate. This is danger.
Walang lifeline.
No lifeline, no anchor, proper anchor point for this. Ito po, no
rail.
No railing.
No release. Tsaka protruding.
Yes, may protruding rebars.
Protruding, still.
Po.
No railings.
This one.
For housekeeping.
For housekeeping. The cables.
For hazard, the cable should be
cables, yeah.
Yun, tama po.
Wala na. Sige.
Unsafe act, sir.
Common to nangyayari?
Unsafe act po siya.
Walang harness, sir, yung...
Support nila, oh.
Unsafe condition, sir.
Safe condition.
Condition.
Baka malaglag yung materials. Ayan, sir.
Nakahold.
Taas.
Ahoy lang.
To access sa mga tao.
Yes.
So, ang ginawa
Pati
naman,
prone ng falling debris, sir.
yes, this is, ang ginawa nila, dilagyan nila ng caution danger tape. No? Yung hagdanan, iniwan pa rin.
Mga bola, dadaan yung tao.
Oh, dadaan pa rin yung tao. Guys, safety officers, if you cannot control unsafe acts and take action assisting in your construction project, apply your learnings during your course training.
Hindi ka na marinig, sir.
Bumabagyo.
Babagyo kasi. I-off ko muna, i-mute ko muna kayo. Okay, I'll move forward. Guys, if you control the unsafe acts
Unsafe condition.
of your people or even the unsafe condition of your workplaces, if you will come here only for compliance purposes, this will happen to your workers at site. And you cannot say that these are normal happenings in your construction project. No? Or worst, this will happen. Okay lang siguro kung masisira yung mga materialis ninyo or makina, equipment. You can repair that one. But the life of these people, so mga construction workers are breadwinner. Yung asawa nila walang trabaho, yung anak nila kumasa sa kanilang mga tatay. No? We need to protect our workers. First, ito po. And kayo po na andito, malaki po ang inyong trabaho para hindi po ito mangyari sa inyong mga construction projects or construction sites. Can we prevent accident to happen in your site? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
sir.
because accident, 98%
Yes, sir.
are preventable and only 2% are non-preventable. Out of these 98%, 88% are unsafe acts or due to behavior of our people, and 10% are unsafe condition. Rectify unsafe conditions and change human behavior to correct unsafe acts as they are the main factors causing the accident. Tama hindi? That's why you are here, attending the COSH training. You are not here just only for compliance purposes, requirement ni Dole, o requirement po para maka-apply ng safety. Because we believe, guys, the safety is not a compliance. This is a vocation on and off from the job. Okay? If you don't believe in safety concepts or OSH, let's try one accident. Isod kaayo siya balikan. Safety officers is not a chance, it's a choice. If you want our site to be safe at all times, please do your part. Apply all learnings that you have here, and also kailangan to their loved ones. Tama?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so sabi pa nila, no? Pare, isipin mo ang iyong safety kasi marami nag-aantay kay Mare. Okay. Yun lang po. I hope may natutunan kayo ngayong araw. And
Nice.
kayo mga safety officers sa inyong mga respective construction projects. Okay, may natutunan.
Thank you po, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Great
Thank you so
discussion,
much,
sir.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you po. Tomorrow is your day 4 for the COSH.
Yes po.
Same time pa rin po daw tayo. Okay? Maraming salamat po, guys. God bless. Ingat po tayo.
Thank you,